I didn't hear. Did I? Was I rapping in this
No,
open?
You were screaming over the real opens. You didn't hear the intro.
I'm screaming
to
because
Golden
ESPN is so stupid.
Everyone likes dunks, John. Sorry.
No, not everyone likes
Then
dunks.
how come it's always number one? You hate dunks.
There were unbelievable plays on the top 10. They made number one a 6'11" guy dunking.
In the face of
it
another
happens
one.
40 times a game.
It was a challenge. That doesn't happen 40 times a game.
Oh, my God.
When you're right there in the
no
other
one
guy's
ever
face.
challenges on dunks.
Not often. Have you not seen
God.
the scores?
It's so stupid.
They don't challenge anymore.
Oh, my God. A 6'11" guy dunked? Holy crap.
I'm glad you're editing, which as opposed to what he said before.
John can't dunk, so he's mad at people who dunk.
He hates
No,
it.
that's
what
not
it
it.
is.
It's
you
just
hate
so
Jalen
easy.
Green and you hate dunks.
No, I hated Jalen Green last night. I
Well,
mean, come on.
I hated
What was he,
a lot
3
of
for
things.
40 or something? What was
him and everyone else.
Yeah,
Fred VanVleet.
Fred VanVleet was awful. It was just awful last night.
Yeah, they really were. And they, the T-Wolves are just, they have so many ways to beat you. Anthony Edwards did absolutely nothing in the first half, and it just went off in the second half. I think he had.
Yeah, he was 1 for 5 in the first half.
Yeah, I think he had 26 in the.
He's 11 for 22, 4 for 8, 32 points in the second. Most all of it.
He was tremendous in the second half, but they got out quickly. Got out on the Rockets. Rockets couldn't close it back. Extended past 20 at one point, and that was a wrap. Rockets, it was a good competitive first half, but then the second half was just a disaster for them. Couldn't score in the third quarter. They weren't stopping people. It was just, and the offense really stunk. I mean, they just could not make layups between them and the Cougars. Between the Cougars on Saturday and the Rockets on Sunday, nobody could make a layup.
And how about it was in the Cougs game? It was the exact opposite of what it's been all year long. The Kansas shot 68% from the field, or I gotta look at that. It was a stupid number. Like U of H's defense is the best in the country. It is a tough place to play. There's no question. I think they beat them when Kansas comes here. U of H is going to win that game.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. It's going to be a different atmosphere. It's going to be a different game for the Cougars defensively. So, yeah, it'll be much better. Rockets lose last night. We're live here at the Golden Nugget and the DraftKings Sportsbook, and this is going to be the home of a lot of great Super Bowl watching coming up this weekend, John. And I know people have parties here. There's a lot of people who flock to Vegas, and then this year they really flock to Vegas because that's where the Super Bowl is.
But this is so much better, so much easier.
This is a lot closer. It's a lot less expensive.
Oh, my gosh.
And you can get here in just a couple hours, especially if you drive with me, who I drive efficiently.
He's the worst.
I'm not bad.
Man,
I drive efficiently.
He's on his phone. He's texting. He's looking for music.
I wasn't texting. I was looking for no. Yeah, I was looking for
he's looking for
Tom
comedians.
Segura. Tom Segura's not on. It's not on Netflix anymore. I couldn't find it.
You wanted to watch a Netflix
No, we
special?
listen to Tom Segura. We listen to comedians sometime driving.
Yeah.
Coming back tomorrow.
We'll
have
about,
about 4 hours.
Or we listen to his wife and kids.
Oh, my God.
Not Tom's wife and kids. Lance's wife and kids?
Lance's wife and kids. Now, Nicole is awesome. She's just – and when Marty gets out of the car, it's like, okay.
Here's the deal.
When Marty's in the
She's
car
getting back in
and
the car.
Mason's in the car, it's a war.
It's an eruption.
But
that's every day. That's not anything new.
So
they can't be in the same room together because it's probably like JT and Frankie were.
Oh, my God,
back
they're worse. They're worse.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. And Mason picks at her real passive-aggressive, and she's super emotional, so everything is – she starts screaming at him back. Now she started yelling at us, and that ain't happening in the Zerline.
Yeah, and at one point, Nicole asked, do you miss your kids at home? And I said, absolutely not. You're going to love when yours are gone. I can tell you that. Yep. No question about that. So we did that. We've got, the Cougs. Oh, the biggest news, we got 7 World Cup games coming here.
Yeah.
7. 5 in the preliminary rounds, 1 round of 32, and 1 round of 16, which is on the 4th of July. Mm-hmm. We don't know. U.S. is not playing here, right, Del?
They don't leave the Pacific time zone. They have 2 games in L.A., 1 in Seattle.
Why do they get 2 games in L.A.?
Some made big time market. They want to put him there. It's not
That's a
exactly.
it's huge soccer market.
It's
Pacific
just,
Northwest.
It's just not Seattle.
Yeah, but
certainly,
2 games in one place.
It happens for other in other.
I mean,
in other
Portland
world
So they don't
countries.
have to travel.
So
That's
you know,
nice.
Portland and Seattle, the Timber and Seattle Sound,
my
I think.
gosh.
Yes.
It's like a war.
It is.
They have.
Oh, I've been there.
I was in there when they walked the streets
Yeah.
on the day of that. So they walked the streets.
I've been to a
some-
Portland game.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
It's a really, really big deal there. I wish it were. Well, I wish the weather were better so it could be like that here too. It's just
Yeah.
hard in summer when you're in an open air stadium.
Yeah, but it's going to be hot in
It's
LA
NRG
too.
It's going to be an NRG though, right?
no,
Yeah.
I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm just talking
Oh,
about
you mean
MLS.
the
yeah.
Dynamo? Okay.
Yeah.
The thing about the LA setup is, depending on the matchups, I don't know how big of a home field advantage it'll be if they're playing a South American or a Latin American team. Depending on the group stage, they generally don't go to LA unless they have to for those games because the U.S. traditionally hasn't been a heavy home, maybe a favorite, but a heavy home influence just because of the influence of Latin America, South American people who live in L.A. I grew up when U.S. was building and Mexico was still the king of CONCACAF, and those games in L.A. against Mexico were home games for Mexico. Now, they won't have Mexico in the group stage. It'll be interesting to see. The Seattle one, they won't have an issue. But if they're playing a team with a heavy Latin influence, I'm not sure they're going to like the turnout.
Do they still have police in Seattle?
Well, I think so.
I don't know if I'd put anything in Seattle.
Yeah, the
Or
U.S. the U.S.
Portland.
The
No.
U.S. better hope they're playing like Slovenia or something. Whoever qualifies out of Europe, because if they play a South American country, they're gonna walk into L.A. and go,
Holy crap!
"This ain't great for us.
Yeah.
This ain't great."
Well, we got on the. Well, see, it's going to be so hot here. 4th of July in Houston.
Yeah.
For that matchup,
Indoor soccer.
We're more than likely not getting any U.S. games, and with the round of 32 of the round. The championship game is going to be in New York. Who didn't know that? Except Jerry Jones was a little disappointed it wasn't in Dallas. But it's going to be so hot in Dallas as well. I mean, it is hot 4th of July in Dallas.
It is, but I mean, like I said, the games are still indoors, and that's all they really care
Yeah,
about.
but you got to get.
I don't think you'll be hot this year. I think last year was record
You're
heat.
predicting
It was 100.
mild
how many,
temperatures in
how
the
many,
summer?
global cooling is what you're predicting.
how
now?
many days straight did we have 100 degrees? Like 43, right?
Yeah.
We broke the all-time record.
Although I went up to Dallas last summer, and it was actually hotter in Dallas
no,
than it was in
it
here.
is hotter in Dallas.
Yeah.
We have more humidity. The dew point's higher here, but in Dallas, it actually gets hotter.
Yeah.
It gets to like 2 years ago, I was there. It was 107 when I was there.
was
one day. I
ridiculous.
like, what the hell is this? You could barely even play disc golf at night.
What?
So anyway, yeah, but
That's a weird
I'm
aside.
predicting this is going to be one of the coolest summers on record. Is
The
what I'm
20
predicting.
well, in
yeah, after last
2026.
year where we had 43
Well,
straight
let's not
days
forget
over
it's
100.
not this one or the next one. It's
Oh, well,
yeah.
that's true.
Well,
but
what do you
26 is supposed to be an El Nino, like cool,
Is it?
Cool
like a
from-
cool El Nino.
I feel like you made
Actually,
that
last year was an El Nino, and it was really, really hot. This is going to be probably one of the coolest
Okay.
Okay.
summers
didn't
on
see that
record.
coming, but
We've been
okay.
trending to cool, so
Yeah,
that's fine.
yeah, no question.
It's
been
getting
cool.
cooler and cooler.
So I talked to Josh, who's their marketing director here at the Golden Nugget. They do not have any spots left here in the DraftKings sports book for the Super Bowl.
I'd be shocked if they did.
But they got Blue Martini. You can go.
Yeah.
And one other place, and
What
he'll
about
tell us
the
what that is.
pool?
But they,
You
I
should
don't,
put a bunch of TVs up by the pool.
they don't, I don't know that that's gonna that's happening.
I'm just giving your marketing. I'm just giving the marketing side some
Uh,
good ideas.
the
what I'm
Blue
doing.
Martini and somewhere else they're gonna have they got giant rooms with TVs, and you can still bet here, but you just can't watch the games here in the
And bet in
DraftKings
the-
Sportsbook
in the kiosk too.
because it's going to be full. But they do have rooms available for Sunday night still, not Saturday, but Sunday night. So you come up that morning, you want to play all day, casino, you want to gamble on the game, you want to watch it at the Blue Martini or their other place, and they got a room for you on Sunday night. So if you're looking for a place to get, what he said was, let's push March Madness because this is going to be the place. This is going to be so good. Watching March Madness in a casino, in a sports book,
It's the best.
it's the best. It is the best.
The energy is so cool.
Yeah, and every basket, even in a 30-point game, is huge. You got people cheering, people screaming. It's awesome. So if you're looking for a place to watch that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday of the first weekend, is the best. So if you're looking for a place to get your game on, get on over here at goldennugget.com/Lake Charles. So we are here, love it here, and we're going to be here for the next 2 days here. While the other shows, they go to Las Vegas to sit. What time is it in Vegas right now? Is it 2 hours or 1?
It's 5:10 in the morning.
Yeah, 5:10 in the morning. They're going to get a lot of guests on those shows.
Are they going to these? Are they going to
there,
Vegas?
yeah.
I have no interest in being in Vegas, and I have no interest in doing a show that early.
And by the way, how much more expensive that is than here to get there? First of all, the rooms are stupid. How expensive they are. This is the place to be this week.
Tell people who we have on Wednesday.
Wednesday, we have Randy Moss.
Well, Dell just told you.
Yeah, thanks, Del.
You did say it.
Thanks, Del Granado.
He asked me and you did it. But it's fine. Yes, Randy Moss will join us. He'll get up early. He's going to be in Las Vegas, but one of his guys reached out to me, so we got him.
Yeah, no, we're not having him.
No, he's
in Las Vegas. We're not having him.
No, but he confirmed he's going to do
Oh,
phoners.
he confirmed it.
Well, I'm just telling you, I had 3 emails back and forth with him.
I'm sure you did. I have no doubt about the veracity of you and a marketing agent. I'm going to predict right now.
I don't know.
Randy Moss doesn't make it.
I don't know. I was
sleepy.
I was just told that they're going to be up anyway.
So you're saying Randy Moss isn't a professional?
I'm saying former athletes, and Lance
Look,
Erline
I cleared it.
sleep.
Well, you're Lance Erline. You're not an athlete like Randy Moss. I told him, hey man, it's going to be 5 o'clock there, and it's going to be in our 7 o'clock hour. No, his 7 o'clock hour, our 9 o'clock hour. So Randy Moss can get up hopefully at 7:20, in Pacific time, 9:20 our time, and do the show.
So he's not an athlete? Lance had to tell us one of the top 10 moves this morning was a gymnast, a female gymnast, off of the vault. Is that what it's called, the vault?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Where she did a triple flip switch. Lance said, I probably could not have done that ever.
No, that's what I'm being honest. I don't think I could have done that even when I was like 19.
Yeah.
Like in my youngest, if I had trained for 2 weeks, I don't think I could have ever done that move.
A triple Lux.
Yeah. I'm being honest about it. Like
kind
that's
of
something I
thing.
couldn't have.
You're just being honest.
Yeah, I couldn't have. I don't think there was time I could have
done.
done.
This is something that you had to announce.
No,
to us.
I like what she did. I was really impressed.
You say a lot of things that you don't have to say. Like that's one that you don't have to tell us.
Right.
I don't think I could have done that.
You don't think.
You
You're
don't
not even
think.
sure you couldn't do it.
I'll be honest.
Oh.
I'll be honest.
When's
with
the last time you
did
jumped?
that?
When's
the last time you walked
jumped?
without tripping?
I said jumped.
Oh, I've walked without tripping every day.
Forget about a flip. When's the last time you jumped?
I haven't really had to.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I
guess.
thought. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I remember when I used to like just jump and touch different areas on the wall or the the ceiling, and now I just like now Mason does it, and I got to clean dirty hands off the wall. But no, yeah, I just don't have to. I'm sure I could still jump up and grab rim. My son doesn't believe I could ever grab the rim. I'm like, yeah, I could grab the rim. What is wrong with you? And I said, I was grabbing the rim at the media when I was training at a media basketball tournament.
Wait a minute, you can grab the rim now.
I was when I turned 40, and Mason's like, no, that's a lie. You could not. I'm like, yes, I could. I was with Raheel. We were at Danny Arnold's place, and Raheel was laughing.
So now?
I mean, now
Since he's been alive?
Now.
I mean, I'd have to train probably. It'd probably take a week of training.
Yeah, a week of training. I'm going to go over.
Over a week of training?
Over a week of training. What is it? No, you could go higher or lower.
Higher
right?
or lower,
Underdog?
Yeah. Underdog, we don't say over and under.
Yeah,
we say
higher or lower.
Or lower. Speaking of that.
Well, but it might not be on that, but it might be on my bookie. Okay?
Yeah.
And I'm going to go under at my bookie. But I'm not sure that it's going to be.
Under the rim?
Way under the rim. Way under the rim. And I'm going to tell you
still
this.
getting net, though.
I'm pretty sure that bet is not going to be on my bookie, but if it was, I would go under. And here's the deal. If you're looking for the best place, now, that's one of the only bets that isn't on my bookie because it's incredible. You still got the big game to play. And, oh, by the way, they give you all kinds of bonus plays, and they're going to give you a bonus for signing up, and they're going to give you all of the different props that you could possibly have. Even if you're on another site, you want to go to my bookie because the props just may be different. I don't know how different, but there's a possibility that they are going to be different. So if they are, you know what? Take advantage of my bookie. Take advantage of all of the different bets that they've got. This is the time that you have to have a bookie because the Super Bowl is just fantastic. And you still got NBA, you've got golf, you've got baseball coming up, you've got college basketball, women's golf. You've got all kinds of games that you can bet on every single day, anytime, anywhere. You're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid. MyBookie.ag, but you got to put in promo code BET975.
I know what you're thinking. These dudes have probably been up all night at the casino and sportsbook, as it provides every single vice they possess. And they're still here. They haven't left yet. Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios inside the DraftKings Sportsbook Bar and Grill at the Golden Nugget Casino in Lake Charles, it's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John, Lance, and Dell. Brian is back at the studio. Who's on the phones?
I believe Lexi, our intern.
Lexi?
Yes.
Lexi here? Okay. Lexi's going to be busy because we're going to play.
What'd you learn?
What'd you learn? I was going to say male golf or female golf or food.
We're not playing that.
We're not playing that. We're playing what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? That's going to be at 7:45, as we always do. And there's a lot that we learned this weekend. I can tell you this right now. If you don't have any plans for the big game, or even if you do, change them. Come with us at Warehouse Live. We're going to be watching in Midtown, Travis and McGowan. Just go to the website, warehouselivemidtown.com, and click on tickets and download them and have tickets, and they're absolutely free. So you just need a ticket to come in. So go to warehouselivemidtown.com and click on the tickets and come enjoy the big game with us over there.
I was talking to someone about the event and telling them, hey, show up even if you didn't get a VIP. VIP just means you're closer to, I guess, TVs, whatever. But come out and have a good time. They said I can't because I want to come, but I have to go. Now, this is a woman, just to give you some context. I have to go to my friend's engagement. In other words, the engagement's been pre-planned. I don't know if the friend knows that she's getting engaged, but the gentleman is asking his, I guess, future fiance, at least he hopes, to get married on Super Bowl Sunday.
To get married, or you said the engagement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to. Oh,
she said my friend is getting engaged on Sunday. In other words, this is one of those things where everyone knows. Everyone knows, I guess.
Well, is it going to be at a Super Bowl party though?
I don't think so.
Well, if they're not sports
it has to be.
What? My thought is what? Like, because I'm not in that mode where I'm thinking about, hey, let's surprise this person with an engagement, have all their friends and family there, and then she's the only one who doesn't know. But you're asking them on Super Bowl Sunday?
Well, that's if it's a Super Bowl party.
I didn't get that impression.
Oh,
that
you didn't?
Super Bowl party.
See, if they're at a restaurant or something, and he's going to ask her, I would think she would say, "No, you're too big a d-bag. You don't even want to watch the Super Bowl." Okay, I can't marry you.
What if he's a basketball only fan?
It's still the Super Bowl.
But
look,
everybody watches the Super Bowl,
and this is not
even if you're only a basketball fan.
But
women who don't watch any sports watch the Super Bowl.
And this isn't like an intimate thing. Like this is a surprise.
What if he didn't like
This is going to be where friends and family, because the girl's not going. She knows.
Well, no, it's a good. It actually is a good cover. Because everybody's going to watch the Super Bowl. We're all watching the Super Bowl party.
Yeah, you won't see that coming.
And you know what? If her whole family's there, his whole family's there.
It's a good cover, but what about the people who want to watch Super Bowl? Now I got to show up for your engagement?
Well, at halftime because.
Oh, and I got to show up to your party.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to show up to your party.
Your Super Bowl
But it better
party.
be good. You better have a lot of food and drink. You better be a good one.
You just make up and lie. You just say, "Oh my."
And by the way,
son got sick.
What is the halftime show?
We don't know. I don't know.
The halftime show is.
But I don't know that this is built around a Super Bowl. I'm just saying, like, if I'm a person
it's Usher
who likes the Super Bowl or likes the event of the Super Bowl, I got to put that aside to show up to your surprise engagement?
This is my confession.
It's a Super Bowl party.
You don't know
just
that
have to
it
be
is.
at that one.
You don't know that it's a Super Bowl
It better
party.
be. It better be. Otherwise,
Why are you
nobody's
making
going.
threats to people?
It better be.
It better be, pal. Hey, pal. It better be.
Hey.
Well, okay, so, Justin wanted to have it on my birthday.
Being your birthday, quote unquote, but
That's a cover for a Super Bowl party.
it's a Super Bowl party.
It's a Super Bowl
But
party.
if this isn't a Super Bowl party and I got to show up to watch you, look at my ring. You better get out of my face with that. It's unlikely I'm ever going to get asked to be a person.
Okay, so first thing he said was, "Well, I'm not really in this world." Oh, really? Asking someone to marry you? You're not in that world? You'll never be in that world.
Not to ask someone to marry. The pre-planning, be part of the party, show up, and hey, we're all going to film this. Keep it quiet.
Oh, no.
Don't let anyone. Don't let her know.
I don't want to be part of any of that stuff.
No.
That's what I'm talking about.
And when did this become a thing too? By the way, my nieces did that too.
What?
The boys had to have a big engagement party for when they. No, you
John,
ask a woman to marry you, and then you get married.
We
Why
throw
you gotta have
hatchets. We throw hatchets at axe things where it'll blow up a wood thing, blue or pink. What are you talking about? We have
gender reveal?
We have gender reveal stuff that has burned down entire forests.
But we know what this party is for. Much like the gender reveal, it's for
they do
clips because people got to be there to film it.
Announcement. Dell knows this. You have an entire announcement, not gifts, but announcement graphics to show that you're going into the portal now. Then you have announcement graphic to where you're going to portal to. Then you have an announcement graphic to say you're going back to school. You're not going to enter the draft when you're on your 5th year. Then you have an announcement that you're headed to the draft when you have no more eligibility left.
But that's cool, though.
right.
None of that's cool. It's all dumb.
It's cool.
Y'all are suckers.
It's a celebration of me.
Thank
That's what
you.
we're doing now.
Yeah.
Lance. We're doing a celebration of me.
Well, that's the same thing.
Right.
You got to have coordinated
How about we
parties for
just
all
get
that.
married?
Like,
Nobody
look,
cares about your marriage.
It's the record
It happens
number of
all the time.
It's
Yeah.
a record number of divorces.
Like it's so special.
Why are we
no,
doing?
it happens every day.
Yeah, you're going to be married more than once. Odds are. Why are we celebrating?
It's like a
this one?
6'11" guy dunking. Happens all the time.
No,
We're not celebrating.
not on another 6'11" guy.
Yeah. No, I don't know.
That was impressive. That was impressive.
That was an impressive.
That
dunk.
wasn't impressive.
Asking a woman to marry you and building a party around it is stupid.
That floater right there was way
That
better.
happens all the time.
Okay.
I saw so many Timberwolves do that to the Rockets yesterday.
So sick of-
Happens all the
Let's
time.
celebrate
Unopposed.
this 6'11" guy dunking.
Whatever. Floaters aren't impressive. The Rockets gave those up
Disgusted.
all night last
What
night.
did we think of CJ this weekend? How about that Dan Orlovsky beat all of the quarterbacks at the accuracy.
Embarrassing.
It was
No,
embarrassing.
it just speaks to the fact
Embarrassing.
that it's a stupid game because Dan Orlovsky beat them in
but he
something.
can't be
we
throwing.
we know he can't beat them
He
in actual
can't
playing
be
football.
throwing though. There's no way he should have won that.
No, I don't think. I think it's just evidence that that's not a real thing because Dan Orlovsky, we saw him play actual quarterback in the NFL.
Well, it just shows
and they're
you
all better.
accuracy's
And they're all
nice,
better
but
than
you
him.
Yeah. It was CJ's throw. I watched very little of it, although I will say there are more fun things to watch, especially in game now. They figured it out. Like, this is the way it should be done. What they're doing now is still not for me, but it's more like I always said they should do something like Superstars. And that's what they're doing now. Like the Superstars we grew up with, that TV show, that's basically what they've listened to me. You're welcome. They've added dodgeball. They've added things that I've told them to add over the years. I didn't think they'd ever add dodgeball. The sled pushing, literally the tug of war. It's like an event from Superstars, and it's smart. They've added that. They still have a game. It's a flag football game, but
which is fine. And Jamar, the throw from CJ
now
to Jamar.
That is unbelievable. That throw
was pretty sweet.
You know what's weird is CJ doesn't look like he has this cannon, but then talking to hearing other players talk about it, and I was talking to Johnny Harris at Senior Ball, and he's like, dude, when you're on the field and you see you see the ball come out and you see how quickly it gets there, he goes, I don't know what it is, but CJ's arm, like, he makes it look so easy that you don't think that he has this big arm. He said, but he has a really big arm. And I would agree. That throw he made where he's rolling left. That was an unbelievable. I'm like, oh, my God. I didn't think he possibly could fit it into that window.
And it was perfect.
Against the boundary.
It was perfect. Jackie says, what I'm gathering is some chick made up a fake Super Bowl engagement party to get out of going to Dell with Dell.
I'm not. I wasn't asking. I wasn't asking her to come.
Apparently you were.
No,
and she
because
said, I got.
once again,
I got an engagement party.
I don't put out people's names, but this person. No, it's not.
Is into you?
No, it's not. It's not at all. I'm not into her. I just told the story because I thought it was ridiculous. Because I told this story and I told it to another girl I know, and she's like, "What? What? On the Super Bowl?"
My wife knew. So I used to talk about on the radio how I hated when I'd go to Super Bowl parties. There were all these people who didn't care about watching the game, and they were only there for commercials, and they talked the whole time. She heard me talking about that on the radio. Before we were even together. So when we were together, and we went to a Super Bowl party together, but we were not married at this time or even engaged. It was after we had first started dating. She said she was so nervous going to the party with me because she was like, I know how pissed he gets at all this stuff, and so. Because I hated going to Super Bowl parties. And then have you seen the Doritos commercial? Shut up. I'm trying to watch the game. But now I've mellowed. I'm not like that as much
And
anymore.
is Jackie just my new heckler? Is that what this is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jackie's heckling you now.
He doesn't want to.
He hates your you got that ready today? Oh, there's a few good ones.
Ship talk?
How am I going to do
Ship
that
talk.
from here?
He can't do ship talk.
Oh, you can't do ship talk.
No, it's my personal curation. I can't do that from here.
Well, he loves ship talk. He
I'm
wants
sure
you to do it every
we'll do
show.
it on Wednesday.
Yeah.
When we're back in the studio,
Jackie
we'll do it on
loves
Wednesday.
ship talk.
I found that I don't care what Jackie thinks or likes.
You what?
I found that I don't care. I don't know. I didn't know that was in me, but I just found that. I just realized I don't care what Jackie thinks or likes. Shut up and listen, Jackie.
Oh, shut up and listen, he said.
Shut up and dribble. Shut up and listen.
Same energy.
Okay, we're live at the DraftKings Sportsbook. If you want in, 713-780-3776. It's still ahead in about 15 minutes. We've got, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? But first, Lance has Allstate.
Allstate Windows and Siding. So they've got a big discount for window jobs that they're doing right now. You can get your windows jobs done with a big discount if you tell them you're an ESPN 97.5, 92.5 listener. Now is actually a great time to do it because the weather is more mild, and so they can take out those windows. There's never any glass breakage. They've got a very special process they use where they take out the windows, they replace them. The weather's fine now, so it's going to be favorable when you do that. It's like, if anything, it'll make the house, get some fresh air in the house. But they get it done. They get it knocked out. And what happens is you're going to have it sealed properly so that you don't have that leakage. And it's going to turn into much lower energy bills for you. Did you know that you can lower your energy bills by as much as 40%? I mean, do the math on that, 40% off of your energy bills. I know all of us know what our energy bills were this last year. It was insane. And having windows that are properly fit can really eliminate leakage, keep your house quieter, less dust, it's safer, and the best part is your energy bills go down. It looks great. New windows that are made right here in the state of Texas for Texas tough weather, guess what? They are going to look fantastic from the curb as well, so the curb appeal is much, much higher. Make sure that you are part of that Allstate Windows and Siding family by making sure that you go to the website allstatewindowsandsiding.com. That's allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
All right, time for me to talk about Doc Manavis and Access Vascular Health, AVH, Access Vascular Health. It's where if you have any kind of a prostate issue, and you know if you have a prostate issue, okay, you're going to the bathroom a lot more. You're getting up in the middle of the night multiple times. When you do go out, you have to go to the bathroom. You can't start. You can't stop. There's all kinds of different ways that you can tell whether or not if you feel like you have these symptoms, you need to go get it checked out. The process is wonderful. It's basically an MRI and then an IV. No cutting, no invasive surgery. You leave there 45 minutes after you start. I mean, it's tremendous. Doc Manavis is the best. And if you have any kind of a prostate, my cousin had prostate surgery. It's the worst, the worst, the worst. Don't do it. Go see Doc Manavis and get your prostate fixed with an IV at 975prostate.com. That's 975prostate.com.
This is a place full of temptation for the easily tempted, like John and Lance. Dell, well, he's not so easily tempted, but that does not mean he's innocent. Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios inside the DraftKings Sportsbook Bar and Grill at the Golden Nugget Casino in Lake Charles, it's John, Lance, and the not so easily tempted Dell.
Oh, you see how nice she is?
Yeah, she doesn't know who you are, though.
Vicks Vapo. She gave it to me because she can hear my throat. You're a very nice person. Unlike these two.
Yes, the problem.
You, nice person, them.
So
not.
A woman at the Golden Nugget in the DraftKings Sportsbook, by the way, that's where we are. We're in Lake Charles, brought John over some cough drops.
Because he was annoying people with his coughing.
With his coughing. The unfortunate part is it's wasted on an awful person. So she doesn't know how bad of a person you are. Yeah. Like, how about the call you two dummies did yesterday when I was on the way? You two best buddies called me in the middle of my emo playlist as I was driving in. And what did you guys talk about? Vider was mentioned like 4 or 5, at least 6 times. I'm like,
we just wanted to make sure that you were going to be fine driving through Vider.
We asked if you wanted us to pull over and
say, hey, buddy,
you.
Anything I can do
buddy.
for you?
Hey, buddy. Listen, do you need us to pull over here and wait to escort you through?
Man, I know.
And you said, and we told you about a billboard you needed to look at.
I didn't see the
and
billboard.
You said, I like to keep my eyes straight ahead and not look on inviter.
To the left or the right. Inviter. There are rules. You don't stop for gas in a small Texas town.
No.
You fill up in
or the Appalachian Mountains.
You fill up. Yeah, I've seen wrong turn.
I've been on the Appalachian Mountains. I got out and started filling the car up with gas, and I immediately regretted it. People looking at you.
Before I left, I filled up in the friendly confines of League City, knowing that all I had to do was drive the 2 hours and 15 minutes, not stop, and I'd be good. Just stay on the main roads, and I'm good. No detours. I didn't need the help from you two. Hey, buddy. You driving through Vider? No, you don't stop.
Sorry, we
cared.
Simple. Sorry, we cared.
All right, yeah, we're just trying to be your friend. Okay. How many times do we say, "Hey, pal, hi, buddy"?
It was disingenuous. So
hey,
it didn't
buddy,
sound like friend.
It
didn't sound like if you're really my friends, don't call Dell. That's what a real friend knows.
Texans Fan Nation put this out. 5 free agents the Texans must re-sign.
So before you start this, I had a tweet that caused a bit of a.
Oh no! You got it from DJ Bieneme.
Yeah,
he retweeted it and said, "What?
This is a more
Jonathan Grenard you don't want back?"
This is a more complicated issue than people realize, I think, because they misinterpret. What I said was, and I probably need to pull it up to make sure I have it right, but what I said was, if you plan on being real players in the free agent market, I could see the Texans letting Jonathan Grenard and Dalton Schultz walk, and sign. Singletary would be a guy. I don't think I added another one that I said I would re-sign, but I said I would re-sign Singletary. People lost their mind, but there's levels like you have to understand. If you want to be a true player, you can't. Everyone just $72 million. Okay, right off the bat, I told you if you didn't hear it, I had a conversation with Nick Caserio at Senior Bowl. It's the first time I've ever gone face to face talking to him.
It's not 72 anyway. It's more like 59.
Is it?
And then there's all kinds of guys that you have to.
Yeah,
that's without a bunch of guys on your roster.
Well, Nick said you got to say people don't ever factor that you got to put aside like $10 million for roster moves throughout the year.
Yeah.
Adding a street free agent that's a good player, might be
unless you want to be
a $1 million
deal
like
the Saints by $50 million.
Yeah, you can't. So You have to basically slice off some of that quote-unquote $72 million. You have to slice that off right off the very bat. Then, okay, so do you want to sign Grenard? Okay, let's call it $18 million. Okay, so that's gone. Yeah, and you got to sign Dalton Schultz too. How could you possibly replace Dalton Schultz? Okay, let's give him $12 million. So now we're $30 million.
Okay, so wait a
out.
minute. Just to Grenard, by the way.
Okay.
A guy who's making 1.3 this year.
Yeah.
He goes up to 18. You just took up over 16 million additional cap from what you had last year.
So the franchise tag last year was $19 million for a defensive end. It's probably going to go to $20 million this year, is my guess. The franchise tag will go to $20 million. You can franchise them for a year at $20 million. My question, people said this is where people panic and they don't understand team building. And I get it. I'm not making fun, or I'm not. But you have to look at this differently. How are you possibly going to replace 12.5 sacks? Okay, that's a fair comment. I would also point to you that Whitney Merciless once had 12 sacks, got a new deal, and never touched 8 sacks ever again in his career. There's no guarantee. The idea that Grenard is a better pass rusher or a better player than Will Anderson, I also do not think is true. He had more production, but all of the metrics say that Will had more pressures, and his pressure rate was in the top 4 in NFL football.
Yeah.
Not, for the Texans in NFL football.
Well, you're a PFF guy, so.
So I'm not, but I do understand that, now, that's actually a separate thing because I think some of their pressures are it's up and down, who depending on who's great, at least in college, maybe not in the pros. Okay, but Jonathan Grenard had a horrific wrist injury in 18 when he was at Louisville, multiple surgeries before he transferred to Florida, missed an entire year of 18. He has missed 16 games as a Houston Texan. In 4 seasons, he's missed 16 games. He missed an entire year. Players don't typically get healthier the older they get. The more football they play, it typically goes the other way. My concern with Jonathan Grenard, if I had a choice between being active in the wide receiver market with Mike Evans or, who's the other one that's always mentioned with the Texans? T. Higgins, yeah.
Oh, wait! I've got a list of,
yeah.
And you can get a wide receiver that's going to help this team.
If you are interested in doing that,
okay, so who's going to? First of all, to your point,
yeah,
D'Amico said priority 1 is defensive line for this team.
Yes.
So you're going to give up Jonathan Grenard, and a
I'm
guy who
willing
had
to.
big production for you. And what are you going to replace him with? You forget, okay.
That's the question that came into me. Okay, the first thing I would say is, no, I'd love to keep Jonathan Grenard. What does he want? Is he willing to take a contract that's in line with somebody who's had injury concerns throughout the – I wouldn't be if I were Grenard or his agent.
He's 12.5 sacks. He's going to get money.
I'd ask for $20 million.
Yeah. He's going to get it out there.
I'd want to try to get inside the top 3. I'm not. I have no – there's no real – you really shouldn't. It's impossible.
By the way, it was a contract year, and he's really performed in a contract year.
Well,
yeah.
I asked John in the couple of days you're in Mobile and couldn't be on with us. What if you found out Josh Allen had a real interest? If we're giving Grenard the money, it'll take a sign. It'll take a franchise tag and trade. They're
going to tag him.
Okay,
they're going to tag him. They're going to tag him. From what I heard, they already said we're not letting anyone. We're not letting him walk. So they're going to tag him. Now, you can still trade once somebody's been tagged, but I don't think they'll trade their best pass rusher in the division. I don't think there's any way.
I'm not into giving the wide receivers the big money. There's too many guys. Mike Evans, $30 million. Are you nuts?
No. I couldn't do that either. But I'm also not giving a big guaranteed deal to a guy with injury history. I'm not doing that either. No. When the other guy's better.
Right.
Will Anderson's going to be a better player. So the idea is, well, where does that production come from? Well, the production can come from, you can draft the player, you can trade up and go get an edge rusher. There's some really good edge rushers in the first round as rookies. But regardless, you can also get a free agent. Samson Ekubon went to the Colts and had like 9.5 sacks.
What about Amenahue? Look at what he did.
Yeah, I mean, the Colts set their rush record, their sack record this year with like 4 guys having 9+ sacks. It doesn't have to come from one player. You can go find that production. And Will Anderson's going to have a bump in production.
Yeah.
So I don't panic. If you trust your evaluation, this is where people get in trouble. If you trust your evaluation process and you know what you're doing, which I haven't always done with the Texans, it's been a big concern for me. But with D'Amico there, Nick's Nick's had some success here recently, especially last year. You have to give him credit for what he did. I think D'Amico really knows what he's looking for. I have to trust that the guys who know football, and I'm not worried if in year one, Chop Robinson comes in and doesn't have as many sacks as Grenard. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the long-term viability of franchise building towards a championship.
You think Chop will be there?
I do right now. I think after the combine he won't. Because he's going to run a 4.4, he's going to jump 40 inches, and everyone's going to be like, holy crap. Chop played less than you think. He played like 300 pass snaps. It's kind of wild. His sack total was like 4.5, but they didn't play him all that. I don't know what they were doing. It's weird.
All right. Well, we didn't even get to the.
Well, let's go through this.
No. We got to break because we got.
Yeah.
What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? So we're going to break it here. We will continue that conversation.
I'm curious to see
at the
how
top
this
of the
goes.
hour. Oh, yeah.
We got BMAC is not used to doing this. We've got an intern who's not used to doing this. We're on remote.
Right.
This will have to take a heroic effort by BMAC in studio
BMAC
and
is
Lexi.
heroic.
This is going to take by Lexi and BMAC just to get names. Just get names. That's all. As fast as you can, rapid fire. Put them. BMAC, you can say them directly over the air, and we'll go right to them.
Yeah, BMAC will give us
Because
the
this
name.
is one of the most important times of the week.
What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776. The best one, we're going to give a VIP table at the big game
So
party.
more pressure on them back there.
Yeah.
Back there.
Right.
Because now it's going to be nonstop calls.
What did you learn this weekend? If you want to go to the Warehouse Live big game party on this Sunday, then the best one will get a VIP table at the party. Listen, if you haven't been to Warehouse Live, the Midtown, it's at McGowan and Travis. It's a great spot. It has the largest non-athletic venue retractable roof in the country. That's what it is. It's a great concert venue, but it's going to be a great football venue this Sunday. But go to the website, warehouselivemidtown.com, and see all the shows that they've got coming up. It's fantastic. It really is. Especially, I mean, Justin likes as a headbanger, right? He really likes his rock and roll hard. So if you're somebody like that, I'm telling you, they got show after show after show.
That's my guy Dell too.
Yeah,
Similar.
Dell too. I'm surprised Dell isn't there every Sunday Fun Day. But here's the deal: is if you're looking for a great place to watch the game with us this Sunday, warehouselivemidtown.com. Download your free tickets and come watch the game with us.
Hey, guys, want to talk about QC Kinetics. It's a great way for you to eliminate pain from your existence. Pain does not exist in this dojo if this dojo goes to QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, what they have is regenerative medicine. This is huge right now around different countries, and it's gotten big in the States and actually has been the choice for professional athletes for quite a few years, and now the general public is going. People just like my wife and people just like Dave, who is a longtime listener who sent a direct message talking about his torn labrum that has been a big issue, and his pain level went from an 8 down to a 4 after one treatment and down to a 2 after that one and after a second one. And what happens is they take the body's healing power, they concentrate it, they put it back into the joint, and it starts to restore damaged tissue and regenerate new tissue, and that eliminates and reduces the inflammation. The pain level, the chronic pain goes down. How would you like to live in a world where you don't have to get your shots and you don't have to think about surgery and you don't have to take aspirin every single day or stronger pain medicine? That's what you can do with my friends over at QC Kinetics. 4 locations here in the Houston area. Go to qckinetics.com.
Just two guys in their natural habitat, a sportsbook and casino. Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios inside the DraftKings Sportsbook Bar and Grill at the Golden Nugget Casino in Lake Charles. It's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, live at the DraftKings Sportsbook in Lake Charles. We love to be, there are 3,200 square feet of televisions here that are just fantastic. It's just I love this place. Love this place. One of the best sports books I've ever been in. So if you're somebody who's looking for a great getaway and you love to watch your games, especially the March Madness right here at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles DraftKings Sportsbook. All right, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? You get one sentence to tell us what you learned this weekend. The best one, we're going to give away a VIP table to watch the big game with us on February 11th this Sunday at Warehouse Live. I'm going to start it. I watched Live Golf for the first time, and
Blood diamonds.
When one of the announcers said, if Dustin Johnson can stay in shape, I wondered what he meant. And then I saw Dustin Johnson and said, oh, my gosh.
Really?
He really likes to eat.
And you haven't seen Dustin Johnson for a while because he's Live.
Yes. I haven't seen him in a year and a half. I hadn't seen him in a year and a half. I was like, oh.
Dustin Johnson?
Yeah.
With Paulina Gretzky?
Yeah.
Got off
he's
that.
not the same. He doesn't look, it's like,
He
wow.
was a real skinny, tall.
He was tall and skinny,
Yeah.
Probably in the best shape of any golfer on the tour. Not so much. All right. So that's my one. I said it. I did it in one sentence. Actually, I did a couple of commas in there, but I actually did it in one sentence. Lance, do you have anything, or Dell?
One
sentence.
What I learned was that once you have a surgery on your collarbone for 3 breaks, you pretty much are in pain but can do anything you want in the house for all eternity, and your mom will treat you like a little tiny baby straight out of the womb.
Well, he should be pampered. He had triple cracked clavicle stuff. What's wrong
You know
with
what?
you?
Hey, here's something. Don't wrestle next time.
Oh.
I also learned when I got my credit card bill that
That's
they
expensive.
apparently already had my credit card bill, and they charged everything on that. I hit my deductible.
Oh,
Nice.
look at that.
What?
Yeah, what? Dell, did you learn anything this weekend?
Yes. I learned that after coming down to the DraftKings Sportsbook here in the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, that broadcasting pickleball is the whitest thing in sports.
It really is.
man.
Really. But it was great, wasn't it? It was more interesting than the Rockets game.
Well, yes, they were getting their ass kicked, but Agassi and James Blake looks like a young John Granado, apparently. We found that out yesterday, too. And also, who else was
James Blake.
John McEnroe and whoever his – what's his name?
Maria
Sock?
Sharapova.
Jack Sock.
Jack Sock.
Jack Sock.
That was his partner, Jack Sock.
Jack Sock.
And Maria Sharapova was there.
She was in the crowd.
Huh?
Yeah.
No, she was on the team.
No, I'm saying for the game, she was in the crowd watching.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. B-Mac,
all right,
this is
first-
all yours, baby. You got the first one?
Yeah, we got a first caller. Woods is up right now.
Wood, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that Ben Simmons is every female's ideal best friend because he'll never shoot his shot.
Yeah.
And he's hurt again.
He's on
Ben
a limit,
Simmons
a
is.
minutes
He
limit
is.
too.
Ben Simmons, you do not have to worry about Ben Simmons coming
No,
on to you.
he won't shoot. He won't shoot a shot.
He's not aggressive
No,
enough.
no.
All right, next caller we have Lou.
Hi, yes, I learned this weekend that I'm probably going to have to file for divorce because my wife's best friend and husband are holding a baby shower / diaper party on Super Bowl Sunday.
Yep. You know what?
More nonsense.
A lot of times your second marriage is going to work out better
More
anyway.
nonsense. We got engagement
Okay,
parties.
so you just don't go. You say,
Yeah.
no, we're not going.
You
Or,
can't say
know
we're
what?
not going.
No. Well, honey, if you want to go, that's fine. But I ain't going to no baby shower
No.
during the Super Bowl. Have you lost your mind, woman?
No.
No. And that's on you for having a friend, woman. That's on you for having a friend that would do something like that. Okay?
That's a terrible friend. Right
You
now
wanna-
we've got Ryan on line 3.
Ryan's keeping it moving.
Yeah.
Ryan, go ahead.
Ryan, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Looky here, Mr. Slick Bobby Slowick. There's only one Dusty Rhodes, and that's the American Dream. 300 pounds of blue-eyed soul. Woo!
He didn't learn anything.
He didn't learn
He just
anything.
wanted to. He just wanted to get off a. He just wanted to get off a
Dusty Rhodes.
Dusty Rhodes imitation.
Right, which Bobby Slowick sounds a little like him.
The blue-eyed
Well,
soul. I love it though. That was
Cocky
good.
Bobby Slowick.
All right,
Bobby Slowick,
All right,
what's up, B-Mac?
Next up, we've got Tom.
Tom's
Oh,
always
boy,
good.
here we
What'd
go.
you learn this weekend, Tom?
I learned in a pinch, organic coconut oil makes a really solid massage oil.
Organic coconut oil.
Yeah, that's actually.
Uh-huh.
It
that's
is a thing,
good.
actually.
That's actually a thing.
Yeah. Coconut oil, massage oil, it's a thing.
Yeah, no, that's good.
I
Like
can see
Tom.
that. I can see
See,
that.
Tom also. some
Tom
of
just
Tom's
learned
stuff,
this at his age.
No, but some of Tom's stuff is also you're learning now. Other people learn stuff that he learns. That's actually good intel.
Yeah, but it should be at his age. He should know this already.
right.
Who's next?
I thought he was
B-Mac?
gonna
Next
say
up, we've
something
got
else.
Tommy. Tommy, what's going on?
Lube.
You know you said that on the air, right?
Well, not loud. Tommy, what's up?
You have a mic. Everyone heard it.
Oh, sorry, boys. I learned this weekend that Wyndham Clark went to the same high school in Colorado as Christian McCaffrey.
Oh,
Who's
See?
Wendell
Big stuff.
Clark?
What does it say?
Wyndham Clark.
What do you think? Who do you think? What do
I
you think
kn-
sport he plays?
This is a bit I'm playing.
Oh.
I know by the name itself, you know who he is.
Wyndham Clark.
Yes.
It's a call for
Wyndham
clearance
Clark
or
shot.
pickleball.
Listen,
No.
Wyndham Clark shot 60 at Pebble Beach.
I thought that was a
The next
hotel.
day, Pebble Beach said, "Oh yeah, you were not playing another hole here. It rained so bad they canceled the rest of the tournament."
So Pebble Beach is a desert.
The desert? No.
Which is the one that's a desert?
That's Palm Springs.
Oh no, that's this week, Phoenix.
No, I thought there was a golf course in the middle of a desert somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, anything in Phoenix, I guess. But
Yeah, but what do you mean?
I was thinking something else.
Pebble Beach is right on the ocean. What's wrong with you? You don't even know what Pebble Beach
Why
is.
am I ruining one of the best days?
Yeah. All right. What's who's next?
All right,
B-Mac?
next up is Jimmy.
Jimmy, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, guys. So if you have a neighbor that's mad at your mom for having a vegetable garden that doesn't look nice, all you got to do is just feed the local ducks for over a week, and they'll drop some bombs over that neighbor's house.
He just learned that he could weaponize ducks. That's all you got to do is throw some duck food somewhere you don't like people, and they'll just drop bombs all over the place.
All right, next up, we've got Jonathan.
What could be around a pond somewhere in a subdivision?
This weekend, I learned that Ryan Presley is a stand-up guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I didn't.
He only gets one sentence. I guess he can't explain it.
No, but I didn't see that Ryan Presley had made some comments about it. I think Ryan Presley has been okay with the whole thing.
Surprises an 11-year-old boy.
Oh, he did? He surprised 11-year-old boy
Yeah.
with what?
By playing catch.
Front yard catch, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Blake Foley's persistent when it comes to pitching and catching. When I have free time, I usually go play baseball. Almost every day he asked to play catch. Hope, a mother of four, said, with Blake and his mom were recently playing catch in front of their house. Astros pitcher Ryan Presley, who lives nearby, pulled over. He stepped out of his vehicle and asked Hope to borrow her glove, and he played catch with the kid.
That's great.
Yeah.
What a great guy. He was in studio with us. He's a wonderful
Well,
guy.
he's got a scrap with Josh Hader now, so he's got to get the
No,
public
he doesn't
on his
have
side.
beef with
Well,
Josh.
when we have to pick sides. You're either a Hader guy or you're a Presley guy. You know how this
I'm
works.
a both.
Go
I'm
to
an
Rockets,
Astro guy.
Go to Rockets Twitter. You'll find out. You pick one player or another, and then you hate the other guy. So you got to pick your side here. You're a Presley guy or a Hader guy.
I'm a BMAC guy. BMAC, who's next?
All right, last one. Let's go to La Raza.
La Raza, ¿qué pasó, mijo?
Jive and Johnny, Lyrical Lance, Double-Cito.
Balloon.
He's still there.
Go ahead, La Raza.
No, he
What'd
dropped.
You learn?
He dropped.
What the?
In the middle balloon, he dropped.
He dropped in the middle of balloon.
Wait, B-Mac may have thought that's all he was doing. That's just his intro, B-Mac.
Yeah, that's always.
We have to if
Why
he
are we
calls
blaming
back.
B-Mac? Do you
Well,
know
because,
that he hung up on
Well,
him?
because one guy. No, but I'm going to predict B-Mac hung up on him
B-Mac, did you hang up on him?
because you thought
No, I
that
didn't hang
might
up
just
on
be
him.
his phone.
thing.
He didn't hang up on him.
His
His
phone
just
drops
dropped.
every once in a while.
Yeah, why are you just blaming B-Mac?
To
Like,
get off that cricket.
Yeah. Well, hey, pick it up.
Get
all
off the
right?
cricket.
Pick it up. Pick
Get
up
on a
your
real
phone
cell
game.
phone.
Pick up your phone game, La Raza.
You
Okay.
got the Fitbit of phones, Lotta.
All right, so in the
Lance
next segment he can the Fitbit of phones.
You heard what I said.
In the next segment he can call in and tell us what he learned.
All right. We got Josh is going to join us on the other
All right,
side.
hold on.
Well, many of
La
the
Raza's back.
things-
La Raza's back.
Okay.
You want to hear
La
it?
Okay,
Raza,
La
here we go.
Raza,
Let's
what'd
hit
you
it.
learn this weekend?
All right, man. I learned this weekend that Johnny G and Lyrical Lance got bodies on bodies on bodies on your dead mama, dead mama, dead mama on your bodies, baby. Best lyrical battle ever.
If you didn't listen Friday, too
You
bad.
missed it. You missed it.
Too bad.
But you do want to go back and listen to the podcast Friday morning, 9:30.
Yeah.
You want to listen to that. All right, we're done. That was great. Nice job. Oh, who won, do you think?
See, that's the problem. We're not in studio, so we can't say, hey, get that guy's information. I don't know. You didn't have time to grab
Well,
everyone's
that's all right. They
information.
can call back
So
whoever
who do you-
was on.
Can't be the nature boy.
Who are you going to vote for?
We don't know.
Tom the coconut
We
oil?
got to listen back.
What about Tom? He learned coconut oil. That's pretty
It is pretty
valuable.
But no, that's pretty. At his age, he should have been learning coconut oil a long
You
time
know what it
ago.
shows you? He's still learning.
What
He's
about
still
the guy
open.
who's the Ben Simmons thing?
Ben Simmons is
Yeah,
soft.
that's pretty good.
That is
That's
pretty-
I don't
actually
remember.
pretty
I don't
good.
remember his name. Was it Wood?
Well, what if
It's
La
wood.
Raza,
Yeah, it was wood.
What if La Raza wants to come?
Well, he
What
can
is
show
Wood?
He
up.
also did go.
I think I'm giving it to Wood.
Okay.
Yeah, Wood learned.
Wood, if you want to come.
I mean,
to,
anybody who takes a shot at Ben Simmons.
But
it's-
he was clever, too.
but it was very clever.
all right, Ben, if you want to come watch the big game
Well,
with us
Wood.
at Warehouse Live Midtown, call back.
So
and
Wood-
we got a table
Wood.
for you.
Wood is our winner.
Wood. All right, Wood. All right. So HRP is what I'm talking about right now. If you're looking for, I'm telling you, I love what Mike Holly has done over there. Chris, Mike Holly, Kevin Robler, Plotkin, all the guys over there at HRP, BFG. He's all of them. I mean, it's a great place to work. It's a great place to get your business right because I'm telling you, they did an evaluation for a company that they were talking to about switching over, and they said, well, we can save them like $150,000 a year. $150,000 a year to the bottom line is huge. That's huge. And this is a company with only 40-some employees. How much can they save you and your business? Even if it's 20, 30, 40, if it's thousands of employees, how much do you think they could save you? They're going to do it right. They're going to get you that payroll. They're going to get you that HR. They're going to do your taxes right. And then they're going to give you options on your 401k and all your benefits packages, your insurance and everything else. They give you options because that's not the business that they're in. So you're looking for a great way to get out of, if you're with a payroll company that you're not completely satisfied or you're doing it yourself right now, you don't need to do that. What you need is HRP. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. All right, welcome back. We are live at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. We love it here. Love it, love it, love it. All the TVs. It's as good a sports book as you're going to find. Unfortunately for you, you were lazy and you didn't get the job done in getting here and reserving your table. You can do that at goldennugget.com/Lake Charles. Find how you can get your DraftKings table, but you can do it for March Madness. Can't do it for the Super Bowl anymore because it's full. But you still got Josh Robinson joining us here, marketing director here at the Golden Nugget. Blue Martini, and where else can you watch the game?
Yeah, so Blue Martini and Cadillac. Now, I mean, let's be real. It's going to be on every TV in the spot.
Yeah.
But if you want to sit down, have a bite and a drink, we got space left in Blue Martini and Cadillac.
And you got the casino has all kinds of TVs, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you could be playing blackjack. You can be
Multitasking.
Yep.
Yes, you absolutely can.
You don't watch TV while you're playing at a blackjack table. You're not watching games and stuff.
Always,
yeah,
always.
Even if I'm not even interested in the game, you're watching.
And
the game.
a lot of times we watch. What's the bar in the middle of the casino?
Yeah, the Rush Lounge.
The Rush Lounge. The Rush Lounge is one of the best experiences we were in Vegas. The Rush Lounge in Vegas was one of the best Super Bowl experiences I ever had. Of course, the table was red hot. We were destroyed.
You remember it favorably.
Yanni, Dana, it was fantastic, and we were destroying, and we were watching the Super Bowl in there, and that's just a great experience. While you're playing, while you're watching, it's just so much fun. So now Blue Martini is your nightclub.
Correct.
And Cadillac is a restaurant, but it's also it looks like a sports bar.
Yeah.
Right? It's a sports bar-ish, right?
Oh, yeah. So, look, good Mexican flair, probably some of the best margaritas you'll have, and TVs all around you.
Yeah, so there's not a bad place. And you've got rooms, so you don't have to drive back on Sunday night. There's still a couple of rooms available.
Oh, yeah. You'll want to get in and book fast.
Yeah. So make it a day here. Come up Sunday morning because Saturday night's full.
Oh, yeah.
Saturday night's already full. But you can come up on Sunday morning, and you can stay on Sunday night and have yourself a big time here. I think it's the best place to watch. Now, let's talk about March Madness, because that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and the following weekend as well, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But I think the first weekend is the best. And when you're in here, have you been in here on those days?
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you guys, the vibe is electric. I mean, and look, don't discount Super Bowl. Right? You may not have a table, but, come in, watch the game. Look, just the vibe in the space, you're not going to beat it.
Yeah.
It's
so exciting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. To watch with people, and especially with and you. By the way, even if you can't get into the sports book, there's kiosks and everywhere else where you can make all your bets, right? So don't worry about that.
Make your plans early.
Yeah,
just be here.
Get here so you can get your bet on while you're here.
Friday,
and the
Saturday,
best thing about
Sunday,
doing
Thursday.
here as opposed to doing it on a book online is that you can collect your money right away, right after the game.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So when you're right and you hit that heads or tails, you can get that money right now or whatever you are betting. So get on over here to Lake Charles. I mean, it doesn't get any. I mean, it just has everything that you could possibly want. So tell us, Gladys Knight and the Pips coming?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Kevin James is coming.
Oh, that's going to be a good one. I'm excited about
Is
that
he
one.
fun? I mean, I don't know his stand-up. I've never seen it.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Yeah, he's
it's
good.
good stuff. Yeah.
He's good stuff. Go to goldennugget.com/Lake Charles and see all the shows that are coming here. What's that venue? How big is that venue?
Well, look, it depends on the show and how many we're seeing. We get about 2,000 plus people in there.
Oh, really? That's
yeah.
pretty big. That's a good sized venue. I've never been in there.
But it's not too big, right? So you still have somewhat of an intimate experience. Not a bad seat in the house.
That's great. That's great. So if you want to come here for a weekend, go see all of the people that are coming. If you're a Gladys Knight fan, that's awesome. I would imagine that show's going to be full. So
I know you will.
get there in a hurry. And then there's all of the restaurants and everything else. And what do you call this? Lake Vegas, Lance?
That's what I call it.
Lake Vegas, because I mean, I don't have to spend 4 hours in a plane. I don't have to go to the airport an hour and a half before and then pick up my bag and then get to. By the time you get there, you could have been on a table, and plus how much money you're saving by not going to Vegas and getting on a flight when you're just driving 2 hours down the road. This makes so much more sense.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful place, right? And you said it best. I mean, anything you can imagine you can do here, golf, spa, all of it. Multiple bars, multiple restaurants, from Vic and Anthony's to Landry's to Saltgrass to Chart House. I mean, the list goes on.
You brought your sticks.
I did bring my sticks. I'm going to play today. Get that? Can you say get that set up? Thanks, John.
Absolutely.
So John.
Hey, by the way,
so John.
Hey, look, I'm here for it.
All right. We got to get that set up, right?
Yeah,
That's
you
all I'm
did.
Yes,
saying.
sure.
That's all I'm saying.
You can't just walk out.
I
You
didn't
can't
know.
just go grab a cart somewhere and
No.
start driving on their course.
No, you got to.
One thing I've learned about casinos, they have security.
Yes, they do. As well, they
typically
should.
have
Well, look,
security.
and it can't be all work and no play.
No, and you know me,
This isn't work.
grinding.
Yeah.
That's me.
We were
at
driving
you.
in, and John said, I said, you know what you could do? I bet you'd be great at marketing, like for professional athletes. He goes, I'm trying to do less work. He cut me off. He goes, I've got things the way I'm trying to actually do less work.
When you want me to go,
And I said, you got this. You're dialed in.
You weren't here when he soft announced his retirement?
No, I just heard about it. He just quit
listen,
years ago.
Yeah.
I think I did that a long time ago.
Yeah.
Okay, and now it's my retirement.
People at,
I'm just taking a while to do it.
I was at the Josh, you'll love this. I was at you don't know John that well, but you're starting to figure him out after all these years now.
Oh, yeah.
Coming here. And the guys, I was at the St. Arnold one pot cook off, and one of the listeners made a comment about, yeah, how about when John quits on News of the Weird is crazy because John's already quit on the show. And no, it happens on Thursday at about 9 o'clock on a Thursday. He's like, yeah, because he always calls Friday a holiday show, which means he's not really going to try. I said, there you go. You do listen.
Yeah. Well, a lot of times Mondays are the same.
Yeah.
Much the same like that.
True.
But I tell you this, I always try. I was here playing. If you like poker, you love poker. You get a
Poker
little
room right off the
slot machine. Any slot machines here?
Slot machines happen to be here. They happen to have every table game you can imagine and tons of restaurants. Yeah, it's a good time. Always a good time. But March Madness definitely recommend. If you've never been to a sports book and casino, it's awesome. And if you're not going to Vegas, make the drive here. It's not a hard drive getting here at all.
No,
it was easy.
And again, the list of acts that are coming here, including
We saw
Kevin
Ronnie
James.
Millsap.
You saw Ronnie Millsap?
Yeah, we
here?
came. Me and my wife, Solis, and Heather. We all came here and saw. My wife and Solis are big Ronnie Millsap fans, so we came here, got a hotel room, and watched Ronnie Millsap.
Oh, that's
here.
nice. That's nice.
The theater is really cool.
Yeah,
I'd never been in there before.
Yeah.
It's a really cool
Is
little
it
theater.
around?
they
It's
have.
around? Is it a?
No. It's
just
it's got
regular?
good space though. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, like I said, it's large, but again, like I said, not too large.
No.
You're
It's
gonna
still,
you're gonna have a great view anywhere you sit, and it's got a level of intimacy to it, even with its size.
Yeah, that's fine. My wife and her family came and watched not Tammy Wynette, but one of those that you had here last year. As a matter of
You
fact,
could pretty much name anyone. We probably have.
You've had, especially the country acts. If you're a country fan,
So
you're
there's a
gonna
lot
find
of
something here.
there's other casinos here. You guys must really go out to make sure you get the best acts. I would imagine it's competitive, but they probably want to come here.
Oh, absolutely.
Since it's the way, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, we're doing 50, 60, 70 shows a year. This is the place to be.
Somebody, I don't know who it was, but they had some funk going on, and it was live music here last night. The drummer was great. I was listening
that's
to
in the
it.
Rush Lounge.
Yeah, so keep in mind,
Yeah.
we've got live music pretty much all the time. So live music in Rush Lounge, Thursday through Sunday, the weekends in Blue Martini. So we kick off with bands, end with DJs. It's live.
It's happening. And is this sports book still, of all the Landry's properties, is this still the top one?
Well, I may be a little partial.
Yeah, right.
Look, we love all of them, okay? but it's my number one.
No. Well, I was talking to Jerry, and Jerry said, "Oh my gosh, what the numbers!"
You're asking the marketing director who works here. Which one's number one, marketing director?
Well, guess what?
I mean, you're looking at him.
No, but Jerry told me, he said, of all of the sports books, this DraftKings does the most. It's fantastic. And if you've never been here, it's definitely someplace that you – and if you enjoy it, because I love a casino. I love a great casino. I love a sports book. I love poker room, golf, pool. The pool is fantastic. We've been out there all day before with cabanas and everything else. And all the restaurants, 12 different restaurants, the Blue Martini nightclub. There's nothing there. Something for everybody. All right, so let's go. Get on over here to Lake Charles, just 2 hours down the road. It just doesn't get any better. Josh, as always, man, we really appreciate it. Thank you for having us here. And then let me know about that golf thing.
No, I got you.
Okay.
I'll text you in 5.
That's Josh Robinson here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Go to goldennugget.com/Lake Charles and make your reservations for the NCAA tournament, because it doesn't get any better than being at a sports book for that. It is the best. And you know who else is the best? John Daspit.
John Daspit is. He texted just yesterday, as a matter of fact, because he listened. He goes, I just listened to Hour 3. I would absolutely sponsor the battle rap between John and Lance. So if you didn't hear it, you can go back and hear it on Friday's podcast, Hour 3 at about 9:30. Anyway, about halfway through, I guess, the podcast. John Daspit, driving here to Louisiana, we saw his billboards on the court during the basketball game. I saw his name on the that's how good the TV is now. They can superimpose on the court his logo, because Daspit is a sponsor of the TV broadcast with the Rockets. And then, of course, we saw his billboards on the way here. He works up and down the coast. One of the reasons, because he handles a lot of personal injury cases with people who have been injured in offshore and refinery blasts and things like that, where people who have been hurt badly in very, very dangerous jobs. You know, this is going to be a situation where the hospital bills are going to be pretty substantial. You're not going to be able to work for a while. Probably going to have surgery, or for sure physical therapy. It's going to be a lot of money. You've got to have somebody who's going to make sure and take care of you for all of that, all of those bills, all the money that starts to pile up. And the other thing is your pain and suffering. You know, that has a financial element too, because if you're in an unsafe environment and you were injured through someone else's negligence, that's what John Daspit and his law firm fights for, is to make sure that you're not coming out of your own pocket for that, and that you're being compensated for those injuries. And he's going to fight for you instead of the insurance company who's fighting for the other side to make sure that you get squeezed. It's sad that it has to be that way, but John Daspit wants to make sure that he puts up the good fight, and they win at an incredibly high rate, whether it's just making sure, whether it's in court or whether they are getting the settlement done for you. He's going to do his best to make sure that you get a fair settlement, and a big settlement in most cases. So it's John Daspit, Daspit Law Firm. Go to daspitlaw.com or call 713-CALL-NOW.
why y'all doing that to me? Time for me. Why are y'all dipping is what I want to know. Why are y'all putting tobacco between your cheek and gum every day, time after time after time after time after time? And guess what that tobacco's doing? It's eating away at your jaw. It's eating away at your lung. It's eating away at your body. It's making you sick. Don't be sick. Go to 975dip.com, 975dip.com, and see Kenstead and Dew Blend, hemp in a pouch made of hemp with CBD oil. You swallow that CBD oil, and it actually has healing notions in it. And you, my friends, are the ones that are going to benefit from stopping with the grossness that is dipping. With the tobacco and the gross and the spitting and all this stuff, that's terrible. No one likes it. No one. I don't even think you like it. You just do it because it's a habit. So stop that habit and start a new one with wonderful flavors that you will enjoy at 975dip.com.
I know what you're thinking. These dudes have probably been up all night at the casino and sportsbook, as it provides every single vice they possess. And they're still here. They haven't left yet. Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios inside the DraftKings Sportsbook Bar and Grill at the Golden Nugget Casino in Lake Charles, it's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. Thank you, Josh Robinson, for hanging with us here live at the DraftKings Sportsbook where we love it. 713-780-3776. Let me ask you this question. We were talking a lot about Jonathan Grenard before we got into what you learned this weekend in one sentence. And if you missed that, that's on you. Look at this list of wide receivers out there. I did tell you that, there was an article here by Fan Nation that said 5 guys the Texans need to sign. 1 was Jonathan Grenard. 2 was Blake Cashman. 3 was Devin Singletary. 4 was Noah Brown. And number 5 was, Steven Nelson. Which I would disagree on some of them.
We didn't go through that. How do you rank? See, when I asked Johnny Harris, how do you rank them, it was a really difficult decision for him. And I didn't get to go through all this, but here's the thing with Devin Singletary to me. He's not expensive as the other guys. He's not going to be as expensive. And even if you went and got a Josh Jacobs, who I might target, I'm not targeting Saquon. If you think he's a dancer the same way Dameon Pierce is, this is not a good offense for him. I understand he's talented. Josh Jacobs is a guy that I would look at. I would love to. I don't care about spending 16.
How much more is it going to be for Josh Jacobs over Devin Singletary? And how much more production are you going to get?
But you can have them both.
Oh.
Why not?
Oh.
I mean, look, if somebody wants to pay Devin Singletary, but I don't think Devin's getting paid to be a number
one.
one
At the running back position. How much is Josh going to make?
But you can afford it because you don't have a quarterback. You're on rookie. This is why you can do this, because you're on a rookie quarterback salary.
Again.
Josh Jacobs is a 3-year deal.
Again, you need a corner to replace Steven Nelson.
I get
you
it.
need the linebacker to replace, or
how much
you
the running
Blake
back going to
Cashman.
be?
You need a defensive end. You need inside. You need defensive tackles to replace Sheldon Rankins.
But if he's 11,
you don't have that much money to spend.
But if he's $11 million, and let's say you get Motor at 5, if you're able to get him at 5, which I think he would shoot for 7 if he's going to be the lead guy. But if he knows he's not the lead guy, if he comes back, it's $16 million for your lead, basically for your running back room. That's fine because you're on a rookie quarterback salary. You can afford to do that, and you still have money. I do think you can upgrade running back. I do also think that your running game will get better with Juice full time. Like when everyone's healthy, I think it will get better. I think you can still. I don't think there's anything wrong with. To me, you don't have to pay Dalton Schultz. You can get somebody a little cheaper than Dalton Schultz. If Dalton wants to come back, I'd love to have Dalton Schultz back.
Yeah, but at what?
But you're
he
right.
He made 6.5 this year.
Interior defensive line, like I'm not bringing Noah Brown back. You can go find a wide receiver.
Well, here's okay.
Is he
here's
5?
Here's the wide receivers: T. Higgins, Michael Pittman, Mike Evans, Calvin Ridley, Gabriel Davis, Darnell Mooney, Michael Thomas. Forget him.
Now Pittman's interesting.
Well, but
because you could say he's the same. He's going to cost.
He's probably
less,
the best wide receiver on this list.
He's going to cost less than T. Higgins, and he's going to cost less than Mike. I think costs less than the Mike.
He might be the best wide receiver on this list.
The Mike Evans thing is interesting because he's played a lot of football.
See, but look at who else is on this list. Noah Brown.
No.
I don't want Chase Claypool. Josh Reynolds, DJ Chark, Marquise Brown, K.J. Osborne. How about a K.J. Osborne in this offense?
Nah, but he's
Van
like
Jefferson, Nelson Aguilar,
can't catch.
Devin Duvernay, Donovan Peoples-Jones. There's a lot of guys that you could plug in.
Peoples-Jones could actually play in this offense.
Yes. There's
he
a
played
lot
with-
of guys you could plug in here for a lot less money.
Okay, the question is, do you want to go expensive?
Well,
at
if
wide
you're not
receiver?
going to re-sign.
You know what the fans want to do? They want to go like
if you're not
Mike
going to
Evans,
re-sign Nico, then I wouldn't mind a long-term deal for T. Higgins.
But I'd do an early Nico. To me, you can't wait till Nico gets to the market next year unless you want to franchise him. I'd try to do Nico early, and I'd try to find – because Nico's going to be a long-term solution. Tank is a long-term guy, and I'd get –
The question is, does Nico want to reach free agency?
See, Mike Evans, because he's in Houston, he's throwing up the H's at basketball games in the front row of the Rockets. The problem is, Mike, you got to be reasonable. You can't be doing this $30 million thing. I get that you've had 1,000 yards in, 10, 11 straight years? That's insane. That's phenomenal. But
That's
also,
Jerry Rice.
Yeah, he's up on that territory.
Yeah.
Jerry had, 11? You
11.
looked it up yesterday. The problem is, he is 30. He's played a lot of football. What are you willing to give him? I'd say a 3-year deal with 2
But
guaranteed.
here's the thing. He's only 30.
I know. But he's played a lot. He's like the LeBron where, CeeDee Lamb's only 24. I'm writing up players who are 24 and 25 this year.
Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb's been in the league, 3 years already and playing at a high level. But I would love to have Mike Evans on this team, but not at $30 million. We're not giving you quarterback money. What is wrong with you?
Right. No, that's crazy.
What is wrong with you?
There's
T.
too
Higgins
many good guys.
Would love T. Higgins. But the thing is, T. Higgins is kind of like Nico Collins. Michael Pittman, you'd think he's like, you say, oh, he's like Nico Collins too, but not really, because Pittman is not really a down the field guy. He's more of a big contested catch possession receiver who can run, the intermediate stuff where Nico can get down the field. So Pittman would be a really intriguing signing if they have him. There is talk that around NFL circles, I'm not seeing it in media, that Justin Jefferson could be available, which would be interesting. That the Vikings could
there's
look
too
to
many
deal him.
good wide receivers that I'm not giving up stuff.
The first thing you have to decide is, do you want Nico Collins long term?
Yes.
And my answer is yes.
And if that's the case, then I'm going to settle for
somebody outside of those big three you mentioned.
Yes. I'm going to settle for bringing Noah Brown back or DJ Chark or Josh Reynolds who
Yeah,
can't catch a ball.
I could see Reynolds or Chark, or I could just see them addressing it in like Javon Baker out of Central Florida in the third round of the draft.
I'll tell you this: it's all of a sudden the destination that guys are going to want to come to with CJ. It's going to be oh my goodness, I get to go catch CJ balls. Yeah, I want to do that.
Well, then they need to take discounts.
That's right. No,
I'm all about
to
you
be
may have
on
noticed
the
with me,
championship team.
I have been, if you may have noticed, I believe that especially with the Texans and the Astros, you need to be willing to take a discount to play with the best. You need to
be the best,
subjugate yourself a little bit financially.
Well,
and that means taking discounts. Alex Bregman needs to be back, but he also needs to take a discount. Look at what you are, hometown guy now.
Right.
You can give a hometown discount. I know you're from New Mexico, but you're also from Houston now, and you speak Spanish, and you do HEB commercials.
Yeah,
there's a lot going for you here in Houston.
Okay, what kind of commercials are you going to get in Arizona?
Terrible
ones. No, I mean.
Hi, Alex Bregman. I'm here for Better Call Saul. You'll have to be doing that. Oh no, Saul was in New Mexico.
JP
actually.
France.
Yeah, well, that was Better Call Saul was in New Mexico, not Arizona.
Have you ever advocated for a Houston athlete to just get their money?
No, because I want them to be part of the community. And you can't, if you're worried about your contract, you can't really be, you can't throw up H's, I can promise
Well, how
you
about
that.
being a part
like
of
James Harden, was he ever really, well, he is part of the community, strip
He's
community,
still part of the
turkey leg
community.
hut, and all that stuff. And he got Supermaxes every other day. Daryl Morey would announce a new Supermax. Like, didn't we just do a Supermax 2 weeks ago?
An
Yeah, but
extension.
we Supermaxed the extension.
Right.
We double Supermaxed them.
But and if you want to be part of championship organizations like the
Texans?
Astros and the Texans and the Rockets,
You're not going to be able to spend it all.
No.
You know what? Don't you want to keep this thing going that we built, Dal? That's what I would say. Like Kyle Tucker. How about we do this?
How would that play out for you?
$25 million a year, 5 years, $125. That's a lot of money, Kyle. Just sign it, okay? Just sign it now.
That's a lot.
Don't you want to win a championship, or do you want to go get a bunch of money and be a loser.
He's already
lot of money.
He's already won a championship. He wants to get a lot of money and be a loser.
Do you want to keep being a champion? Michael Jordan never went anywhere.
Well,
and he took discounts, and he
Did he?
Well, he made Scotty take discounts.
Yes.
And everyone
Scotty
else
took discounts.
How about Michael Jordan was the Scotty needs to quit complaining about his money. Just come in to camp. He was like Jordan was making 33.
Jordan was making
33.
Scotty was making 1.6.
Hey, I can't help it. That's just how much he's making.
He's the one. No, Scotty did the dumbest deal
Yeah.
He did a 10-year
But
deal.
Jordan was not. Jordan was maybe one of the worst teammates in history if you really think about it.
Ever.
He didn't even care about Scotty's financial. Now Larsa Pippen left him for Jordan's
Oh, my
son.
goodness.
He always loses
Earl
to Jordan.
Cureton died. Wow. 66 years old. Earl Cureton.
Oh, former Rocket.
Well,
Do you remember that? Earl Cureton was a Rocket, if I remember
remember
correctly.
him with the Sixers mostly, but yeah. Time to talk. For me, I remember the Chastains. You know what? I remember the Chastains every day. I go out to my my F-150, and you can get in your F-150 right now. The 2023s are on the lot for 1.9% financing. That's ridiculously low. Okay, 1.9% financing. It's February. They got to get the 2023s, all of them off the lot. So they're making deals. They want you to get in on these deals right now at Chastang Ford. You're going to find the best deals that you're going to find in the city. You're going to find a vehicle that you want customized exactly how you want it. You're going to find a vehicle that you're going to get all of the rebates, no add-ons, no markups. You're going to find that you love doing business with the Chastangs. They do more repeat business. It's amazing. It is amazing because I'm always going back. I've bought a couple vehicles from them already, and I will continue to buy vehicles from Chastang Ford because I love the way that they do business. You'll love it too. If the commercial industry says they're the number one Ford dealer in this city, you got to listen to them because it's all about the bottom line with the commercial companies. And listen, it's the same on the retail side as well. Looking for that Ford car, truck, or whatever pre-owned vehicle, ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown, Chastang Ford.
This is a place full of temptation for the easily tempted, like John and Lance. Dell, well, he's not so easily tempted, but that does not mean he's innocent. Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios inside the DraftKings Sportsbook Bar and Grill at the Golden Nugget Casino in Lake Charles, it's John, Lance, and the not so easily tempted Dell.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-7. Can I see one? Can I go to Twitter one time and not see Luke Combs and Tracy Chapman singing "Fast
People
Car"?
forgot about Tracy Chapman. Still a legend, still a star. She put on a great performance. Apparently, I didn't see it, but everyone was saying it was great. What? You don't have to look at it. Just mute the name Tracy Chapman.
It's every tweet. 1,000 people have retweeted.
Then mute. I just told you. You know how to get around it. You silence the mention of Tracy Chapman. You'll be fine. It's one day.
How about Patrick Mahomes Sr.? We haven't touched on that. It's unfortunate, dude. I wonder if this, if in any way, shape, or form, this does affect Patrick Mahomes Jr., because Patrick Mahomes Sr. was arrested for a DUI for a third time, per TMZ. Bond is reportedly expected to be set later today. How about that your dad, you're at the Super Bowl and your dad is in jail because he just is a – why don't you make $50 million a year. Make sure this man never drives again, ever. Give a guy a couple $100,000 a year to drive your dad every day so he stays out of prison.
I don't know if Patrick Mahomes has ever considered it. It's probably not something his dad would agree to. Probably something he would say, I want to drive.
No.
Unfortunately,
okay,
his father.
You've already had 2 DUIs. No.
Well, he's already had 2, and the first one should have learned the lesson, right? That should be an embarrassing experience because you decided for whatever reason that you'd rather try to get home while you're intoxicated and just test the odds and see if you get pulled over. Got pulled over once, and wouldn't that have been enough? No, happened 2 times, 3 times. If the man is so insistent on driving while he's intoxicated, I don't know that Patrick Mahomes could do anything to stop him. He probably said, "No, I don't want that." He probably refuse it.
We don't know. That. All I know is that it's now we don't know which one it is. But either they didn't do it, or he didn't want to do it, or whatever reason, he's now in jail. And I wonder if this doesn't affect Patrick Mahomes' mindset at all. I mean, your dad's in jail.
It happened Saturday night in Vegas. Patrick Mahomes has an entire week plus to refocus if he was ever out of focus on the game at hand. He's a great athlete, great competitor. I don't imagine it will crush him. And his dad probably won't be in jail. He'll be bailed out, right, by the time the game rolls around?
Yeah, I think they're setting bail today.
Yeah, so he'll be out. Now when media day hits, he can't be shielded. They'll ask him questions because he's going to be – it'll be whatever – I forgot what day they call it. It's just they call it something. And he'll be sitting there, and there won't be PR people saying, no, you can't ask Pat about that. Unlike normal weeks where they can kind of shield him, the entire world will be able to ask him questions about his dad now. So maybe it does bother him, but he'll have 48 hours between the last time he has to do anything and game day? I think it'll be fine, but it's rough on the family as a whole.
Yeah, I don't know if this is true. It says he's been charged twice. This says he's had arrest 6 times. This is his 6th arrest. I don't know.
No way.
But it's just gotta stop. Gotta stop, brother. Anyway, I don't know how it affects. I can't imagine it's a great thing. All right. Well, let's talk about it for a minute. I guess it just goes unsaid. You got the Chiefs this week because of Mahomes?
I got San Francisco.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I thought you were going 15-13.
No, Solis is, which he also went 15 over Lamar's 8. He said, "I'm just taking Mahomes over Lamar." Ended up being the right evaluation. That's all you had to do was pick your quarterback. He's doing the same thing with Purdy. But you know what? I watched Kansas City the whole year, and I like what they've done this year. They've gotten hot again. But I'll be honest with you, I I just don't think – I think taking a week off hurts their momentum a little bit. It gives Deebo Samuel an extra week to get healthy, which I think is a big deal. And I also I just think that San Francisco has too many weapons. I just think when it's all said and done, the weapons for San Francisco and I don't know. It just feels like Shanahan's finally going to get it. And I think he'll come up with a game plan that's good against the Kansas City defense. Of course, I like Mahomes better than Purdy. I mean, that goes without saying. But I also remember that for most of the year, it wasn't great for that offense.
No, okay. The best – Dell and I were talking about
Who's
this.
the best defense?
The best unit on the field of all the units.
San Francisco defense?
No, the Chiefs defense. San Francisco's been susceptible for the first two
Chiefs
playoff
defense
games.
has been fantastic.
True. Oh, yeah. Well, just in the postseason for sure.
San Francisco's
Well,
defense.
and the San Francisco defense has not been great lately.
No, it hasn't.
I mean, when the Ravens, they got their ass handed to them.
Why are they
the
favorites?
first half against the Lions?
Why are they favorites, do you think?
I can't tell you that.
I don't know why.
Because the Chiefs have scuffled this year.
Are they looking at all proximity? That doesn't matter, right?
The Chiefs in the second half offensively
But
have
San
been
Francisco
non-existent.
to Las Vegas, they're not looking at this from a home field advantage
The Chiefs
standpoint,
are
they?
closer.
San Francisco to Vegas, Kansas City to Vegas?
I think they're pretty
You think
close.
it's not about the
Well,
same?
it
not
is
about
Northern
that.
California. But, the reputation of the Chiefs during the season.
Current number is
they're a 3 seed.
Current
They
number
haven't
is San
played well.
Francisco -2.
I think it's the wrong side. I think the Chiefs have the better defense, and I think San Francisco, until proven otherwise, their defense has been susceptible. I mean, we know the Packers didn't take advantage of all the first half opportunities they had. The stat is out there. Been said quite a bit. 6 points to 3 red zone possessions. The Lions did anything they wanted in the first half, and they turned the ball over and
Chiefs
dropped
can't
passes
score in the
second
second half, though.
They can't.
But their defense doesn't give up points.
Yeah.
No, that's true. But this is, I think if somebody can find a way to exploit you, it's going to be Shanahan. The matchup between Shanahan and Andy Reid is a phenomenal matchup. I just don't – I don't know. Just something feels like I think the slowing of the Kansas City momentum with the extra week, I think getting Deebo Samuel healthy. I think Deebo Samuel and here's something else I don't love. I don't love the tackles at Kansas City. I love the interior guard-to-guard with Tooney, who's also going to be back. Trey Smith and Blake, who's the center from Oklahoma?
Creed Humphrey.
Yeah, Creed Humphrey. I love that. But the tackles are nothing special to me. I think Nick Bosa ends up having a big game. We had to do our predictions for NFL. I had Nick Bosa. My bold prediction was Nick Bosa with 3 sacks. And then MVP, Christian McCaffrey, and I have San Francisco winning that game. But if not, I mean, the new narrative, the new consequential narrative is no matter how many times you get there, now it's going to be not Cliff Kingsbury, but Kyle Shanahan cannot win the big game. That's what it's going to turn into is Kyle Shanahan just can't, he choked the lead for the Patriots, especially if it happens again. Choked the lead for Atlanta, choked the lead. I mean, a 10-point lead last time in the fourth quarter against the Chiefs last time San Francisco played them in a Super Bowl, and then we'll see what happens
Jimmy
this
Garoppolo.
year. Jimmy missed a throw. Yeah.
Are the 49ers? You talk about the Chiefs tackles. Are the 49ers going to be able to stop the run because they gave up over 180 yards to the Lions? Aaron Jones had a big day, so
and Andy
so maybe,
will commit to the run.
So
too.
maybe the tackles don't even come into play if they can run the football because the 49ers have not proven they can stop the run in these playoffs.
That's true. I mean, that's going to be and Kelsey versus
Pacheco.
Pacheco gets after it now, man. This dude. Yeah. I don't know if anybody runs as hard as Pacheco.
Yeah, he ain't Aaron Jones, though.
No, but the Lions had David Montgomery, and they rushed for a combined 180 yards. Now, Jameson Williams had a big reverse.
Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery.
But they'll design things, and the interior of that defensive front for the 49ers has not been good.
Here's Pacheco's games since December. Let's go since December 3rd. 18 carries, 110 yards, touchdown. 11, 26, touchdown. 18, 130, no touchdown. 24, 89, 1 touchdown. 15, 97, touchdown. 24, 68, touchdown. Against the Ravens, he averaged 2.4 yards a carry, but he scored of his last 6 games, he's got 7 touchdowns his last 6 games, or his last 7 games, I'm sorry. He's got 7 touchdowns his last 7 games, and He scored in 6 of those 7 games. He's going to put it in the paint if he gets close, and they're not afraid to feed him. Look at these carry counts: 18, 11, 18, 24, 15, 24. The game against the Ravens was not about how many yards you gain. It was really just about we're going to control this clock once we get ahead. It's 24 carries for 68 yards, but that's a really good Ravens defense. As you mentioned, as you noted, San Francisco not as good. So coaching is so valuable at Super Bowl time because the extra week to prepare. It cannot be stated enough. The team that can scout the best, that can implement the best, changes and script the best plays early on and put together the best play sheet on offense and defense. I mean, it matters more in a Super Bowl than any other time simply because not only is it the biggest game, but you have additional time to prepare for this game. The advanced scouts and on the pro side are doing a ton of work getting ready on all these players, where to exploit. So great, fun matchup. Brett Veach is somebody who's not talked about nearly enough to me. These two teams have done a great job. Veach has been kind of hit or miss with some of his guys, but then again, when he hits,
was a guy
it's a big hit.
He was the driving force to bring Mahomes to Kansas City.
He was one of them.
No. I read an article. Brett Veach was the guy for years that said Pat Mahomes, and he listen.
I talked
time
to Veach.
after time after time. He told Andy Reid, and
Andy
Reid even said it.
He
was bugging the snot out of me.
But you know who started it was Ballard, because Ballard had that area and was telling me when Pat Mahomes. So Ballard started it in the building. I talked to Veach after they picked him when he was just the assistant and John Dorsey was still there. And
we'll read the article
Dorsey
in the Athletic.
I'm sure what it says now. I'm just going after he got drafted. Veach told me how he said it was all Andy. Like Andy is the one who Veach was big too, but Andy was the one who really pushed
Andy
that
says
one.
he was bugging the snot out of him. Actually,
Yeah,
He
I'm
said
sure
he
Andy.
was killing
Yeah,
him.
I'm sure Andy says all that. Veach was part of it. Dorsey was not the big guy driving that. Actually, the GM at the time, John Dorsey. It was really more. Andy is the one who they made sure that he was ready. Now, what Veach did actually. Oh, no, it was Andy prepared him before he went on the board. Or somebody, maybe it was Veach, prepared him for what was going to be on the board. I didn't find this out until later because they talked about how quickly he picked things up. It turns out somebody who saw him at Combine prepared him for what to – like they gave him basically a cheat sheet so he would be really, really good on the board. And they're like, holy crap, this guy's unbelievable. Well, yeah, the cheat sheet.
All right, 713-780-3776. Whatever you want to talk about, we're live at the Golden Nugget Lake Charleston DraftKings Sportsbook, which is fantastic, fan-diddly-tastic. We got to talk right now about Daisy Dip. You're watching the game. Are you going to be at home? How about bringing it to a friend's house? How about you bring the chips and the dip? You bring the French onion. You bring the ranch, the creamy ranch, which is fantastic as well. This is a great party favor that you bring to whatever party that you're going to. You want to enjoy your chips, your celery, your carrots, your wings with the ranch.
Your celery?
Yeah, you drink celery, ranch celery.
We're just going if you like celery, but I'm just going wings.
Well, yeah, wings or whatever. Chips.
Some people do the
Ridge chips.
the vegetable plate where they do
the
cauliflower
and
and
do it with Daisy Dip. Okay? Make this party a great one wherever you're watching the big game with Daisy Dip.
Just two guys in their natural habitat, a sports book and casino. Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios inside the DraftKings Sportsbook Bar and Grill at the Golden Nugget Casino in Lake Charles, it's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Man, did you see CJ was dancing with everybody? What about Keenan Allen? He was doing a lot of dancing with Keenan Allen.
What's that dance called that he does?
The squabble?
The squabble.
Yeah, squabble
dance.
Yep.
What do you think of Keenan Allen? What do you get for Keenan Allen right now? There's a little debate going on Twitter.
What do you mean get for him?
Yeah, you
if
got
you
trade
traded
for
him. Maybe a third.
Maybe.
Slow, old.
Yeah.
You still get catches.
I mean,
but
there's too many good free agents out there.
Yeah. I mean,
I wouldn't mind Keenan Allen on the team, though.
It sounds good in theory. I don't know that he fits this offense.
Well, that's
a lot of running.
He holds over $34.5 million cap hit coming up, so the Chargers got a decision to make. So he could be a free agent. He doesn't believe he's going anywhere. I guess they can restructure, but there is a chance. And the news coming out of L.A. is that Jim Harbaugh's old pal, Greg Roman's going to have some position on the staff. The thought was he would be the OC, but that's not specified yet. But Greg Roman, the guy who they ran out of Baltimore for quote-unquote stunting Lamar's growth, is someone that Jim Harbaugh is looking to bring back. And I don't know how happy that's going to make Chargers fans, because if the passing offense in Baltimore wasn't great, all they want is for Justin Herbert to be used to the best of his abilities, and Greg Roman doesn't exactly have the track record.
But he was the guy, wasn't he? The guy that Lamar got his MVP under Greg Roman.
Yes, but you think about Greg Roman's history in the NFL: Kaepernick and Lamar. He accentuated their running. He accentuated their running ability, and that he built an offense around that. We don't know what he's like with a drop back passer, but he was at Stanford, right?
I think he was a scapegoat. I always thought he was a scapegoat for the Lamar stuff. I just think Lamar kind of got figured out and and they brought Monken in, and then Lamar cratered in the postseason. Lamar still has pocket issues from time to time when he's faced with certain elements. He's gotten much better. I don't think that was on Greg Roman. I think Greg Roman now, what is Greg Roman going to do with pocket passer? We'll see. That is an interesting team because their wide receivers are getting older, but they do have Josh Palmer. They don't have Palmer anymore. Yeah, they do. Right?
At least he was on the roster.
Quentin Johnston, they drafted. We'll see how he becomes. I had them trading out. My mock draft, I think, will drop either today or tomorrow at NFL.com, and I had them trading back with Atlanta and getting Terry and Arnold because they really need cornerbacks. So we'll see what happens on that one. What do you guys make of Cliff Kingsbury going to – it looked like Cliff was going to go back to USC, and then he changed his mind and went to Washington. Did the deal with Washington. I think that he's locked in.
He turned down the Raiders first and then went.
Turned down Raiders, then was going to go back to USC, and then ended up being a Washington Commander. Clearly, you got Dan Quinn, so he's going to be the head coach of the offense, basically. Cliff is. He'll have autonomy, I'm sure, over what they want to do. And then Bieniemy is under contract, but my guess is they'll get rid of Eric, and Eric's not going to want to stay there anyway. And so clearly they're going to take a quarterback at number 2. We'll see who that quarterback is. My mock draft does not have Drake May going there, just so you know.
By the way, how did you get any love for your mock draft?
I haven't. I
looked for it on NFL.
No, it hasn't. The editors make you turn it in, and then I don't know when it's coming out.
Oh, okay.
They act like it's got to be in it. It's a deadline. It's got to be in. Like, I'm still waiting for.
Yeah, I saw Daniel. They had Daniel Jeremiah's and a couple other guys, and I'm like, well, where's Lance's? I want to see all the comments. That's the important thing.
Yeah, they'll like some of my mock draft. They won't love it. I already know that the Commanders fans have already talked themselves into Drew May, so they're not going to like what I've done. They're not going to like.
May.
I mean, Drake May. I did it again. You know who he reminds me of? Drew Lock. I ended up calling him. I know, and I ended up calling him Drew May just now. So let's think about Eric Bieniemy for a second. Eric Bieniemy has had different. He interviewed here in Houston. He's had different job interviews for head coaches. He's never gotten a head coaching position. You can't really call it a race thing because there have been several other black coaches who got interviews, and many of them have been hired and in front office positions. Eric Bieniemy has an issue. Kansas City did not fight to keep him. Even when he wasn't going to be a head coach, Kansas City let him walk. They let his contract expire and then just said, you can try different things. We want what's best for you. And Eric is great. Eric is great. This guy needs to be a head coach. Why are you not keeping him on your staff then? Like, why, if Eric is so great and so valuable, why would you not keep Eric Bieniemy on your staff? I do think there is something to him and Pat Mahomes maybe not getting along great. And let's face it, Pat Mahomes is going to Andy Reid on a lot of that stuff. So I thought it was a great opportunity for Eric Bieniemy to get out there and show what he could do in Washington by himself without Andy Reid. The problem is Sam Howell had some moments, and he threw a ton, so people will point to, look how many passing yards he had. But that's really all they did. I mean, they just threw a ton. It was ineffective. They didn't score a ton. It wasn't a great situation for Bieniemy. It wasn't a great situation for Sam Howell or for Ron Rivera, frankly. But now Eric Bieniemy is going to find himself out of a job, at least a coordinator's job. You think there's any chance he goes to a Power 5 team and tries to become a head coach? I ask that because in the past it would have been the case, but now coordinators in college hate the college game right now so much. Liam Cohen, who's a highly regarded coordinator out of Kentucky, is trying to get into the NFL. Like a lot of these NFL
the Bucs hired him.
He did go there. So college coordinators are leaving. They don't even want to be in the college landscape anymore.
It's a promotion to go from a college OC to
but
an
they weren't
NFL
doing
OC.
that before because
college head coaches are going to OC jobs now.
Yeah, that happened too. Liam Cohen, yes, that is potentially a promotion. It is, although you would back in the day you'd want to. It wasn't that long ago where I thought college was probably a better job than many of the pro jobs, because if you could do a good job of recruiting, you could really own a conference.
And you got to think about Liam Cohen. He spent time with the Rams.
Yeah,
He's done
that's
a couple
true. He was an
stints with
NFL
them.
guy. Yeah,
yeah, and then he left to be. He was their coordinator in 2022, and then went to Kentucky after he was in Kentucky 2021. Look at this guy's run. He was the Rams from 2018 to 2020. Went to Kentucky in 2021 to be their OC. Back to the Rams, back to Kentucky, and now Tampa. So what is up with Liam Cohen?
I don't know. That's
what is
weird.
that about?
He's just heartstrings.
And by the way, all the coaches were the same. It's not like Sean McVay left.
Why was he bouncing back and forth?
Or Stoops left. He kept going back
John,
and forth.
do you care to elaborate? Like, what would your guess be? Why would he go back and forth? What salacious rumor do you want to put on him?
I don't put a salacious rumor on anybody. That's not what I do. I would never say something.
Did he have a girl in L.A. that he had to get away from? Then a girl in Kentucky, Lexington, he had to get away from? John? He kept reverting back and forth? Do you think that's what it was, John?
I would never do that to a guy, okay?
Never.
Just
put steroids on guys all the time, but nothing else.
Well, if they're steroid heads, then that's what they are. There's nothing I can do about it.
Okay.
I have no idea why this maybe he goes for a year back to college and he goes, I can't do this again.
But he didn't learn his lesson? He did it twice.
You would think.
And now
there's a lot of guys that keep going back to places they shouldn't, right? I mean,
what are you talking?
You're
talking
about?
You go back. What is he talking about? Then all right.
Don't do it. Don't.
Why would you go back?
I'll tell you where you can go back to. Home Bank is where you can go back to. Community Bank since 1908. Business and personal banking solutions for nearly any need. Competitive rates to help you reach and meet your financial goals. How about these competitive rates? An annual percentage yield of 5.15% on a 7-month CD. If you want a longer term, you can get 4.75% on a 14-month CD. The minimum balance is only $2,500. These rates are impressive, awesome, great, all of those things. Don't miss the great opportunity to stack up more returns on your money. You got to have at least $2,500. You probably want to put more in there, but you get 5.15% on a 7-month and 4.75% APY on a 14-month CD. River Oaks, Sugarland, Gulf Freeway, Baybrook, and Friendswood. Home Bank is here for you. You're looking for a bank that is going to meet your needs. Visit home24bank.com for more information. Home Bank, member FDIC.
You're on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Brian's like, guys. Yeah, I got my headphones on.
The
show's
show is called
back.
John and Lance.
The
But
show's
we're
back.
at the DraftKings Sportsbook here in the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles.
Yep, here in the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. And so the Rockets lose. I want to get back on the Rockets just for a second. It wasn't good news. The Rockets lose over the weekend yesterday.
Can we tell
I
a
should say.
real story? The Rockets, yes,
Sure.
they were terrible in the second half. You all saw the game. Anthony Edwards took over, and the Rockets' offense cratered.
Yeah.
Can we tell the story about John hurting his back?
Oh, yes.
What?
You hurt your back. What were you doing?
Hold on.
Years
That's
ago.
a long-
It was-
Hold on.
You didn't tell anyone else.
First of all,
I did
this has
too. I
never
had
been
to-
on the radio. I've always assumed this is a football injury. You've had a shoulder injury, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
A wrestling guy punched you in the mouth one time because
Yeah,
you're messing with
broke
his
my
girl?
tooth.
All right, so I knew about those things.
I told this before.
I knew you had a back injury.
I didn't know.
These two guys have never heard this, and I've been on the show with you for 20-some-odd
Maybe
years.
it was while you were
and
up.
I don't forget this. If I hear this, I never forget this.
When I was in Lafayette, when I was John Grant.
So you had a back injury. For those who also don't know, they forced him to change his name from Granado to Grant because
Too
in
ethnic.
South Louisiana they thought his name was too ethnic.
Yeah. Well, it was a New York woman who was there for and she was terrible. Anyway,
She just wanted you to. She just thought a name change.
no,
was
she
what you're
changed
supposed to do.
a few people's names, like Harry McCullough. She made him Mac McCullough
What
'cause
was-
that sounded tougher.
What was Wendy Oob? Wendy
Wendy Oob was Wendy Oob because
Th-
that's a
Thistleson?
Cajun name.
How do you spell oob? by the way?
O-U-B-R-E.
O-U-B.
Like Kelly Oubre.
like Kelly.
Oh, it's Oubre,
Yeah.
but it's oob.
Spell the same.
Yeah, but no. This is a German derivation. Kelly Oubre is not a German
Okay.
derivation.
So Wendy's got
anyway,
some German.
so well, I was.
I thought you were. I thought it was a football injury.
It's not a football injury. It's a rodeo injury.
A rodeo injury?
Yeah, I rode a bull, a live bull.
How did they get you on a bull?
They
told me-
asked me. I was.
And
I
you
was-
said yes?
Here's what happened yesterday. I'm seeing a bull. They have bull riding. First of all, a bunch of bull riders like came and took
yeah.
over the sports book
It
yesterday.
flipped from pickleball to bull riding
To
because
bull riding,
a
and
lot
they
of
were
people wanted to
packed here.
watch.
But I was on the lower left-hand corner. There was some bull, and this guy was limping real bad, and he was hurt. And I said, "Look at that guy, the bull rider. He's. I bet he's hating it." And John goes, "I've never been the same. My back's never been the same since I rode a bull." And I'm like, "What? I'm sorry. What now? I'm sorry. Excuse me now.
Never been the same.
What now?" So you were, going to a rodeo in Louisiana, just stuff you do.
No. I was covering the rodeo for the television station.
Right,
I was
you were a
I was the
sportscaster.
sportscaster.
Right.
I was the sports director of the station. I went out to the rodeo for a to do a pre, and they go, and they were like, "Hey, you want to ride a bull?"
See, and you know that they didn't think the answer is yes. It's like a joke, Brian. Hey, you want to ride a bull? And you said yes?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Why
Why
would
did
you
you
say
think it
yes
would be
to
a good
ride
idea?
bull?
It was a bad. Listen, I immediately regretted
Why
that
would
decision.
he ever think that's
Dude,
a good idea?
I want to tell you this, and they were like, "We'll give you a bull that's not crazy."
There's no such thing.
Right. I got in there,
Not the
and they're
rodeo.
putting my hand, and
Of
and like
course.
where I can't move my hand, I was like, "Wait a minute, I'm tied to this thing."
You thought he was going to get a
Secondly-
tame bull?
Wait a
Then
minute.
they put the bull. Oh, no,
No.
that's a buck and bronc whenever they strap their
Yeah.
nuts.
You think
Yeah.
they just have a tame bull for like wacky
not
events?
wacky sports guys?
Yeah.
Here's John Grant.
And then
The wacky
wait,
world
I'm
of
inside
John.
of the gate, and the bull starts pressing my leg against the wall, and I go, "Holy crap! This thing is really, really strong.
Yeah,
this
it's a
is
bull.
really strong. This bull." And as soon as they opened the gate, man, I got my hand out of there and I jumped off,
Of
and I
course.
landed right on my butt tail. And I compressed 2 discs.
Oh.
And I've never been the same since then. Never been the same. Ever since that.
Why didn't you just give it? You're up there anyway. Why don't you just give it a shot?
Are you crazy?
No.
How did
Oh,
they even
no.
let you on the bulls?
Did the bull?
I know.
I guess
now
the
you couldn't
yeah,
do it.
there's no
Did they
It
chance.
was
put-
1988.
Yeah, the
Did
rules
they
are
put little
different.
styrofoam on the
1989.
horns, or could you have gotten gored?
I could have gotten. Yeah, no, I could have gotten gored.
This
Why
is
do you
the
think
80s.
I jumped off?
This is the 80s. There are no rules.
Oh my
I
God!
absolutely could've
So
gotten
you
gored.
tried. You should have hung on and see if you could at least get to 6.
6.
Yeah.
I don't think I did .3.
It would take me a minimum of like 3 years to get ready to do a full 8 count on a bull right now.
Yeah.
Stop it.
It would take you. Okay.
A
3 years.
minimum
No,
of
that's
3
what I'm
years.
saying. I'm being
All right.
realistic. It would take a minimum
No,
of 3
I was
years. I'd have to do a
younger
lot of
then. I said,
sit-ups.
yeah, I could do this. Why not? Why not?
They
Wow.
didn't mean it.
And they put it on, and I was sitting at the desk going, oh.
What happened the next day? Were you in a lot of pain?
I
Like,
was
what
in
did
a lot
you
of
do the
pain
next
for a
day?
while, and then my back just went.
Did you have to go to the hospital?
No. And then
You didn't go to a
He
doctor
should've.
or anything?
No, nothing.
How do you know your stuff was compressed? How do you know it got
Because
pushed in?
because
Did you get your
I
disc
eventually had to have surgery.
So you got your disc pushed in?
Yes.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop
no,
it,
what?
training day. Stop it, training day. I know
he
where he was
caught me.
going. I know
He
where he was
caught
going.
me.
You remember the training day
No.
scene when they took him to the
Tuco.
gangsters? Well, not
You
really.
ever had your
Pushed in, and he saved himself because they saved his cousin earlier in the day. You remember that
Yeah.
scene? He asked you about
Oh,
getting pushed
yeah.
in. I know who
I
you
knew
are.
Dell would catch me. Damn
Oh.
it.
We got
So you had an X-ray eventually, and they said,
No,
what?
I couldn't walk eventually.
So it just was
It
never.
just got-
How do you know that was a disc thing?
He
Because
got surgery at
I
some point.
never had a back problem until that day. Never.
And then you went and had it looked at some point.
I had it looked at because I couldn't walk anymore. I mean, it got that bad. Yeah.
What'd you do the next day? That must have been brutal.
He went and did his job and could barely sit down.
I did,
Apparently.
yeah.
Oh, we got a nice bowl for you, John.
I had-
Okay.
And you had to play it off because you
I
don't want
had
to be
some
the
drinks.
Well, yeah.
yeah, I bet.
Okay.
Man,
And then
John
I-
in
and I went to
rodeo.
work.
Here's what John. My life has been terrible. I've done nothing. John has been in a gang. Literally had.
A
You
social
were literally
club. We call
in a
it
gang.
a social club.
The animals
We
were
were
a
the
gang.
socials. We were the socials.
No, you guys weren't the socials.
You were
No,
at a
you
gang, and Mel Murphy shot at somebody in a crawl space or something.
Okay.
That's a true story. You owned a company. Well, I don't know. Owned a
Was it a
company.
company?
You were
Was it-
called Odd Jobs Incorporated,
Was it-
where you were swindling people out of odd jobs.
Well, they did the work.
And you weren't
Just not
actually
great.
incorporated either, by the way.
No,
I
of course.
doubt that you filed paperwork for incorporation.
Really?
I would bet on
Odd
that.
Jobs
Yeah.
LLC.
Really?
You did that. You've been in a rodeo
Yeah.
as a bull rider. You've changed your name. You've peed in a bar in
the
Florida.
floor.
You ran on the field at LSU and grabbed the grass and put it in a bag after they beat the number one team, who happened to be Florida, by the way. What else have you done? What other
He
crazy
was a
stuff?
sideline reporter and uttered the term "they're blowing Reggie Bush."
Yeah, you said they're blowing Reggie Bush.
Yep.
You've been in a Cabo Cup, which most people have never
Oh
done.
my God! And you see this hat?
There's a
Cabo
hat.
Cup. Do you people have one? No.
All
Am
you
I a
did-
better person?
All you
Yes.
did was print
My
Cabo
favorite-
Cup on a
My
Titleist
favorite
hat.
thing is
Beat
still
it.
Odd Jobs Incorporated, followed now by Animals is back. Like, I have to go with Bull Rider. John Granado, professional bull rider, is definitely
Professional
I-
was strong.
Professional.
Okay,
is
that's
strong.
that's
It was a
strong.
short-lived career.
He didn't even.
0.3 seconds.
and
Did you ever
ruined
get a
his back.
surgery on your back?
Yes, he told you.
So you had to have a surgery because you
Yes,
decided to
because
get
of
on a
that.
bull.
Yes. I had to
So
have a
if
surgery.
you could go back in
It's still-
time and
it's
change
still-
one thing. Now,
Of course.
there's a lot of
Oh,
things.
that wouldn't be it.
You had a first
That wouldn't be it.
Well, he's got a
There was a-
daughter from
First
the.
I got-
marriage.
Yeah.
He got Steffi though.
Yeah, I got Steffi out of that.
What would you change then?
Oh, there's a couple of things I would change. Yeah. No.
Bull riding wouldn't be
Bull
It's
riding.
low on the list.
Bull riding would not be.
Even
low
though
on the list.
Even though it's affected
Although
his entire
it would,
life.
it's now thinking about it.
I would change going after that. I tell you what, I would change going after that disc that was in the thing. I would 100%. Actually, I also would be more careful going over the step. When the guy grabbed the purse, I'd have just let him have it.
Stop it.
So I
You didn't
wouldn't
stop
have
a purse
initially
snatcher.
hurt my foot.
Now I've done other things that I would go back and change.
Yeah.
I can't mention on the air. No, there's other things. Trust me. 713-780-3776 if you want to
I
get in
trust
here.
you.
All right. That's
trust
time for
you.
you to talk about
Oh,
underdog.
what John said was so unbelievable. He had to throw in "trust me."
There's other things I would change. Trust me. My trust is there that there are other things. My trust is also there in Underdog Fantasy and the Pick'em Challenge that they have. So it's going to be cool, right? You got the big game coming up. That's going to be this weekend, and you can play along with your Pick'em Challenge. There's going to be so many different statistics for you to take a look at. You have to pick between 2 and 5 players, but did you know you can mix and match your football high and low on the statistics along with your basketball? You can actually mix different sports together when you're putting together your Pick'em Challenge. If you pick 5 players correct, go higher or lower than the remember Card Sharks, higher or lower. If you pick that correctly, you are going to win up to 20, and actually it can be more than 20 times your original play if you pick 5 of them correct. It's legal in the state of Texas. It's real money, and it's a way for you to play along with the game, whether it's the big game coming up on Sunday, this upcoming Sunday, or you do have to go back and check on that. Sometimes I have them. It's a great way to play along with games. Makes the games more fun, and the real money part is also a lot of fun as well. It's Underdog Fantasy. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Download the app. Use promo code Lance. They'll double your first deposit up to $100. Must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You want the biggest and the best? You got it. Okay. Robin at Houston Powder Coaters, she's been doing this forever. Okay. Not forever. She's not that old. But she's got all the experience you could possibly want. She's honest. She's going to tell you whether or not your patio furniture is worth saving. She's going to tell you whether or not you just get new patio furniture. Okay. But if she can save it, and, if you get new patio furniture and you wanted the colors of your team, let's say, she had out there when we were at the golf tournament, she had a chair out there that were Astros theme. It was awesome. Texans theme, Rocket theme, whatever you want, they can do it at Houston Powder Coaters. They're fantastic. They'll save whatever it is that you want. If you're looking for the best way to save whatever that metal is, car parts, wheels, boat parts, your patio furniture, anything that's metal, your fences, your whatever, all you need to do is call 281-676-3888. Tell Robin you heard it right here. Or go online at HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
I know what you're thinking. These dudes have probably been up all night at the casino and sportsbook, as it provides every single vice they possess. And they're still here. They haven't left yet. Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios inside the DraftKings Sportsbook Bar and Grill at the Golden Nugget Casino in Lake Charles, it's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Let me ask you this question. And your commissioner is going to have some explaining to do on some things, Lance, okay? So let me ask you this. What is the most pressing issue for Roger Goodell this week? NFL officiating, playing surfaces, rule changes that need to be made, more diversity efforts with the coaches, and
What efforts?
international. Where are we on international NFL?
I think we're going strong. You know, they have international
In
player
Germany?
pathway, IPP. The international thing is the NFL is way out ahead of that. I don't think that needs to be addressed.
Well,
I don't think
no. Is it going too? Is it too much?
Oh, is
we
it
don't.
going
Do we
too
want
much?
it?
But that's not what they're
Do
talking
we?
about, right?
No. Yeah. Is this something that we even want?
It's not what you want. It's what Roger wants.
Well, that's a problem. See,
Yeah.
That's
I don't
what
care.
I'm. That's what,
I don't care what you want. They want to globalize the sport. Look how big football is getting. Football, actually, they do crazy numbers in Mexico City. They do crazy numbers in Germany. Has been insane. London has gotten insane. Like, it is wild to think that there's two things that blow me away. That when I grew up, when I was a little kid, I'd listen to sports talk with my dad, and there was a female lead in the city of Houston, Anita Martini.
Yeah.
You think about that in sports talk, you don't hear women on regional sports talk, and yet here I was as a kid, and it was just a known thing. She was one of the main sports people in Houston. Looking back on that, way ahead of its time. The second thing is that there was a World League of American Football that my dad actually coached in the first year.
So was Lisa. Remember Lisa?
Molosky.
Lisa Molosky.
Yeah, on TV. But
Yeah.
Anita Martini was like in the
radio.
She
right.
started in the
She and-
70s.
She and Edmund. Mike
Her and
Edmonds,
Edmonds were a sports talk
Yeah,
show.
right.
And so anyway, I also am pretty amazed at what became NFL Europe. My dad was there the first year with New York, New Jersey. They were the World League of American Football. He was with Mouse Davis. And they had the Rain Fire, the London Monarchs, the Frankfurt Galaxy.
Yeah, I remember.
And my dad used to go over, and he loved it. Barcelona Dragons. It's kind of crazy to think that they were already expanding in 90 and 91. And now you fast forward over 30 years, and it's huge not across all of Europe. The Spanish-speaking countries, there's still some countries where it's not as big a deal. But in Germany, it's huge. And they have international player pathway where they have a certain amount of international players that they try to bring in. What is it? From the Giants. Osamura. God dang it. The defensive end that used to be there with
O.C. Umenyiora?
O.C. Umenyiora, yeah. O.C. Umenyiora is a big part of their is part of NFL, actually, NFL Europe. So, yes, it is not slowing down anytime soon. The coaching diversity, there's really nothing Roger can do other than it's just something that's going to continue to grow and get better and better. But if it's not where you want it to be right now, I don't know what else they can do. They've incentivized teams to promote from within because you get third-round picks for players and front office guys. I mean, I'm not players, but coaches and front office guys.
NFL officiating.
That's got to be number one. Playing surfaces?
Playing surfaces.
Playing surfaces is an issue.
For the players, it's a big issue.
It's a huge issue, but the officiating is terrible.
Well, think about what's happening. I mean, now Chris Long tweeted out something that went viral. Now he understands that it won't be the field turf at MetLife for the World Cup final, but he pretty much said you're sending the most expensive ACLs to an ACL graveyard. That was the context of what he tweeted.
Yeah.
Now the NFL, at least that stadium, will gladly put in. Now there's context and everything, but they're gladly going to put in grass for the games they're holding in 2026.
That's what they're doing at NRG too.
Yeah, everyone has to. FIFA won't allow anything else for the World Cup,
right.
And yet the NFL on a week-to-week basis will tell you,
isn't that kind of crazy?
That it's safe. It's safe to play on those fields. Yet FIFA's like, nope, you're not putting our athletes on that.
I'm going to go with FIFA on this one. But isn't it amazing that you can grow grass? You can have grass that's, I presume. Now, we've seen them try to do grass here on a short-term basis. Like, remember that K-State game against Rutgers? It was one of those embarrassing for whatever the Texas Bowl was called, maybe it's just Texas Bowl, chunks were coming up all the time because it hadn't properly rooted.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're doing, but they're going to have to root the grass properly.
Well,
it's
they're
going to have
Well,
to be
now
grown.
don't forget this is in July.
It's in the summer.
In June and July, and they're going to do it right after the rodeo.
Yeah, but you're going to have to grow it outside because you can't grow it inside because of the way the shade, it would be brown and ugly.
Well, they've
and they're
had,
going to want it to
they've
look
had
good.
international games there since the
Yeah.
Texans went to field
Yeah.
turf, and it's been fine.
But they're not doing trays. They are doing it one full
One
field.
full field.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, they're not doing trays.
FIFA
Oh, because
FIFA's
trays is, they're not going to
FIFA's
put
not
up
gonna
That
mess
didn't
around.
work.
Yeah.
That's how the punter was running down the field and took out 2 ACLs.
So how are they going to do a whole field? Do they have to grow it inside?
I used to be an agronomist, but I'm not anymore.
You're not anymore.
Well, you went to NRG for the Copa America semifinal between the U.S. and Argentina. Was that trays, or did they have a whole field of grass?
I don't recall. It was I don't know. It must have been trays, I guess.
It was in the
looked
Chronicle
good.
this morning. They're doing a whole field.
It looked good, but what Arizona has is the way to do it. They have it actually built in where
They
it goes
slide it in.
Vegas does
yeah.
it too.
But they can't do that now.
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
you
Well,
can't
Vegas
slide it in.
They can't even open a roof.
Well,
by the way.
Vegas does it too. I mean, MetLife doesn't have that capability. They'll just plant the grass and let it grow. But the players are. I'm assuming the players are going to. Now it's 2 years from now, but the players are going to hear and go, "Wait a minute, you can put grass in there, but you won't do it for us on a week-to-week basis." For obviously the Giants and Jets play there, but all the road teams that go there.
The problem
too.
is it wears down and it can't
And football's
the way they
different.
built it. It's just too enclosed. They really, frankly, should have widened out the top. It would have been more expensive, but the sun would have been able to really hit it the way it needed
And
to.
there are different athletes playing at different games, and the grass is different. So there are a lot of things that go into it. But yeah,
European soccer grass looks like golf grass, and European soccer grass looks like it's the greatest grass
yes.
that you'd ever want to. You'd sleep on that.
Now,
stuff.
I've been on football on NFL fields though before that were like fairways.
Are they really that nice?
like in Denver and in Miami.
Yeah.
They were. I mean, it's perfect. You just want to hit 9 irons off it.
of course you do. But I guess you can't grow that in the Northeast. But the Giants have had grass at one point, flipped back to field turf. So I don't know, but I think playing surfaces, particularly when you watch the ACL injuries that happen, and one was highlighted on Hard Knocks. Well, this was an Achilles on Hard Knocks. Jalen Phillips blew out his Achilles on Hard Knocks.
Was Aaron Rodgers' injury because of that field?
Well, the most important player in Jets under season, but okay, it's fine. We'll continue to roll it out there. I don't think they have plans to change it.
Yeah. No. They have to change that field.
You would think so,
They
but
have to change
but they
that
haven't. They haven't come out and go, okay, we're done. We're going to grass or a different type of field turf in 2024. Apparently, the Jets have one of the more dangerous, quote unquote, dangerous field turfs, and they don't appear to be a team that's looking to change it. And yet,
I can't see how they're not. I can't. There's really, unless you are going to be able to, in the NBA, you can replay a foul. Why is it you can't replay a foul in the NFL or call for a foul and let them look at it? It's ridiculous that it's just about inbounds, out of bounds,
they
catch,
tried
no catch.
this. They tried the pass interference, and the referees were like, "No, that's pass interference. We're just going to keep
Well,
it the way
because
it
the
is."
referees, they got
Slows
their
the game
hurt out,
down
their butt
too.
hurt.
Yeah, and they wouldn't be again if they don't seem like the type who are going to appreciate.
I think one thing that's probably not talked about is that in basketball, there's no second game you have to worry about unless you're on Christmas or whatever. In football, there's a definitive timetable, the 12 o'clock game, the 3 o'clock game, the TV thing. They want it in and out. It stays pretty. Is there a chance that games extend beyond what they should if you have like how many times do you get to
do it differently? The ref doesn't have to run down. Have a guy in New York that looks at it and makes a decision. Right. How many times are we watching the game and we go, okay, well,
I'll tell you the biggest.
It's been 5 minutes since we knew already
problem.
what the answer was.
Here's the biggest problem. I hate the idea of, because we know how often you could call a holding call where it's borderline or illegal. They have to let the cornerbacks get their hands on them a little bit. Like, we can't do this thing where you just have to have perfect footwork and you're guarding a guy who's running forward while you're running backward. You can't touch these guys at all. That's a 5-yard penalty. That's going to be illegal contact. You could technically find an illegal contact or a holding a lot of times, but they don't want to be over officious. Like, sometimes you got to let them play, right? You let them. We say that in basketball. You got to let them play in basketball. don't you have to let them play some in football too, especially guys who tackles are at a disadvantage a lot of times playing backward. Cornerbacks are at a disadvantage. I'm all for calling the penalties, but, man, there's some of those that are like ticky-tack that they would have to call penalties. If they called – if it was a big third down and they said, let's go change,
you only get a couple of them. If it's a huge play at the end of the game, you save it for that. If you wasted it on a frivolous try, then it's on you. Okay, maybe once or twice a game you have that you can call it on a penalty. All right, but if it's a penalty, it's a penalty, and it's got to be egregious. All right, that's what you say. Sorry, it's an incidental contact. No foul. But if it's and we've seen egregious penalties that haven't been called or misses that have been called, and you say, what the hell, did you just ruin this game? They've got to be able to overrule these referees, because that's one of the only things that ruins the NFL right now is officiating.
But we still saw, I think there's things they still aren't doing a good job on the basics. Like, that's the bigger concern right now, is making sure the basics get taken care of. We saw them try to do some of the things you're talking about, and it wasn't successful.
No, but they
in a 1-year deal,
because the refs pushed back.
But is it going to be unsuccessul again?
Well, I don't know why the NBA refs aren't pushing back. Why Major League Baseball umpires didn't push back, but NFL referees are. Well, no, we ain't doing that.
Well, strike zone is a strike zone, and foul is foul, and that's just. This is more. It's a fast-moving game. Basketball, yeah, I could see that. But also, is it out on this guy? Is it out?
You called him out at first, and he was safe at first. We're going to go look at it.
I just think with both players moving at a high rate of speed, a lot of times, it's just.
Well, that happens in the NBA, and they do look at fouls.
Is there something that you're bothered? Like, is there something been egregious that you're thinking of where the foul wasn't called? That should have been?
Yeah, the Kansas City game.
Kansas City against Green Bay?
Yes.
That was a bad one, but I don't know that there's enough of them where you change the whole rule structure again to do already what you tried and didn't work.
There have been plenty in history. The Saints
I get
can
it, but
tell you.
I know, and they changed it, and then they didn't like it, so they changed it back.
Well, they didn't like it because the refs didn't like it.
But I don't think that changes.
We got to break it here. I got to tell you about 975safe.com. My man, Derek DeSola, he is the guy that is going to take care of all of your safe needs. You know, Houston's Safe and Lock is like half of the safes in this city come from Houston Safe and Lock or King. And it's the same company. So you go to 975safe.com and you'll see you can go to the location that's nearest you. You can do it online, but I like to look at stuff. And when you get over to Westheimer and the Beltway or Chimney Rock and I-10, you're going to see that there are fantastic. I mean, when you see their showrooms. And here's another thing. They have a warehouse full of safes as well. So if you buy a safe one at a time, you're going to, if you're the retailer, you're going to pay more for it. Well, Houston Safe and Lock has a whole warehouse of them. So they get them at a discount. And you know who gets the savings passed on? You. You can start at about $600 or $700 for your safe and go up to all the way up to $12,000. It depends on what you're looking for. But if you've got a gun in the house and you've got kids, you want to lock it up. All right, the kids are not going to be able to break into the safe. If you've got money, if you've got jewelry that you want to protect, you want a safe. If you need a safe, gun safe, commercial safes, jewelry safes, home and office safes, 975safe.com, 713-522-5555. Tell Derek you heard it right here.
just two guys in their natural habitat, a sportsbook and casino. Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios inside the DraftKings Sportsbook Bar and Grill at the Golden Nugget Casino in Lake Charles, it's John and Lance.
Welcome back here live at the DraftKings Sportsbook where we just love it. Now, you can get here on Sunday. You know, you can get a room Sunday night. You can't get into the DraftKings Sportsbook for the big game. But you've got all kinds of other places that you can go here. You can watch in the casino. You can watch it in the Blue Martini. You can watch in the Cadillac Bar. You can watch. Don't worry, you won't miss the game. But you can bet on it here. You just can't watch it in the DraftKings Sportsbook because it's full. But if you want to come and watch the game here in Lake Charles, the Golden Nugget, you can do it. And you can get a room here. There's still some rooms available, but I would hurry. Go to goldennugget.com/Lake Charles.
Hey, what do you guys think about, before we get to Knopfside, what did you guys think about the idea of going after, now this guy has some injury history too, but Chase Young? Instead of spending more on Jonathan Grenard, would you want to just keep your own guy?
What's he going to cost?
More than Jonathan Grenard.
Yeah, then I'll take Jonathan Grenard.
Would you?
Yeah.
Over Chase?
Why do you think the Commanders just got rid of him?
Well, where did Chase go?
To the Super Bowl.
That's but I mean that's the style that D'Amico would love to have on that other side. You got two big, strong dogs coming at you off the edge. I think D'Amico would love that. Well, who wouldn't love to have a healthy Chase Young? But I can't be a hypocrite if I have a concern about Jonathan Grenard's health. I can't just say that I'm cool with Chase Young's because Chase Young has been an unhealthy. He's missed more games than Grenard, I think.
Is a third-round pick, does it hold, I guess, enough value?
That's what they gave up, right?
They gave up a compensatory third. Are they not going to pay him after giving up a third?
That's the thing. They don't have a lot of cap space right now, and you didn't have to give up a whole lot for him. They gave up a rental price potentially. I think they may let him walk because Purdy's going to get paid soon.
So they traded him just for the run. I mean, they traded
I
for
think
him
there's
just for
a
this
chance, but they let him. But you are going to get a third, like depending on how you play the free agency game, you'll get a third-round compensatory.
Well, they traded a third-round compensatory for him.
Yeah, basically you'll get a free.
So they'll get it back?
Yeah, I mean as long as they allow – well, it depends on who they sign, but they don't have a lot of cap space, so they'll probably lose free agents. They may draft them if they – here's how it works for compensatory. You have to lose more than you sign, and then the contracts cancel out based on how much if Chase – Young went somewhere, he's going to go for a high dollar contract. It'll be worthy of a third round, the highest return. If you sign a guy for that same level, they cancel each other out. But I don't think they'll have the money to do that. So yeah, they could basically just get him for free.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just didn't know the rules on that.
All right, we got to play. This is our last segment before we hit News of the Weird. So we got to play stuff that we missed this weekend. One thing no one missed because it's all over the internet is Mac in a purple headband and a purple jacket for whatever reason. Is there a reason? Is there some significance to the purple?
Yes. Drank.
Yeah, purple jacket.
Yeah, it's going to be lean. The coating that the promethylene or whatever. Lean, which killed Pimp C, by the way. See, this is why.
And he mentioned Pimp C.
There's a lot of people who are like, this is great. This is great. You notice he doesn't mention Bun B. You know, lean, I get that it's part of Houston, culture and all that stuff. It killed Pimp C. It's really dangerous. They got Mattress Mac looking like a cartoon. Now, whoever is, he really loves all the stuff that happened with him.
People love this thing.
And it was funny when they first did it, but now he's doing stuff where he's in slabs, which is okay. That's kind of funny. Once you're in with lean and they got Mattress Mac looking like a cartoonish character where he's putting Jolly Ranchers in the Sprite cup and the Styrofoam cup, which presumably there's already lean in there, right? You put the Sprite with the lean, and then you've got the Jolly Ranchers for flavoring and color or whatever. This, to me, was probably too much for Mac.
Well,
and Pimp C died from lean.
Yeah.
And he mentions Pimp C in there, which clearly he has no idea. And probably the marketing person doesn't even know that had him doing that stuff.
Or maybe somebody who wrote it there's a reason Pimp C is in it.
Yeah, but because Pimp C is legendary in Houston. But he didn't mention Bun B. You'll notice
Well, he's
that.
doing lean, and he mentions
Bun's
Pimp
not a
C.
huge fan probably of lean since his partner died from it.
Yeah. Here's Max say this video.
Did you get chopped and screwed by a competitor who said they were going to hook it up, then went ghost when it was time for your delivery? Here at Gallant Furniture, you know, we stay knocking on doors like Pimp C and Little Kiki. And you know when you cop from Gallery Furniture, in 4 hours or less, our delivery team is going to show up and show out because we don't do it for the clout. This is what Gallery Furniture and we are all about. We can't leave you riding dirty on that hand-me-down sofa. We need you to shine so clean with that new from Gallery Furniture. Text me, Mattress Mac, your triple OG partner from the north side at 281-844-1963. I'm going to plug you in with $600 off your purchase of $2,000 or more because a real hustler like you got to be living life. And if your credit is all up, you know I run it like Chameleonaire and Slim Thugger. Pull up to any Gallery Furniture location. We're going to fight to get you financing like when I fought Muhammad Ali many years ago, the greatest of all time.
It's a lot. He's got a purple headband. He's got a purple puffy jacket on.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's a lot. The whole video's a lot. And so basically now he's leaning into the Houston thing because people, somebody put the headband, the Tupac headband on Mattress Mac after he was screaming and yelling at people in Philadelphia. And, it was funny. The people, so many people have gotten tattoos of it. They put a mural up. Now he's just leaning completely into it. So, yeah, that's what – if you see the commercial –
Does he not have enough brand recognition where this isn't necessary?
No, he likes the attention.
I guess, but at some point – wrap it up, old man.
He said something about the border and about the National Guard versus Biden or whatever, something. I was told this, and then it was met with some unhappiness on Twitter, and then he deleted it real fast because he wasn't everyone's, like, he was really kind of falling off, and then the hurricane came, and Mattress Mac did so much for hurricane people, and that's and the Astros won, and it just, like, he's exploded ever since. And now I just think he's riding it into like, I'm just going to ride this wave, and yeah, I'll shout out Lil Kiki and the North Side and Slim Thugger. I guarantee he's never played any of that. There's not one of those songs on his whatever he plays music off of, but
him reading that is like kind of like me doing.
Now, first of all, who did it better? You did it way better. You reading the diss track from Nicki Minaj was 100% better than. Why are you gonna hook it up on the north side and get that good and the real?
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that just Mac. How much more furniture?
This is
can
what
you
I'm
sell?
saying.
I mean,
this is
you
what I'm.
got enough.
Enough is enough, right? I guess it's never enough, but
I love him.
Come
but
on,
man, oh man. I don't know. And I don't think he knows the significance of the lean.
I don't think he does.
No, he has no idea
and
what
the
he did.
And the
he has
name
no idea.
that he mentioned and all of it. It's like
Yeah.
All right. I did cringe when I saw that one. That was a lot of people think it's really funny and they like it, but for me, I'm like, I don't know, that's all right.
All right. We got to see. We didn't even get into Michael Porter, and we got to do that. We got to do that tomorrow.
Here's the weird.
Your favorite, Michael Porter Jr.
Michael Porter.
He said some things that people weren't thrilled about.
Yeah.
I watched some of that on the podcast.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who was he talking about?
He's talking about WNBA players getting paid.
Oh no! I saw it where they were talking about light skin.
No, this is something.
Oh,
else.
they had a hilarious.
No.
They had a hilarious light skin discussion that was really good, actually.
Hey, Lance and we went to Republic Boot Company. It's on 11th Street.
How
in the
cool
Heights.
is that place? You want to talk about a vibe? I don't like saying that word. It's gotten kind of played out, but this is. You walk in and you're like, I feel kind of Yellowstone-y in here.
No,
it feels pretty cool.
It is. There's Texas history. They have, like, from the 1930s. Okay, they have from the they make the boots from machines that were created, that were built in the 1930s. Mm-hmm. That's they keep the same. I mean, they're not doing it any different. They have the best. When you walk into Republic Boot, the first thing that you notice is the smell. It is incredible, but it's all about an aura and a history Listen. They've got a bar there. It's open bar. They never charge you. Everything you go in there and you drink. And on Friday afternoons they have bands. You could go there just drink and watch the band and have a good time. I'm telling you, you're gonna buy something. I walked in. I saw a suit jacket, and I was like, I gotta have that. I have to have that.
You got it.
I did. I bought it. They've got but they've got rodeo ready boots. They've got rodeo-ready jackets. They've got rodeo-ready everything right now.
Hats.
At Republic. Oh, the hats are perfect. This is the place where if you want Texas, if you're from Texas or you want Texas, Republic Boot Company, 1133 East 11th Street in the Heights. I'm telling you, it's perfect. Go to republicbootcompany.com.
Weird.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Before we go, I want to talk about this DraftKings Sportsbook, how awesome it is. This is the place to come and get your NCAA tournament on here. March Madness here at the DraftKings Sportsbook in Lake Charles is the place to come. Go to goldennugget.com/Lake Charles and make your reservation for a table here because it's going to fill up. It's going to be full. Just like the Super Bowl is full, it is going to be full here. So get your reservation on now. Make your plans to come here. It's the best place to watch your games because it's so much fun. We've been in casinos before for the tournament. It's the best. It is the best because it's nonstop action after action after action after. So if you are a big fan, if you go to Vegas all the time, just come here instead. Be a lot cheaper, a lot easier to get to, all of those things. GoldenNugget.com/Lake Charles. All right, news of the weird. The Florida House passes a bill that would ban children under 16 from social media. How do you think that's going to work out? Kids under 16 cannot be on social media in Florida.
Did they just decide, hey, let's come up with a rule that we know we can't enforce?
I know, but man, that's such a good rule. I mean, honestly, if you had all of the, if you were able to take,
Well,
we
you're
complain
in the
about
middle
it.
of that.
Yeah, we complain about it all the time about social media, and then when somebody wants to do something about it, hey,
Well, how you're
going
to
learn
enforce
to
it is
twerk?
another
How are
thing.
they going to learn to twerk?
So instead of so this is
It's
one,
not you're not going to be
So
able to
this is
enforce
one
it.
where, hey, instead of your parents having control of the house, we're going to have the government tell the parents what can and can't happen?
Well, what you need to do is, and actually they're doing this. Social media sites are now creating age verifications or something like that, which is great. I mean, I think it's fine for kids to have to wait because a lot of that stuff is.
Well,
I mean, porn can just be on Twitter. There's nothing you can do to stop it anymore.
Well, and listen, they tried to stop me from driving before I was 16. Couldn't do it. Tried to stop me from smoking before I was 16.
Drinking?
Drinking before I was 16.
Yeah,
couldn't do it. So
You're
I
able
mean,
to fight through the rules.
No. If maybe they're not going to be able to do it, they can try.
You can try to put it in place, but what's going to happen if are you blaming the parent?
Well, here's
or
what you
the
do.
kid breaks the rule.
You got to put some teeth in it. They immediately are imprisoned.
Okay.
Kids are
If
the
you're
parents.
caught on it, you're in prison, and the parents are in prison, and the kids are in prison.
Okay.
So you want
minimum 20-day sentence.
So social media breaks up homes, is what you're saying,
Right.
or the enforcement of the rule breaks up homes.
I'm just telling you, no. What it's going to do is it's a deterrent. You want to go to prison? Then keep on looking at that, the facial, the skin care regimen of when you're 13 years old, like
Sounds
my
like,
daughter.
A Turkish woman has filed suit against her husband for not showering often enough. Do you feel like
fine.
she should be able to sue?
Yeah,
no one
Yeah.
but
wants
it
a
works
stinky
both
person.
ways.
Right. You best not stink.
Don't be stinking.
Yeah.
Okay.
You better smell good.
On to
woman.
the next story. On to the next story.
The new
Don't be
survey
stinky.
says Italian is now the world's sexiest accent, like it always hasn't
I
been.
saw that.
That's ridiculous.
Who looks for an Italian accent?
It's the sexiest accent there is.
According to who? What
Madonna.
survey? What survey?
Hey.
I've been telling you, people been giving me olive oil baths in the bathroom of a Burger King for years.
That's not sexy.
Using both the hands.
No, that's Argentinian.
Yeah, but kind of
That's
Italian.
Baldo Savarino, I think is
No,
who
that's
it
not.
is.
That's not
That's
Baldo
Bal-
Savarino.
That's Baldo, from what I remember.
Yep, that is Baldo.
So in Alabama, Frederick Bishop was up for parole, but the parole board voted 2-1 to not let him be paroled.
Okay.
To send him back to prison.
All right.
Unfortunately, he's been dead for 10 years. Okay.
Don't you have to?
You would think.
Huh.
You would think that they would know that.
That's tricky.
From
Okay.
a parole board hearing, don't you actually have to talk to the parolee at some
I would
potential
think
parolee at
that
some point?
he sits in front of you.
Yeah, and at least that's what I see on TV. I'm not sure how it goes
I have
in real
seen
life.
some of the Alabama judicial system stuff and some documentaries before. It ain't great. I don't feel like they really got their stuff together, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I don't think they could put a little enough time into this one.
Yeah.
At trendy Japanese cafes, customers are now enjoying cuddling with pigs. Do you want to cuddle with a pig at your favorite Japanese trendy cafe?
I know this from watching Japanese game shows on YouTube. They're willing to try some things. Like they're willing to – they don't go by, hey, what's the trend? They're saying, yeah, you know what? We'll just set the trend.
I feel like a cafe and a pig. I just want to eat part of the pig. Like the point of me being in the cafe is to eat part of that
Can you
pig.
kill this so I can eat it
Yeah,
now?
fry it up,
Yeah.
butcher it, so I can eat it. Thank you.
He will forever be in our hearts. Apparently, we just had Groundhog Day.
Yeah.
Well, in Bullitt, Kentucky, the groundhog died on Groundhog Day.
Well, why are they
But
doing
you
that
think
Kentucky? That's not where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's always in Kentucky.
Punxsutawney Phil is always in
Oh, it's
Kentucky.
he's in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
But no, they do Groundhog Day in a lot of places, not just in.
Well, now
Maybe
your
he was
groundhog-
killed.
Now your
Maybe he
groundhog
was
dies.
poisoned.
And I mean, he died on Groundhog Day.
Maybe somebody in Pennsylvania said, I want you to go down there, kill that groundhog they have. They're trying to
horn in
on our groundhog business. I need him dead. I want his house.
Pennsylvania
I want him dead.
Dead.
I want his house burnt down to the ground.
Dead. I want him dead.
I want him dead. I want his family dead. I want his house burnt down to the ground.
Hey, I got to talk right now. Paul Gallant is next right here. And we didn't even give away one thing on his show. That sucks. We need to do that.
Well, we got to ask Sean beforehand.
Yeah, we did. Sean, nice job not giving us anything. We got to talk right now about Daisy Dip. Hey, my peeps over there at Daisy Dip are saying, listen, you got the big game coming up, or whatever game it is that you're watching. Daisy Dip is here for you. Enjoy. Bring it to your friend's house. When you go and you're going to bring – what are you bringing for the party? Bring something. How about bringing Daisy Dip? The French onion dip or the ranch dip. Bring some chips, some Ridge chips. That's fun. Bring some pretzels. Bring a veggie tray with the Daisy Dip. Because you can't have a veggie tray. You going to eat carrots without some kind of dip? No. That's ridiculous. So if you're a good person, you're going to bring Daisy Dip. We're done. Paul Gallant next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You all have a great day. We'll talk to you again tomorrow from the DraftKings Sportsbook.
Stroud, pressure coming. Spins out of it. Oh my. Jump ball. Oh my goodness. Not a jump ball. Is that 6 for Chase? What a throw and catch.
Hey, I know it's the Pro Bowl, but you can't throw it better than this.
Did you see that? Holy guacamole. Guys, that's our quarterback. Yeah, C.J. Stroud, Rookie of the Year, should have been a legitimate MVP candidate, should have been a legitimate Pro Bowl MVP candidate. Check that, Pro Bowl games MVP candidate. And at the Pro Bowl games, guys, yesterday, C.J. Stroud looked like the best quarterback in the National Football League. Now, was it partly due to all of the people that opted out of the Pro Bowl games? Sure, but after coming in for Tua Tagovailoa, who wrongly started over him. He was 10 of 11 for 110 yards and 2 touchdowns in 1 quarter. 3 touchdown possessions. And led all quarterbacks at the end of the game with 173 yards on 18 of 22 passing. Even more, did you see when he handed the ball off to Keenan Allen, who then threw it across the field to Evan Ingram? Yeah. CJ Stroud is just making plays out there. And I thought, because really, the audio can't do it justice when you hear highlights, right? You need to add a little something just to know how special this was, because I'm sure, like me, you didn't actually watch the Pro Bowl games. I didn't watch them. I just saw the highlights after the fact. I'd rather, saw my leg off or go on another American Airlines flight that lands at 1:30 in Houston. That's what I'd rather do than watch the Pro Bowl games. So I didn't watch it, but when you hear this highlight, you're just going to hear how sick what C.J. Stroud did at the Pro Bowl games was.
Spins out of the pressure.
Throw into his left.
Coming from Witherspoon.
And just effortless. That ball has no wiggle to it either. That is a pearl spiral.
Oh, yeah. You throw a little music, little ambiance underneath it. Oh, my Lanta. Can we get a little more C.J. Stroud? Because he wasn't just doing the Pro Bowl games. He was doing the Pro Bowl skill competition. Oh, man.
C.J. Stroud, greatest rookie season of all time.
All time?
All time.
I don't hate that.
I hear it.
Oh, he smacked that.
Absolutely.
Come on now.
Man, that dummy is flying, too.
He is a dot specialist, y'all. He is out here singing.
Tip off.
Yeah.
Ooh.
He's putting those on the line.
He is. He's trying to throw them things through. Nice, nice. Look at that. He's just like clockwork.
Man, I'm still always enamored at how tight he spins the football.
Yeah.
It's a pretty throw, isn't it?
Oh, pretty.
Oh, watch
Cheesecake
out.
throwing motion for young kids.
Ooh. Yeah.
I don't know if CJ's throwing motion's safe for young kids.
Brian McDonald
It's not
behind the
safe
glass.
for work.
I don't think it is. This is not safe for work. What you saw from C.J. Stroud at the Pro Bowl games yesterday was sexually explicit. Sexually
It had
explicit.
those announcers feeling some kind of way.
Some kind of way, indeed. I mean, you hear all the noises they were making. I thought Tony Romo was horny while watching football, but those Pro Bowl games announcers watching C.J. Stroud tear it up was incredible. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we now find ourselves in the midst of Super Bowl week. Now, we're just a mom and pop sports talk station, you know? You'd think that with the backing of ESPN that we would be able to get out to Las Vegas and be on Radio Row. And guys, guess what? We have. So while John and Lance and Dell are at the Golden Nugget, I am actually doing this show from Las Vegas on Radio Row. And I know we're not the big corporate flagship station, right? We got to sometimes fight an uphill battle. But if you think that we're not going to use this entire week to, one, force unnecessary Texans content into your ear holes, and two, bring on random guests who don't want to be there all week long, we're doing it. Now, they don't know I'm here, okay? They don't know that I'm in Vegas, BMAC. I had to...
You have some sort of invisibility cloak?
No, I just looked awesome. I mean, you know me. I dress really well. And if you dress really well and just walk by people...
You just blend in.
Exactly.
Yeah, you look like you're supposed to be there.
I look presidential. So no one's going to stop me. But right now, I mean, I am in a kind of weird place. I'm basically around this corner in the men's room in a stall. And it's really going to be difficult for us to get guests to Radio Row. But we are here on Radio Row. And guess what? Yeah, you heard what we said. All the Texans content you can handle. We are going to out-flagship the flagship station. We're going to bring on the biggest names, and we're going to force them to talk about the Houston Texans. Just like the afternoon show back at the flagship, once tried to make Jim Nantz talk about Deshaun Watson, we're going to do the same thing.
Please tell me we can get Bill Romanowski on this week.
Ooh, I would love to get Romo on.
What about Rudy? Is that guy that played Rudy still alive?
I don't really want him on because he's like a less successful me, right? I mean, Rudy never played in high school.
Was he never at all district safety?
No, Rudy was like the Matt Castle of high school, and I based that on absolutely nothing. But I'm not sure that Rudy got on the field in high school. But your boy, me, I did.
Paul Gallant, greater sign, Rudy.
100%. Now I have to figure out a way to make a movie so that I can monetize.
Who would play you in the movie?
Well,
trick question. No one's good enough. You're gonna have to do it yourself.
It has to be me. Maybe Colin Farrell. I'm not 100% sure. So we're going to be forcing a lot of Texans content down your throats this week. Like, is C.J. Stroud a choke artist? Oh, you didn't think that curveball was coming in the first segment, did you? Well, guys, yeah, C.J. Stroud, he was 18 of 22. Threw for 173 yards. The best quarterback out there. Threw for a couple of touchdowns. One of them, the one that he threw to Jamar Chase, was sacks. But, guys, did you see that throw that he had to Keenan Allen in coverage from the 5 on 4th and goal? Is C.J. Stroud going to be able to win the big game? If C.J. Stroud can't find Jamar Chase again in the flag football skills competition of the Pro Bowl games, if he can't find Jamar Chase for the game-winning touchdown in a game that actually the AFC won, but the weird skill challenges in between the game means that the NFC won. If we, as a fan base, don't see C.J. Stroud win the actual Pro Bowl games, can we take him seriously as a quarterback?
Who was his coach yesterday?
I don't know, Brian.
I thought it was Peyton Manning, was it not?
Oh,
Peyton Manning couldn't beat Florida. C.J. Stroud can't win the Pro Bowl.
That's true, Brian.
I mean, the connections are right there.
And on top of that, on the other sidelines, Eli Manning. And Eli Manning's won 2 Super Bowls. Peyton Manning, 2-2 in Super Bowls. And honestly,
didn't deserve the second one.
Didn't deserve the first one either. I mean, the first one, the defense
they're
won
playing
it.
Rex Grossman, though.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll give him that one.
The defense won that one, though.
Okay, fair point.
He played. I can't believe he won the MVP in that game. Should have been Joseph Adai, but that's a random side note.
Shout out to Sharpstown's finest.
I didn't know he was a Sharpstown's guy. Interesting. From a bitter Patriots fan who was pissed that they made it because the Patriots blew a 21-3 lead in the AFC Championship game. But yeah, that's true. It could have been on Peyton Manning. We could blame Peyton, but Peyton Manning was the one who chose to go back to C.J. Stroud and not to I want Patrick Mahomes jersey after I lose to him in the playoffs, Tagovailoa. He went back to him. So Manning believed in Stroud. Stroud, though, at the goal line, wasn't able to get it done. So I'm sure that the flagship is talking about that. So we dot our I's, we cross our T's, and we are going to deliver from Radio Row in a bathroom stall. Not a handicap one. I wouldn't do that. We are going to give you all of the radio content you can handle, Brian. It's going to be something else, but you got to trust me. You got to trust me. Sometimes we're going to bring on interesting guests. And right now, okay, looking to my left in this stall. Oh, someone appears to be here. I think that we might have our first guest here at Radio Row. You know, we're going to have to wait a moment before we can bring him in. But this is honestly maybe the best guest we've ever gotten. Okay, so he's tapping his foot next to me in the stall. And now we welcome on Radio Row, live from Las Vegas in the men's room of Radio Row, Al Pacino. Al Pacino. Yes, that Al Pacino. Godfather Part 1. Godfather Part 2. That Al Pacino. We have him on.
You're not including Godfather Part 3?
No, that didn't count. That didn't happen. Also from Jack and Jill and other really good movies. Al Pacino, he's here, and it's time for us to ask him about the Houston Texans. But he had some thoughts on something that we saw in the world of gymnastics over the weekend. I don't know if anyone saw what was going on. And look, Al, you were very, very animated with me when we met in the bathroom moments ago. But what were your thoughts on Livy Dunn's performance at the gymnastics meet over the weekend?
She got a great ass. And you got your head all the way up it.
Oh, I don't, Al.
When I think of asses,
Al.
woman's ass,
Al.
something comes out of me.
Al. Okay. We
He
might.
doesn't seem very worried about getting canceled.
He doesn't. He doesn't care anymore. Al, I don't even want to ask you about the Texans anymore because you, of course, made it inappropriate right away. But I hear Al.
Do you think he has some thoughts of Hannah McNair?
I'm gonna figure that out in a moment. But I think that might be an off-the-air conversation. I want to know, Al Pacino, do you have anything to plug? Because it is Radio Row. Generally, people who stop by, they have something. So, Al, what do you got for us?
Al Pacino!
It's not Al anymore. It's Dunk.
Dunkachino?
Don't mind if I do.
What's my name?
Dunkachino.
It's a whole new game.
Dunkachino.
You want creamy goodness? I'm your friend. Say hello to my chocolate blend. Attica, lucky light. This whole trial is out of sight. They pull me back in with hazelnut too. Caramel swirl, I know it was you. Everyone wants my Dunkachino. Can't get enough of my Dunkachino. Kids from 7 to 17 lining up for my Dunkachino. What's my name?
Dunkachino. Dunkachino.
So there you go, guys. Al Pacino for Dunkachino, his new coffee brand, and he did that in the stall with me. That was uncomfortable for me. Al, we appreciate your time.
And not even the handicap stall. You guys were face to face.
100%.
Tight quarters.
Very tight quarters. He is Brian McDonald and for Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 coming up next. Okay, we didn't even get to set odds on who's going to do what over the course of Super Bowl week. But an unexpected player has probably already stolen the week by getting busted by the cops. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
gay host, Paul Gallant.
I'm going C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud for the MVP.
Hey, rookie, too, so it's his first time. You know, he's going to want to ball out.
Peyton Manning believing in C.J. Stroud. Good thing or bad?
Well, not believing enough to start. He's fake.
Good point.
I mean, you're a Patriots fan. You know how fake Peyton Manning is.
Good point, Brian McDonald. Good point. So that was Peyton Manning on the Pat McAfee show on Friday with his prediction of who would win Pro Bowl MVP. Did C.J. Stroud win Pro Bowl MVP? I'll be honest, I actually don't know who won Pro Bowl MVP. It should have been C.J. Stroud, but since the AFC lost, I'm assuming that couldn't be the case. So there you go. Hey, guys, there's lots of C.J. Stroud content to get to today. It's the first day of Radio Row for the Paul Gallant show in Las Vegas. We are in a bathroom stall there, and we had Al Pacino on in the last segment. But okay, we're gonna talk about the Houston Texans all week. Okay, yeah, they're not in the Super Bowl, but I mean, this is a football town. Or is it a baseball town? I forget. I think it was a basketball town.
I think we're currently football town.
Well, hang on, Brian. It was a basketball town. Basketball town on Tuesday. It was a football town on Wednesday. It was a baseball town on Thursday. So today's a football town though, because Houston is a football city, and this is Super Bowl week, even though the Texans aren't in it, just like the Oilers were never in it. So this is a football town, and we have to talk about the Houston Texans when we're at a bathroom stall on Radio Row. So here is what I thought was honestly the most insulting moment of the entire weekend. We're going to cram that C.J. Stroud content into your ears. Here is Ryan Clark of ESPN during the Pro Bowl games with C.J. Stroud with the most Debbie Downer question you're ever going to hear.
CJ, there were so many highs and positives in this season. You know, you had the only game of your season under 100 yards against the New York Jets, but you also are injured and you're out for 2 weeks. What was that time like for you during the season?
It was tough, man. You know, football, it comes with injuries. You know, y'all been there. We all have been there. And during that time, man, I really just leaned on family, leaned on my faith, and really just knew that I would come back, and I didn't want to knock any rust off. I just wanted to go back straight to playing well. So, honestly, I was watching some film as I was out, and it actually helped me a lot, you know, actually kind of being out because rookie year is long, you know. So I think I was, in a sense, God trying to, like, just protect me from maybe my own self. So I really just really took that time off to get better just internally.
Hey, CJ, what was it like when you lost by 1 million to the Jets and got injured? Was that bad?
I mean, here we are. That was, what, February 4th, and he's asking about Week 14?
Got it. Got to ask the tough questions.
It's the Pro Bowl, Ryan Clark. Relax. Why are you asking about a Week 14 game?
It's the Pro Bowl games, but Ryan Clark wasn't playing any games right there.
Oh.
Because he is a big J journalist or something. Analyst? I don't know. I don't care. Hey,
big A journalist.
He is a guy with a voice on one of those Speak for Your Pizza shows, who I'm sure are up to some riveting content at radio/TV Row.
Right now they're talking about how Dan Orlovsky shows he's still got it in precision passing contest.
I saw
That's the topic right now on Talk for Your Pizza.
Well, listen, I mean, since this show has at times wondered about its own athletic prowess, shout out to Dan Orlovsky living the Paul Gallant dream.
Was
out
he
on
ever an
national
all-district
TV.
safety? I'm guessing not.
Honestly, he probably could have been. Let's be honest. He's pretty
I mean,
athletic guy.
Connecticut, though, that doesn't count.
Yeah, you know what?
You were an all-district safety in Florida.
Now, the lowest level of high
That's a football
school
state. Connecticut's not a football state.
Lowest level of high school football in Florida.
Why'd you throw in that detail?
Well,
I was pumping you up here, and you threw in that detail.
I don't want an expose piece about me while I'm here on Radio Row in a bathroom stall in Las Vegas. But look, over the weekend I was skiing. I go to a television, and I'm thinking to myself, hey, while at the ski lodge, we're having a couple of beers after getting a couple runs in, and I'm looking up at the TV, and I'm like, man, I'm so glad I'm not doing a show today. I just need a break. Pro Bowl week is pretty lame. Nothing's going on. I see on a graphic on television on Friday at about like 11 o'clock or so Eastern time, is Brock Purdy elite? That's the subject that they were talking about on one of the Speak for Your Pizza shows. Back and forth on that, and now is admitting that he's wrong about Brock Purdy, which he shouldn't have, because Brock Purdy's not that good. I think we all know that. He's good, but he's not in the same category as Stroud. He's not in the same category as Mahomes, and he's probably what are we doing? What are we doing? Seriously, what are we doing? How much do these producers get paid, by the way? I know the B-Mac, you probably wonder.
I'm assuming more than I do, unfortunately.
I'm assuming they make more than both of us combined.
That's definitely possible.
ESPN producers, and this is the content they're coming up with on a Friday. Like, is Brock Purdy elite? Like, it's not 2012 anymore. Good God, people. Good God.
But did we ever solve that, Paul? Did we ever find a definitive answer?
We don't need to. We don't need to. We never needed to, okay?
All
you
questions
just
need
know.
answering.
If you have to ask if the person's elite, then he's not elite. That's how it goes. You just know if they are. You shouldn't need to ask if someone's trying to bring it up into a debate.
It was like that the thing.
Catches, but you do know what elite is. That's how it works. So, Super Bowl prop bets are a deal, and mybookie.ag promo code bet975 I'm sure has some awesome prop deals. But I wish that there were more accessible lines. Things that you could gamble on that are perhaps dark. Maybe things that you could find only on the dark web. Because I would have loved to find a website to wager on who the first person to be arrested at the Super Bowl in Vegas would be. Because odds are at least existent that a Chiefs player or a 49ers player, or I would have put all my money on Jackson Mahomes being the one to screw it all up. That is the younger brother of Patrick Mahomes, who is a taller TikTok star. He is legitimately the worst. And I know that in the past, we've looked at him. Is he a product of society? Maybe he's a product of TikTok and China getting into our kids' minds. But the kid sucks. And I guess he's an adult now, so we can't even call him that. Anyway, I thought he was going to be, for sure, the one who gets popped. Nope. It was Daddy. Patrick Mahomes Sr. was arrested, and it wasn't at Vegas. He didn't even make it to Vegas. He was arrested in Texas on suspicion of DWI. It's the third time that he has been charged with driving while intoxicated. The charge is a third-degree felony and carries a sentence of up to 10 years in prison if he is convicted.
So in the same weekend that his son could get his third Super Bowl ring, Pop's got his third DUI bust.
Right. And a lot of people are putting up memes from The Dark Knight Rises. They're showing Michael Caine nodding to Christian Bale's character at the end.
When they're in France at, like, the bistro?
Yes, and they're making the comparisons between Patrick Mahomes' dad and C.J. Stroud's dad. It's pretty messed up, but I did chuckle a little bit because C.J. Stroud's father is in jail. Patrick Mahomes' dad is perhaps facing jail time. Whatever the case, I thought to myself that this would have been fun to bet on the dark web. Now, I still would have bet on Jackson Mahomes, but I did find some dark web, not mybookie.ag, promo code bet975 odds for Super Bowl week. These, I think, are fun ones. Most likely to get in trouble. It's definitely still Kadarius Toney. It's definitely still Kadarius Toney. It's just his nature. And I don't even mean necessarily something that is going to get him in trouble with the law. I mean, will Kadarius Toney end up getting suspended by the team this week? I think there's a chance. And it's interesting. A Chiefs coach said that they're hoping to bring him back into the building. It feels like right now they're trying to get him back in, but I don't know that you'd want him in. I think
even beyond like his off the field, problems, like what he's done on the field isn't good enough for you to put up with any of this.
Right.
Like, what is he doing for you in the field that is worth like bringing him in and having him be a distraction?
Reminding the other wide receivers did not line up offsides. Like, I think by his presence, it's like, hey, make sure you check in with the line judge when you get on the field. It's a basic thing that you learned at the high school level when you first started playing wide receiver. So I think Kadarius Toney, and this is per the dark web apps, plus 500 to get in some way, shape, or form in trouble. There's very, very, very big, broad brush that we're getting right here. Most likely to sell out or be an influencer, take your pick. Andy Reid. If you're a food place this week and you're looking to promote your brand, Andy Reid is the guy that you just need to just hand him your food. You don't even need to have you don't even need to make this into a commercial or a fancy production. Just walk by, make sure that there's branding on whatever packaging of food that you have, and you just hand it to Andy Reid. And if somebody's nearby, picture gets taken, boom. Instant publicity a la Taylor Swift and that stupid jersey jacket she was wearing that's now apparently netted the wife of, I think, Kyle Juszczyk, like millions of dollars. Like, that's all you need. You just have to have a hefty fella, a fatty boom patty, like Andy Reid. You need to have
him. He walks down the field, he's holding like a Carl's Jr. bag, boom.
Yeah, exactly. That works, Carl's Jr. But I think we got to. This is the boutiques time. If you're a boutique restaurant,
okay, is it maybe like a steak and shake or
no.
Shake
Shack. What is this amateur hour? No.
I don't know.
These are fast foods. These are fast foods. No, we need to artisanal food trucks. Like this is their moment to shine. Like these corporations and their fast food. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Andy Reid's a man of the people. He wouldn't sign up for the artisanal stuff.
No, he would.
Okay.
He would. That's what I mean.
Disagree.
If you slide him like a cold wad of cash with that food that you put in his hands, boom. And then most likely to put his foot in his mouth, Nick Bosa.
Yeah, it's a lock.
It's a lock. It's Nick Bosa. I kind of want to hear Nick Bosa's takes. I would like
about the election,
about everything. I just want people to ask him all the questions that they want to ask Joe Biden. Just ask Nick Bosa and see what happens.
Nick Bosa needs a response ad to the Travis Kelce Pfizer ad.
Dude, I would like to see that. I just want chaos, honestly. So that's what's happening.
Some people just like to watch the world burn, Paul.
that's what I am. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call. It's a text. Coming up next, we've got the 10-minute drill, an alarming statistic that says, honestly, all the bad things about us as a country. You'll hear it next as we go around the NFL. Stick around. text on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, live from a bathroom stall, not a handicap one, at Radio Row, Las Vegas, Nevada. Honey Glazed Branham texts in, Paul, I don't consider you a fabricator, as you come off trustworthy. Thank you. However, I'm having a hard time believing you're broadcasting from a Las Vegas bathroom when I haven't heard a single drunk person interrupting you or someone dribble pee on your shoes. These are the perks of a stall. Now, it isn't the comfiest seat to sit on, a stall and do a radio show.
Yeah, don't even ask where he put the Comrex unit.
I don't want to even know. I'm wearing pants while sitting on a toilet. It's kind of just weird, right? Because, these public bathrooms, they don't have seat tops. It's just hanging there. So my legs at this moment in time, I've been sitting too long. They've gone numb. And we are waiting for the next potential Radio Row interview. We are very lucky, though, that we did get Al Pacino live from Radio Row in Las Vegas. Make sure you check out the podcast for that. Do you guys want to hear more from C.J. Stroud, Houston Texans quarterback? We'll hear more from him later on. But we're going to be talking all Stroud and all Texans all day long. But first, we need to have a conversation as a country. Did you know that this many people watched the Pro Bowl games? I'm stunned by this. I am legitimately stunned. The attendance for the Pro Bowl games in Orlando, Florida, was 55,709 people. That is insane. That is a stadium with a capacity of, I believe, 60,000 or so. So that many people are watching. I don't even want to hear what the ratings are. Because I'm sure that the ratings are going to indicate that this somehow, some way, was the most watched sporting event of the weekend. And I get it. It's on ESPN. There's not a lot else going on, right? Still a bit of a dead period in the NBA. Still a bit of a dead period in college basketball. But are we serious? 55,000 people, check that, almost 56,000, showed up to watch a flag football game in Orlando, Florida. If you're going to go to Orlando, there's only two reasons to go. It's Disney World or Universal Studios. And you better have kids if you're going to those two places. It's ridiculously over-the-top expensive unless you live in state. One of the perks of living there when I was living there. But that's the only reason you go to Orlando, Florida. So you got people that are, instead of taking their kids to these fine amusement parks, they're going to watch an effing flag football Pro Bowl game. Are you kidding me? I don't even want to know what the ratings are for this. Why do people watch this?
No idea, but I do think we're going to get think pieces about Florida maybe getting another football team coming out of this.
No way. No way.
If 55,000 people show up for a flag football game that no one cares about, someone's going to make the idea out that the Florida should get a fourth football team.
Well, B-Mac, everyone, little secret about Orlando, Florida, everybody who lives there wants to die. So maybe they thought that by watching the Pro Bowl, they could find the sweet release of death. I don't know. They could find.
Or maybe they're just here to see our new Lord and Savior, C.J. Stroud.
That could be it too. But I'm always stunned by the Pro Bowl numbers every single year.
It's not that far behind. I actually looked up the average attendance for NFL teams this last year. Chicago was the lowest at 61,000. It's not that far below the average attendance for the Chicago Bears. The Chicago Bears are an historic franchise. It's only 6,000 more than the Pro Bowl games.
Insane. I don't get it. But hey, people need things to pass the time. Bill Belichick wrote a heartfelt thank you letter to fans that was in the Boston Globe on Sunday, and I cried when I read it. That's all I got. I don't want to read it again. I don't want to read it. I read it, and it was a lot. I was on a plane. I'm just reading this. I just started bawling my eyes out. I grabbed the person sitting next to me in the middle seat, grabbed his sleeve, and just wiped my eyes on it and blew a little snot on it too. He was very understanding.
Because he too was reading the same article.
He saw it. We both saw it together, and we held each other afterwards. But let me read a little bit. The Patriots are the only NFL team representing 6 states, but in reality, Patriots Nation knows no borders. You were undaunted by weather. That's true. I was so tough going to those cold games. Braved Foxborough's coldest, wettest, snowiest, and windiest days. Your thoughtful letters offered support, critique, and creative play suggestions. That's right. I sent a lot of those. You watched on TV, the internet, and from your stadium seats. You traveled from coast to coast and internationally. Numerous times you overtook opposing stadiums and were the last fans standing. 6 times you packed Boston by the millions for parades that were truly a two-way expression of gratitude and love. The images from those days are burned in my memory. You may have even enjoyed my fashion sets. Oh, and Bill, he's so Bill. And press conferences. Together we experienced some amazing moments.
Paul, you're really brave to have gotten through that. I'm proud of you. You got through that.
You're going to blow my nose on my shirt.
Right? Do it right now.
Actually,
just
I
hit
can't
the
do
cough
that.
button.
This is the new D'Amico Ryan shirt that I got. I can't do that. It's brand new. Brand spanking new. I don't think going to a Super Bowl game would be worth it. I do thank my stepdad and my mother for bringing me to Super Bowl 39, and my Uncle Len as well. It was fun. I think we went not because of the Patriots and Eagles being in the game. My stepdad's an Eagles fan. Patriots, I'm a fan of them. I think went because my mom is obsessed with Paul McCartney, and he was the halftime show. I'm named after Paul McCartney. Fun fact.
Are you really?
Very thankful that we got to go. But we were not buying a suite. So things were a little bit more reasonable. It was an awesome, awesome time. Philadelphia fan on the way in called me an R word and asked my stepdad, "What's the deal with your R word son?" Which was an all-time moment. I laughed at that. Christian McCaffrey's mom and Christian McCaffrey apparently are unable to get a suite for the Super Bowl because some of these suites are going for like $300,000, $420,000, and $2,500,000. Seriously? Yeah. And apparently, Olivia Culpo, though, Christian McCaffrey's really attractive Instagram fiance, guess what? She bought the suite. She bought the suite. She's not even on OnlyFans. How about that? She doesn't even have to do that. Honestly, someone like that, you would think, like, what?
It should be printing money.
Is there a way, like, is there a certain level that you're like, yeah, OnlyFans is beneath me? Because honestly, if
you're beneath millions of dollars.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like I
haven't reached that level yet.
I'm not that proud. If I'm hot, if I was a hot like, because it clearly is not for hot dudes. It's not. That's not what it's all about.
Not on average, no.
No. We can check
Although
on.
some people might think you have an audience for that.
No, I see. I don't think so. But if I'm sorry,
we play a rejoin that suggests maybe. I don't know.
Got to use what you got. Vontaze Burfict. Remember him? He had a funny quote that we heard over the weekend. Vontaze Burfict famously played for the Cincinnati Bengals. Some argue that he's the reason that Antonio Brown has completely lost his mind because of that hit that he gave to him in a playoff game between the Steelers and the Bengals back in the day. Burfict says he only played dirty against one team, the Steelers, because he hated Pittsburgh. Honestly, if you're a Bengals fan, publicly you're hating that he said this, but privately you love this. Said Burfict, I didn't hit people after the play all the time. Just the Steelers. Bleep the Steelers. That's exactly what every fan base wants to have a player say. Even if in today's NFL, it's a really difficult thing to get one player to just hate on another team. But Vontaze Burfict, there he is. I didn't hit people after the play all the time. Just the Steelers. Bleep the Steelers.
Feels like you'd respect that sort of mindset. Like, I mean, I could see you having that same sort of mindset against Colts players, hypothetically.
There's a long list of teams.
Yeah, I see exactly. I think you identify a little bit with Vontaze Burfict.
I booed David Tyree when he got honored at Syracuse University for the helmet catch.
Did you?
That was my sophomore year. It was the season opener. I booed him. I had no shame about that. I was like, F him. Screw him. That catch was lucky as hell. No business making that catch, and Asante Samuel had no business dropping the pass before. The Washington Commanders have a new offensive coordinator. It's Cliff Kingsbury, and some are believing that this is going to lead to Caleb Williams pulling an Eli Manning or John Elway, and despite a team at the first overall pick likely to draft a quarterback, they are thinking that he is going to try and find a way to force his way to D.C. It'll be very interesting to see what happens on that front because of their USC ties together. Very brief USC ties, but they had USC ties. Paul Gallant, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in. To text in as well. You can join on youtube.com/ESPN Houston or on twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. Up next, I was out on Friday. Shout out to Fred Davis stepping in. There are some things that took place over the weekend in the world of Houston sports and in just the world of sports that we need to relive and discuss. Paul Gallant Show, stick around.
Back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios and your favorite 10 to noon sports talk host, Paul Gallant. Give him hell, Paulie.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. A comment. Paul, you would definitely have an OnlyFans audience. Just keep telling yourself all your buyers are women. See, that's what's going to happen. The only people that hit on me are guys. Just saying. Occasionally I get hit on by women, but the only people that hit on me are guys. Go look at some of my Instagram posts. Notice who is commenting like, ooh, hot, ooh, hey. It's almost always guys. And then I'll get a couple of DMs from the same people over and over again who are still trying. I just haven't responded. Maybe I need to respond Do I have to politely let them off the hook? Or should I keep allowing them to inflate my ego?
The latter. Easily the latter.
Yeah.
It's an online comment. You don't owe them a response. Right. It's not like they came up to you in person.
No, that's true. That does happen as well.
In that case, yeah, let them down. But online comment, no. Just let it inflate your ego.
Just leave it there. Right, because sometimes, I mean, as my mother says, I'm running out of options. Sometimes you just...
Maybe not.
Sometimes
you just got to open the
you
other
just
door.
Don't have any options. Right, exactly. Okay. A lot of things happened over the course of the last 3 days in the world of Houston sports. So a really quick version of in case you missed it. The Cougs got womp-womped by Kansas 78-65 Saturday in Lawrence. The Cougs were number 4. I'm sure that they have dropped in the rankings if those have been released yet. Kansas, meanwhile, number 8. Kansas killed them, statistically at the very least. They shot 68.9%. It's the highest any team has shot against the Cougs during the Kelvin Sampson era, per ESPN stats and information. They also out-rebounded the Cougs 40-24. So, this is not a game that I paid a lot of attention to since I was on the slopes in Killington, Vermont. But with all of the losses that the Cougs will have in the Big 12 this season, this is their 3rd, still in first place. Every single Big 12 loss is good for them going forward, barring some sort of injury, some sort of setback. And there was an injury in this one. Javier Francis hurt his hip. He's 5th in the Big 12 in block shots. Kelvin Sampson said afterwards that they're not deep at that position. But he did say that this loss was a good learning experience, and then said, we don't have to come back here, but don't forget, they have to come to Fertitta Center. So we'll see how the regular season finale between these two goes. It's on March 9th. I'm going to be hard-pressed to get mad about any loss that the Cougs suffer in the Big 12. I really believe in this idea that iron sharpens iron, and that the Cougs being in the Big 12 for the first year is only going to help them come tournament time. But you do see some of the difficulties that they maybe have with size, seeing as the Kansas has some very good players on that team. One of them 7'2". Also in basketball, Houston, basketball town? Houston, baseball town? Houston, football town? Well, and Cal McNair spend big money on Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson. The Houston Rockets made a big move, but it's for really next year. Over, I believe this was on Thursday or Friday. On Thursday, they traded Victor Oladipo and 3 second-round picks to the Memphis Grizzlies for Steven Adams. For those who don't know Steven Adams, he looks like Khal Drogo from Game of Thrones, Jason Momoa, except for actually is huge and actually is athletic as hell. He is injured. He has a knee injury. It's going to cost him all of this season. But next year, great addition. I love watching Adams play. I think that at times he was maybe too good of a teammate to Russell Westbrook because he was giving him all those rebounds that he could have had. Patted them up, patted those stats a little bit. But Adams is a hard-nosed player that's been on good basketball teams, and I love this trade, especially as somebody who can step in for Alperen Şengün when he comes off the court. This is the Adrian Wojnarowski write-up. Rockets front office believes Adams brings the toughness and leadership that Coach Ime Udoka craves for his team, and that he can still impact games in a limited role behind Şengün. And I agree with that. And you're going to have to get used to this incredible Steven Adams Stan account that I found on Twitter, and it's just essentially straight Steven Adams propaganda every single day. Steven Adams is number 1 in Grizzlies franchise history in win percentage, plus minus per game, offensive rating, net rating, offensive rebound percentage, offensive rebounds per game, single games offensive rebound total, single season offensive rebound total, single season offensive rebound percentage, assists per 100 possession for a center, and assist to turnover ratio for a center. How about that? That's who the Rockets just brought in, baby. Steven Adams, championship next year. on the table.
I do love the compliment for Alperen and Jabari Smith because both of those guys aren't like the classic banger inside. They're not going to pick up the fouls or guard the bigs that like they faced with Minnesota just recently. So yeah, I think if Steven Adams is right, if he's healthy and he can give you 20, 25 minutes, I think he's a perfect complement to your other two bigs.
Yeah, I think that is someone that you want to have also just because he has been there and done that. I think you need more men and less, no offense, kids, because a lot of these young Rockets players are exactly that. Yes, they are over 18 years old, but you get what I'm saying here. There's a maturity element with all these Rockets players that was made worse by the Steven Silas era. Obviously, the most immature of all of them, Kevin Porter Jr., is out the window, but you do wonder, okay, what is the Jalen Green experience going to be? And it is interesting if you take a look at what happened over the course of the weekend. Like, Green had some good moments on Friday, but statistically not his best night. The Rockets smoked the Raptors in a game that was huge for both Cam Whitmore, a kid, 25 points, and Ahmed Thompson, who had 19 points. But then yesterday, they got smoked by Minnesota, who's tied for the lead in the West at 35-15. They lost 111-90. Jalen Green sucked. Green was not good. He missed his first 6 shots. He had a really bad miss under the rim. He did have 7 assists. It's nice to see his assist numbers going up. But when you're having rough performances by guys like Jalen Green, who seem to be more and more expendable by the day, it's nice to at the very least have in your back pocket for next season, hey, Steven Adams, some depth when it comes to the Rockets' big men.
It clearly shows you what Udoka thinks this team needs because the veterans that he's putting around this young core are all pretty much the same sort of hard-nosed defensive mindset type of players that would fit in his system and they could help him pass that knowledge in the scheme on to the younger guys.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what you're looking
with
for.
Dylan Brooks and Steven Adams.
Yeah, I like
it.
I'll be honest. Like, I want my football team to, I want my basketball
play
team
like a football team.
To one, play like a football team, and two, to be able to beat the hell out of another team if there was some sort of squab, some sort of roadhouse style squab. I want to know that my team would
like
win.
The one Donovan Mitchell got into over the weekend?
I did not see that.
Oh, you didn't see that? Okay,
I didn't see that.
Yeah, look it up after the show. He took a forearm to the nose and got a little upset about it.
I want my team throwing forearms to the nose. I want Dylan Brooks doing Dylan Brooks things. I want Steven Adams doing Steven Adams things, which is just, playing physically. And I want all these other teams that they go up against to wince at the prospects of driving in the lane. I like it. I'm sorry. Does that make me a barbarian? It might. I don't care. I want to have a basketball team that can beat up other basketball teams.
Sometimes the barbarians win. That's okay.
100%. Yeah, just ask the Romans. R.I.P. in peace. Jim Harbaugh had his introductory press conference with the LA Chargers, and as you would expect, the hour-long press conference delivered in every single moment. First, here's Dean Spanos, the owner of the Chargers, introducing Jim Harbaugh, talking about a storm that had happened the day before.
I told him how appropriate it was that his press conference was scheduled for today. He asked, why is that? I said, you're bringing a storm with you. It's supposed to rain all day Thursday. There was a brief pause, and he replied, Dean, we are the storm. Coach, well said. Thank you.
We are the storm. I mean, that's a good way to get started. A television reporter by the name of Jim Hill and Jim Harbaugh had an exchange in this press conference. This was also just vintage Jim Harbaugh aggressively telling somebody something.
Coach, this is I'm Jim Hill of KCAL 9 News. Congratulations.
You're a legend.
No, you're the legend.
You're a legend.
No, you're the legend.
Legend.
Believe me, you're the legend.
Oh my God. How long do you think it took for Jim Hill to not have a pants tent after that? Ego pants tent. I mean, my God. You're going to be walking out of that room with a big old bleep-eating grin on your face after Jim Harbaugh called
how
you a
could
legend.
You not?
No, I would.
It'd be in the open by tomorrow.
100%. I would play that every single segment. I was told over the weekend that I should play me predicting the Texans having a 10-7 record by my friends up who I went to college with. They're all like, you should pat yourself on the back more for when you get your predictions correct. And I don't believe that's right because I think predictions are stupid. Everybody has them, and that some come true and some don't. I don't think anyone is more informed than anybody else when it comes to predicting things that happen in sports. I really do not feel that way, whether you're a gambler or something else. But in a situation like this where somebody called me a legend, yes, I would 100% play that all the time. There's a difference.
Yeah, it's about like inflating your personal ego versus like, oh,
Yeah.
I got a random number generator right.
Right, exactly. That's just how I look at it. Here is more Jim Harbaugh at his introductory press conference on Friday. Arriving as head coach of the LA Chargers is very similar to him to Morgan Freeman's character Red in Shawshank Redemption.
If I could describe it to you, it'd be like Morgan Freeman, Shawshank Redemption, Red, so excited that I find I can't sit still or hold a thought in my head, what a free man would feel before a long journey. And I just want to make it across the border, want to shake my friend's hand. That's how I feel.
I'm very confused, but it's a weird one because it implies as well that he's been in prison for a while, and I don't know that being a Michigan man could ever be a prison.
Well, I don't know. We'll see how it goes with the scandal. But yeah, does he get the question later on? Like, do you feel reformed? Like, does he have to answer that question? And who is the friend that he's waiting to shake the hand with at the end of all this? That it makes no sense.
I hate all of you, and then they're like, "All right, you're out. Cool. You're jaded and beaten down by the world. Seems like prison's done its trick." Last thing that Jim Harbaugh said, and I do agree with him. Chargers do have pretty uniforms, but sometimes they look a little candy ass, and Jim Harbaugh is saying that that moment is done.
Don't let the powder blues fool you. That's what we're going to aspire to do.
Hell yeah. Jim Harbaugh, everybody. What a man. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Brian McDonald in for Sean Mapes behind the glass. We heard from Dusty Baker over the weekend. Dusty seems acutely aware of everything that's going on in the Astros organization. And just remembering him has me wondering, who is the next major Houston sports figure that the city is going to turn on? It's the Paul Gallant Show live from a stall in Las Vegas outside Radio Row. Stick around.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We were talking about the Chargers uniforms in the last segment. Coach O calls powder blue, says a texter, sissy blue, end quote. That is true. It is funny how Oilers uniforms have aged, because I know there was a sentiment here that those jerseys that they wore come playoff time were a little bit too soft, a little bit too candy-ass. But now that the Tennessee Titans have them and they're flaunting them in our face, we want them back. That's how things work. Nostalgia, it's a powerful, powerful drug. Also, we are doing this show live from a bathroom stall, not handicapped, at Radio Row in Las Vegas. We are hoping to avoid a incident like the one between Josh Innes and Seth Payne that got the entire Astros/Rockets flagship kicked out of Radio Row, which they technically were never actually credentialed for to begin with. We don't want that to happen, but we are in the stall. If anyone narcs, I will find you. No one gets to narc. I did this on my own. The bench, they are in Lake Charles, Louisiana at the Golden Nugget, and I am staying on the streets in Vegas with a couple of friends that I met under a bridge, and I'm doing the show in a suit from a bathroom stall in the Radio Row. No one better snitch than I'm here. We had Al Pacino on the show a little bit earlier. You know, he gave a little, he got in the stall next to me, put his foot down 2 times. That's how you get on the show. If you want to get in, just put what? Why are you laughing? I don't know what that means. You just put your foot down 2 times.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you want to come in.
Yeah, that's exactly what that meant.
Right.
So does your press credential say bathroom access only?
It doesn't say anything. I don't have a credential.
Oh, okay.
Again,
so is this pirate radio?
I
Are we
wore
doing pirate
a
radio?
suit and I had sunglasses on, my aviators, and I looked like I was security for somebody. You know, because I'm like.
I think the eyebrows help with that.
It's the eyebrows, but, you know, a lot of people, they think that I'm a medium, but, like, I'm looking medium today, you know? I'm looking a little yoked, and everyone thinks I think that I would mean business if push came to shove. Key from L.A. comments, you sure you're not at a Buc-ee's bathroom stall? Connor and Beard warned everybody about them glory holes in the bathroom stalls at Buc-ee's. Whoa, hang on. We will not besmirch the good name of Buc-ee's. Those bathrooms are immaculate. I mean, the stalls in those bathrooms, it's like actual porcelain on the walls.
I mean, if you can do the show from there, you do it every day.
I would, absolutely. Those are, I mean, they have beds in the bathroom stalls at Buc-ee's. You don't even know that, but they do.
But you do know that?
No, you don't know that, but I do. They have beds there. You can fall asleep in one of those really easy. Listen, this is the thing about the Buc-ee's bathrooms. They are immaculate, and the idea that a glory hole would appear in one of them, not talking about the Jerry Jones glory holes, I'm talking about those. The odds are very low that it would happen.
The hole had been cleaned.
Speaking of clean, the Astros made a clean break with Dusty Baker, who was their manager for the post-A.J. Hinch era from 2019 through this past season. Hey, made it to a few World Series, won one, lost one. Here is what Dusty Baker at the TriStar show here in Houston had to say to Matt Musil of KHOU now that he's back in town with a new job for the San Francisco Giants.
Hoping for Astros Giants World Series now? Is that what you'll be hoping for?
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't think about it too much. You know, I mean, I'm pulling for the Astros. You know, I think Giants are a little further off, especially in that division that they're in, but anything can happen.
So he's still rooting for the Houston Astros. That's for sure. But he also said that he is very happy. He's feeling good to be back in Houston. And he said something very interesting about his job with the San Francisco Giants.
Well, it feels good. I mean, you know, this is kind of like my second home.
How about your new job with the Giants? Tell us about that and why you went that direction.
Well, I don't know what my job is exactly yet.
He doesn't know what his job is? That's going to kind of suck. You've been brought into the Giants organization, and they haven't actually met with you and told you what you're going to do. And I am curious as to what Dusty Baker's state of mind is at this moment in time, because I think in the case of Dusty Baker, there were things that you could nitpick for sure, but some people got way too over the top with their constant harassing and criticizing of Dusty Baker. And some people said he was soft for talking about the bloggers and people on Twitter who were going after him. But I thought the most extreme of the extreme was ridiculous. Dusty Baker's not the reason the Astros season came to an end this past year. I think it largely had to do with the fact that they played like absolute doo-doo in September, that some of the bats that they brought in, specifically Jose Abreu, took too long to get going. Others were injured for a while. They also had some serious coming back to earth moments in their starting rotation. Framber Valdez, Christian Javier. So I always felt that blaming Dusty was lazy. I think managers, as far as impact on what the team that they coach does, they have close to the least amount of impact. But I thought this was a really interesting line with Matt Musil from Dusty Baker, who was asked about the Astros offseason.
Well, I've been following them some, they had a good team. They just got to get healthy. That was the main thing, and they've lost some key relievers, but they also added some key relievers. So, I got my eye on them all the time.
I got my eye on them all the time. Did you hear that line in the middle of that too?
He knows they got a lefty.
He does know that. But that line in the middle of the quote, you hear him right there. He said, we were dealing with a lot of injuries. So he's still clearly bitter about this. I don't blame him for being bitter about it to a degree. I don't know that Joe Espada is going to be better. I think the common assumption is that Joe Espada is going to be better. Hey, maybe he is. Maybe playing Yainer Diaz most nights means more offensive production. But it's going to be really interesting to see how people discuss the performance of pitchers with the dynamic of Martin Maldonado no longer being the guy catching for these pitchers. And again, it's not to say that Yainer Diaz can't call a game. All I'm saying is we have heard over and over again how much of an impact Maldonado had on all these pitchers. Now all of a sudden he's gone. Are we expecting these pitchers to be better? Are we going to just criticize the pitchers when they struggle as opposed to maybe wondering if Yainer Diaz has any impact on it? These are things I wonder about, and I do wonder about a post-Dusty Baker world, a post-Martin Maldonado world to a degree. Everyone seems to be in agreement, believing that it's just got to be better by default. I don't buy that it's going to be better by default. I think it was just very easy to pin the blame on two guys who, one of which is old, the other clearly not the same player that he used to be. He's never really been that good of a player, as opposed to looking at struggles of Kyle Tucker in the postseason, complete falling on their face of last year by Framber Valdez in way too many moments. Same thing with Christian Javier. So these are things I wonder about, and I can imagine if I were in Dusty Baker's shoes, I would be a little bit bitter because, yeah, it was a retirement, but let's be honest, was it
It was a forced retirement.
Forced retirement, like with Belichick, I would imagine so.
You mentioned a lot of the things you can blame other than Dusty. We also have to bring up that they're forced to bring up a 28-year-old non-prospect pitcher to save their season in JP France. These weren't ideal situations that Dusty Baker was dealing with. So in his defense, a lot of managers in that same situation having half your starting rotation taken away before they really even get into the year with the way things down with Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers. I mean, what else was he going to do?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what he really could have done with the hand that he had at the end. And I get it. Like, there were some preset notions about Dusty Baker going in because of his time and mismanagement, complaints about his mismanagement in the 2002 World Series against the Angels, which, 20 years ago. We're talking about decisions that he made back then.
Taking Russ Ortiz out, we're still talking about that?
That's what a lot of people, I think, Brian, were thinking about when they first brought Dusty Baker in. Oh, Dusty Baker's a terrible manager. No, he's good. He's like Mike McCarthy, Like, he's got his one.
Probably shouldn't given Ortiz the ball, but whatever. He took him out.
Exactly. But that's a decision that was made in 2002, and it's funny, like that one decision. So we're gonna grade that manager entirely based off of that one decision when there's 20 years in between. It's weird how that happens in baseball a lot, like Grady Little with leaving Pedro Martinez in the 2003 ALCS. It's the same thing. But Baker was a guy who was like constantly criticized for leaving starting pitchers in too long, and then he goes in the opposite direction. People are mad at him. He hated analytics. I don't think he was ever going to change people's preconceived notions, preset notions about him going in here. And I am very curious as to how he watches this Astros season from afar. I wonder if he's really rooting for the Astros to succeed without him. Selfishly, how could you?
I think he's rooting for some players, probably not Chaz, allegedly. But I think he built up a pretty strong relationship with a lot of the players that he probably wants them to do well. Maybe he doesn't want some of the analytics guys in the front office to have the rewards of that success.
I would agree with you on that one, B-Mac. He is Brian McDonald in for Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Okay, so people eventually turned on Dusty Baker. Are people turning on this Houston celebrity? You will hear and judge for yourself next. Paul Gallant Show.
Welcome back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, former Shorecrest Preparatory All-District Safety, Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston, live from Radio Row in Las Vegas in a bathroom stall. We had Al Pacino on in hour number 1. Check out the podcast. A text, Paul, you have the very best sound system, or you're not inside a stall. Haven't heard any plop, splashing, or flushing from adjacent areas. Fake news. Well, no, if you're in a stall and you've got a headset on, which I'm wearing right now, you're not going to pick up the sound of the bathroom unless somebody is like giving birth next door.
I mean, people have heard of sound canceling technology, right?
I'm not sure.
I thought people had heard that. Maybe they're poor and they can't afford it.
It could be that. I think really what you need to be listening for are the huge interviews that we're bringing in, much like the flagship station. We're out flagship stationing the flagship station this week. We're going to talk more Texans talk than you can handle. And on top of that, we're also going to bring on the biggest name guests. And we had Al Pacino on. We've already beaten the flagship station. They will not have someone more relevant on than Al Pacino, who, one, promoted his coffee brand. It's called Dunkachino. And two, also had some probably problematic comments about a female gymnast. And I'm not sure that we want to do him dirty. I don't think we want to aggregate him.
Nah.
I don't think we want to do that. So that's what's going on here on Radio Row in a bathroom stall in the bathroom area. Okay. Mattress Mac is constantly in our lives. We, as Houston sports figures, have seen him do it all. All sorts of bets on the Astros winning the World Series. All sorts of bets, period. Some weird comments about how gambling shouldn't be legal in Texas, but it's totally fine to be legal in Louisiana. Also, some hot political takes. Well, now he's going down a route that some would call pandering in this advertisement that he did, where, one, he's wearing a purple bandana with a little bow tie on the front of it. It looks a lot like the photoshops that people made of Mattress Mac after his back and forth with Philadelphians during the World Series in 2022. He's wearing a purple puffy jacket. He's got I believe, like a Sprite bottle, but it's got purple, and he's got some candy, and then he just starts speaking into the microphone.
Did you get chopped and screwed by a competitor who said they were going to hook it up, then went ghost when it was time for your delivery? Here at Gallant Furniture, you know, we stay knocking on doors like Pimp C and Little Kiki. And you know, when you cop from Gallery Furniture, in 4 hours or less, our delivery team is going to show up and show out, because we don't do it for the clout. This is what Gallery Furniture and we are all about. We can't leave you riding dirty on that hand-me-down sofa. We need you to shine so clean with that new from Gallery Furniture. Text me Mattress Mac, your triple OG partner from the north side at 281-844-1963. I'm going to plug you in with $600 off your purchase of $2,000 or more, because a real hustler like you got to be living lavish.
Okay, that's the first part. There's still more to go. Brian McDonald's shaking his head very slowly behind the glass. Look, guys, don't get mad at Mattress Mac for doing this.
I'm not mad at Mattress Mac. I'm mad at the person who didn't take the phone away from Grandpa.
I have no issue with this. I have no issue with this at all. I've seen some people, the people who don't like Mattress Mac are using this to get mad at Mattress Mac. The people who do like Mattress Mac are saying this is funny. I personally don't really care all that much. I will say he is, though. He is stealing from the culture.
Appropriating he's appropriating a bit, I would say.
No, he's appropriating. I mean, he's appropriating hair culture because he's wearing a headband. He doesn't have hair. Excuse you. I wore a purple headband this weekend in Killington. I looked like effing Ken from Barbie. Yeah, I looked hot. Had a purple headband on, had this sick ski suit on. I was going up and down the slopes, shouting out snow bunnies, babes.
Oh, if you're a kid, are you yelling about the patriarchy?
Hell yeah. Bring the patriarchy back. Look, he's just taking from hair culture. There's no reason for him to wear that headband. And I got to say, when did people decide that wearing the headband like that with the knot on the front didn't make you look like a weenie? Because I think it makes you look like somebody who would be approached in prison. I don't really think it's the headband, it doesn't to me look tough at all. It almost looks like you're a little baby, you know? It's like the same kind of little headband that I would see on a small infant girl. I don't understand why people wear it like that. But anyway, that's really my only issue is he's stealing from hair culture. Mattress Mac, you don't have hair like me. I'm sorry. You can't wear a headband. There's no reason for you to wear a headband.
You're just trying to say you look better in the headband than Mattress Mac. Is that the overarching point that you're making here?
Yeah, exactly. Just listen. Don't try to act like you got what I got. You don't. It's fine.
The clout needs to be going to you, not Mattress Mac.
But I have no problem with the guy being an attention whore. I have no problem with that. He clearly is. Whatever. Who cares about that? That's how businesses stay relevant. You do stupid stuff like this, and it keeps you in the limelight. Mattress Mac was not done in his commercial. Here's more Mattress Mac.
And if your credit is all up, you know I run it like Chameleonaire and Slim Thugger. Pull up to any Gallant Furniture location. We're going to fight to get you financing like when I fought Muhammad Ali many years ago, the greatest of all time.
Okay, so that might be a bit of a reach, too. What did he fight Muhammad Ali over?
No idea. I guess a back order slip? I don't know.
I'm really wondering, where did that comment come from? But really, it's funny what we choose to focus on and get mad at, and I understand some people believe that he is appropriating the culture, and I'm not talking about hair culture on this side of things. It's harmless. I definitely could do with a little less Mattress Mac these days. That's for sure. But the game is the game. You got to keep putting content out there. You stop putting content out there, guess what happens? People stop paying attention. People stop caring. You can never stop posting content, and I laughed. It's funny to see a 90-year-old man look like he is drinking purple drink. Now, I still believe, as somebody who is trying his best to become part of Houston's culture, I believe that I need to be able to test purple drink for science. I get that it's illegal, but I think that as a Houston immigrant, to get my Houston purple card, if you will, I need to test the purple drink. What's wrong with me having one? As a test, as a science experiment, it would be not in a manner to promote the use of purple drink. I more just want to show the children the effects of it to keep them away from it.
Yeah,
you know?
Do as I say, not as I do. Don't make the same mistakes I did. I think now that you're in the Las Vegas bathroom would be the perfect time.
I agree.
To go ahead and try it.
I agree. Look, it's the city of sin. A lot of things are legal here. So if anybody has a styrofoam cup filled with, I would guess, either Sprite or grape drink, with a little codeine in it, just double tap
the floor
to the left of the stall.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in and to text in. Coming up next, we continue our countdown to Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach with now perhaps another segment on the horizon, because it's not the Mariners and it's not the Yankees and it's not the Rangers who made the biggest move in baseball over the weekend. Paul Gallant Show, stick around.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the devastation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. I legitimately did not know that Mattress Mac Muhammad Ali story until looking it up during the commercial break. So, an article written by Ken Hoffman. In the late 70s, McIngvale says there was a big promotion at Market Hall with Muhammad Ali Appreciation Day. There was a boxing ring set up in the middle of the room. He was sparring with some local heavyweights. All those guys were trying to kill him in the ring, but they never touched him. And when he was done fighting them, Ali got on the mic, asked if anybody in the crowd wanted to fight him. He was clowning around, but I raised my hand and I said, "I'll fight you." I'd done a little Golden Gloves boxing on my day. I was in pretty good shape, blah, 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 blah. Ali looked at him, said, quote, "Here goes the Great White Hope." Mattress Mac climbs through, laces up the gloves. Ali walked across the ring to Mattress Mac, put his arm around him, and whispered something into his ear. The bell rings, and Mac says, "I started wailing away on Ali. I was hitting him with everything I had. He was leaning against the ropes, doing his rope-a-dope thing. I kept swinging. At the end of the first round, Ali staggered back into his corner, acting like he was hurt. He was huffing and puffing and rubbing his ribs and wincing. The bell rang for round 2. Mac started pounding away at the champ again, not letting up. Lefts, rights, uppercuts, hooks, everything but the kitchen sink. Ali grabbed McIngvale in the clinch and told the future furniture salesman, "Now!" McIngvale swung from his heels, connected on Ali's chin with the left-right combination. Ali dropped. The ref counted to 10. So, the greatest of all time threw a fight against Mattress Mac.
Did he have some money on it? I mean,
is that where it all started?
I don't know if my bookie was taking bets back then.
I don't know if I believe anything that's ever happened in boxing history after reading this story.
You believe boxing history before that?
I thought Muhammad Ali was competitive and R.I.P. But he lost to Mattress Mac, so everything is
now Muhammad Ali is soft, is what you're saying.
Well, he might be on Soft Boys 11:15 on Wednesday. Soft Boys 11:15 Wednesday, every single show. Excuse me, every single week of the Paul Gallant show. Another text. You're right. Mattress Mac panders to anybody who thinks they can buy furniture. Hurricane victims, Katrina victims, poor folks during Christmas, purple Sprite culture, Abbott Elementary, fence at the border. He's a smart businessman. Sure. Honestly, like stay relevant. That's what you got to do. So I don't have an issue with it. So I think it's kind of funny to see some people get really mad about it, but I don't really care. Bam is on the north side, and we were talking about Mattress Mac sipping some lean. It was fake lean. I don't think there was any codeine in that. Bam, though, apparently you've got to connect for purple drink.
Hey, Paul, listen. Any real drinker knows that Jolly Ranchers does not go in the drink. So the culture vulture is tripping. That is not real drink. But when you come back from Las Vegas, I'll call again and I'll get you some real drink, Paul.
Yeah.
You are my favorite. You are my favorite on the show. So, yeah, I got you, Paul. You know,
Bam.
Your boy Bam, I got you.
Bam, you rule. Okay, we're going to have to set this up, and we might not be able to stream it because we don't want, Cal BD to get into trouble. This might be a Paul Gallant on the side event. But, Bam, appreciate you being my connect. See? Look at that.
Yes, sir.
Bam rules. Okay.
I mean, you're in Vegas this week.
I'm in Vegas in a bathroom
stall. It can't happen right now.
Can't do it right now.
Although, maybe a double tap. By the door.
Hey, well, listen,
maybe you get some early.
If someone puts a styrofoam cup on the ground and it looks purple next to me in the bathroom stall on Radio Row here in Las Vegas, if somebody passes it underneath the stall, I'll take it. It could be purple.
That's a good way to live life. Whatever someone passes in the bathroom,
it could be.
Take it, no questions asked.
Could be antifreeze. Could be.
Antifreeze seems optimistic at this point.
Could be, a little roofie. I don't know. All I know is, guys, we're getting closer and closer to the Astros. Pitchers and catchers reporting to West Palm Beach for spring training. Let's start that countdown. Give me that bone. We are 7 days away.
Careful you say that in a Vegas bathroom.
Good point, Sean. Or excuse me. Good point, Brian. Listen.
We look nothing alike.
Brian,
clearly.
I'm in a stall. I'm just looking at the walls of a
That's
stall.
true. You can't see me face
I
to
can't
face.
see.
You're right.
I'm just going back to the thing I know best, which is Sean and his face, which is what I look at every single day when I'm here. Okay. We are 7 days away. That means we got to honor Astros Hall of Famer Craig Biggio. Originally number 4, but number 7 in your hearts.
In the air, down the left field line. If it's fair, it's 1-0. It's fair, it's 1-0. The 43rd career leadoff home run by Craig Biggio. It's his first home run, his first RBI of this LCS.
That was the 2004 Game 7 of the National League Championship Series between the Astros and the Cardinals. I'm assuming that is Biggio's best playoff moment.
He didn't have many playoff moments.
Exactly.
Paul. There was a lot of tipping of the cap to the opposition. Yeah.
Well, they did make the World Series the next year, though. They did lose that Game 7. And at the time, my beloved Red Sox, they achieved vengeance for the Astros with a 4-game sweep of those St. Louis Cardinals. Biggio, inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2015. Wow, that makes me feel old. Seems like it wasn't that long ago. He has club records in games played, at-bats, runs, hits. He's second in steals, runs batted in, and walks, third in homers. We're not going to talk about the Astros as much as we're going to talk about another team that we may need to do a watch segment for this season. We had Shohei Ohtani watch, but now he's in the National League. We did Yankees watch, but the Yankees became such a farce as the season progressed that I don't know that we're going to be talking about them much this year. We did Mariners watch, but their ownership basically said, hey, we're just here to win 54% of games over a 10-year period. So they're kind of out. The Rangers are the defending World Series champions. They're the in-state rivals, in-division rivals. So we'll continue Rangers watch next season, though I imagine the Rangers are going to take a step back this coming year. But we might need to start doing an Orioles watch. So John Angelos, the former owner of the Orioles, is selling them to David Rubenstein. And the Orioles made a big trade. They traded for Corbin Burnes with Milwaukee Thursday night. While I was off the air, they sent Burnes to Baltimore for a couple of young players and a competitive balanced round draft pick in July's draft.
You don't even have to say they got him for a couple young players. These aren't even guys that are projected to be like these amazing prospects. They got Corbin Burnes for nothing.
It's like the Verlander trade.
Yeah,
it's like the Garrett Cole trade. This is
an amazing deal for the Orioles.
Man, it's got to suck to be a fan of some of these mid-market teams that have to strip off parts where they know that they're not going to be able to bring the guy back, so they just trade him, and they don't even get that much in return for him. So that's where the Milwaukee Brewers are. But the Orioles, it seems, have become big boys. And last year, okay, they were a bit of a flash in the pan from the perspective of, oh, wait, the Orioles are a competitive team. But they fell apart down the stretch, specifically in the playoffs, not really in the regular season. And I look at this Orioles team, though, as a team that will be probably pretty pesky in the American League East. Are we saying anybody else is better than Baltimore in the AL East? I'm not saying that about Toronto. No. I'm not saying that about New York, who's rolling everything back. It's definitely not Boston. Maybe it's Tampa Bay, but Tampa Bay,
You always feel like Tampa Bay's ceiling's limited, though.
Right, because they don't spend money. So they have new ownership, and they made a trade, and we'll see if they give Burnes a long-term deal. But Baltimore might be a team worthy of keeping an eye on over the course of the year, where the Yankees and the Mariners and the Shohei Ohtanis are not.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of parallels between the Orioles now and the Astros in 2017, and a lot of the people in charge there running things have some Astros connections. But this Burnes moves kind of feel like what the Astros did at the deadline in the second deadline in 2017, bringing in Justin Verlander, because the Orioles have a lot of second and third pitchers. They got a great offense, but they didn't have that one definitive ace to put at the top of the rotation like the Astros didn't at that point, and now they have it.
It's a matter of those guys delivering and their bullpen not weirdly struggling despite
With
having
Felix Batista's injury, that'll be a problem, obviously.
Right. And they've had incredible statistics, their bullpen, but remember against the Astros, they did not seem very good. They were, in fact, horrible against the Astros for whatever reason. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. B-Mac in for Sean Mapes behind the glass. We are all about ratings here at the Paul Gallant Show. And in the next segment, we got to talk about something that happened last night that intersects with not just the football world, but with heart and love and marriage. But not marriage yet. But first, I got to tell you about my friends at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. You sign up, you enter that, you get an awesome deposit bonus. You can gamble on a lot of stuff at MyBookie.ag. You can even bet on non-sports. You want to play a little blackjack? You want to play a little poker with live dealers? You can do that. But you can also bet on sports. And I am still stunned that the big game Sunday between San Francisco and Kansas City, that San Francisco is still a 2-point favorite. I do not get this. It's Brock Purdy versus Patrick Mahomes. This is essentially a straight pick 'em if it's a 2-point difference. How many games are decided by 2 points? It's very rare that that happens. San Francisco, with a guy who has been trying to throw interceptions the last couple of weeks, should not be a favorite against Patrick Mahomes. No one should be a favorite against Patrick Mahomes. What did last week teach us with the game against the Ravens? What did the week before teach us with the game against the Buffalo Bills? We should have learned these lessons by now. Don't pick against KC. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. San Francisco's a 2-point favorite. Get out of here. Take the Chiefs. MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Only with MyBookie. Enter promo code BET975.
Friday's
Back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios and your favorite 10 to noon sports talk host, Paul Gallant. Oh, behave, Paul. Give him hell.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text it. We are live at a bathroom stall at Radio Row in Las Vegas. No one from security has come to eject me yet. I think they just believe that I've been having a really difficult time. And I'll be honest, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to walk away from this thing because my legs are feeling a little numb. That tingly sensation you got when you sit there for a while. I'm talking to, I would imagine, a lot of married people who maybe used, going to the bathroom to escape and go on their phone, right? You're escaping the wife, you're escaping the kids. Like, I don't even blame you. But you guys probably relate to me right now. I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to walk for a little bit. My legs are tingly. But hey, we do this for you. The Paul Gallant Show is on Radio Row all week thanks to my friends at me. All my friends at me inside my head. And thanks to the Paul Gallant wallet, which, maybe he's going to use this as a little write-off at the end of the year or something like that. Anyway, guys, we do things for ratings here at the Paul Gallant Show. We always do it for the ratings. And I got to say, it's time for a little Taylor Swift Watch 2024. Taylor Swift set another record on Sunday. She won the Grammy Award for Album of the Year. It's the 4th time she's done it. I'm so happy for her. She said this during her acceptance speech, quote, "I want to say thank you to the fans by telling you a secret that I've been keeping from you for the last 2 years." She released an album. Nope, she did not reveal any proposal by Travis Kelce to her. She did not reveal that. And in fact, she didn't even thank Travis Kelce during the speech. Huh, interesting. Can they stay together if he's not individually being thanked for his support? And yeah, he wasn't there at the Grammys, but come on. He didn't, not since the Great Catastrophe of 1993, where 2 people died and the U got served off. You can't do that anymore. But hey, Taylor Swift, she continues to win. And we like to talk about Taylor Swift on this show because we want more numbies. The Department of Defense, they had this to say. Fake news John Granado was saying that Taylor Swift is a Department of Defense psyop. Guess what? She's not, because the Department of Defense told us she's not. And you should believe everything that a government official tells you, because they never would ever lie. More Taylor Swift news. Former President Donald J. Trump says he's more popular than Taylor Swift, according to Rolling Stone. And he also claims he has more committed fans. That would be fun. That would be fun. It's a Red Rover off between Taylor Swift fans and Trump fans. I would love that.
Who's more insufferable between those two fan groups?
Taylor Swift fans.
Man, that's a close race. You might be right, but that's a close race.
Listen,
I know you've had your battles with
I've had
Taylor
my
Swift
battles.
fans. Yeah.
I've had my battles with the Trump supporters.
Yeah,
and
true,
I still
true.
think Taylor Swift supporters are worse. They're the absolute worst people on the planet. Sorry, no offense. Like, why are you so obsessed with her? She doesn't care about you at all. She just takes money from you like every single year because you buy the albums. You actually bought an album that she had already released because you wanted to give her money. She's fine. Oh, but she needs to be paid for it, not the record labels. What? Do you think that's really hurting her right now? She also filed a trademark for TaylorCon, which is a fan event for educational programs. Okay, so now we're going to start our own little Taylor Army. Swift Watch 2024. Time for a little garbage time, baby. I was really bummed to see that Carl Weathers passed away over the weekend. He was 76 years old. You probably know him from Rocky, where he played Apollo Creed. You also might know him from Predator, Dylan, you son of a bitch, or Happy Gilmore, where he plays Chubbs. It's all in the hips.
That part in Happy Gilmore where you see Chubbs in the sky with Abraham Lincoln and the alligator just hits a little bit harder now.
It does hit a little bit harder right now. Arrested Development, Mandalorian. He played in the NFL for the Raiders. And if you watch the Rocky movies, I mean, this is the moment where he tells Rocky a hard truth. Like, yo, you don't seem like you want it anymore.
When you beat me, I hurt all over, and I didn't want to know from nothing or nobody, not even my kids. But hell, every fighter knows that hurt, and we get sick inside trying to live with it, so don't back. You lost that fight, Rock, for all the wrong reasons. You lost your edge. All right, I know your manager dying had you all messed up inside. But the truth is, you didn't look hungry.
Yeah.
Now, when we fought, you had that eye of the tiger, man, the edge. And now you got to get it back. And the way to get it back is to go back to the beginning. You know what I mean? Maybe we could win it back together.
And then a Survivor song was born because they just keep on saying Eye of the Tiger the rest of that movie non-stop. But Rocky 3 was good. Rocky 4 also good. Rocky 5, but all the ones with Carl Weathers in it, those were good. And it was a bummer to hear Sylvester Stallone talk about it after the fact. In the Grammys, guess what? I didn't watch any of this either, but guess what? Killer Mike won 3 awards and then got arrested. I got to say, the Grammys have a little more balls than the Oscars. Will Smith smacks someone on national TV. No arrest. Killer Mike wins 3 Grammys. He gets arrested. Outrageous. I wonder what they do with the trophies when you get arrested. Also, shout out to Miley Cyrus, who dressed very brave. It was a brave dress. And unrelated, but I think also in Las Vegas, Lisa Ann got arrested at a Matt Rife show. Matt Rife, for those who don't know, is a stand-up comic. He's a very good-looking dude, and I think
there's a lot of crowd work.
I think it's a lot of crowd work because a lot of women go there because they're not looking to laugh.
When you see his clips online, it's all crowd work.
It's a lot of crowd work. I'm not hating on the guy. Hey, listen, do what you got to do. But that man is just bringing cougars in, and I'm sure all the cougars are acting inappropriately the whole time because he's just a kind of funny piece of man meat up there. Anyway, hey, listen, not a shot against him. Do what works for you. But Lisa Ann got arrested there, and I'm sure that she was acting totally normal and wasn't doing anything for a publicity stunt. And I like Lisa Ann. He is Brian McDonald. In for Sean Maves. I am Paul Gallant. That's going to wrap up today's Paul Gallant Show. Connor and Beard are up next. I have to leave this bathroom stall. Someone is knocking on the door. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. Peace.
Oh, hi, Houston. Welcome in. Another week of Connor and Beard on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm Michael Connor. He's Josh Beard. The man in the construction outfit today is Andrew Carlson, and we are with you until 3 o'clock.
Hey, leave Andrew alone, all right?
Yeah, he won another bet.
You're just mad that he won the bet and he wants to rep his team, all right?
He's wearing his highlighter yellow Arsenal jersey, which is still the most appalling thing that's ever been created in professional soccer.
I actually I typically don't love like the neon yellow or green, but I like that one.
I like the look for the Seahawks, not for Arsenal.
Well,
but yeah.
Look, you're just salty because there's two people on this show who are fans of teams at the top of the table, and you're just sitting there. Chelsea's sitting there like smack dab in the middle, like a bunch of nobodies.
We lost to the Wolves this weekend. What a shock!
Yeah, well,
I didn't even bother turning it on. I did not wake up early enough for it.
My daughter watched the game. She woke up and watched the game.
I didn't,
and
I think I'm not watching again this year.
You've soiled my daughter and
outside
turned
of
her
the
into a
Cabero
Chelsea
Cup
fan.
final. I'm not watching it. That's where I'm at to start the week. You really want to get me mad to start the show?
I
today.
do. Yeah.
You really want to get me mad?
You know, I want
on such a bright week ahead, Josh. It's Super Week.
It is.
Today's Super Monday.
It is Super Monday.
We're getting ready for the big game this week.
We are, and I want to start it off on the right foot by making you as mad as possible. I saw somebody this morning after I dropped my daughter off at school. I saw somebody who had, I'm no joke, run into the back of a police car. It was a BMW.
That's a great way to start.
And they ran into the back of it hard. Like the front of their Beamer was the hood was pushed upward.
That's good.
So I thought, what better way than to try to outdo that whenever I get into the show with Michael today? So that's what we're going to try to do.
Well, I appreciate you doing that.
It's the radio version of you running into a police.
It's going to be a great week this week. Josh and I will probably come to blows at some point.
Well, they do. I mean, Spencer's been trying to push the fighting between us for a long time. I just thought I'd play along.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna get the fighting really going right now because we're gonna start the show. I don't know if you people did this weekend. I didn't, but the Pro Bowl games went on, and you should have watched every single second of it because Will Anderson was there, because Laramie Tunsil was there. What did he even do at the games? Did he do anything?
God, I don't remember seeing him, but I didn't watch as much.
He better
on
not
Sunday
have
as I wanted
participated in a damn thing because isn't his knee bothering him all year?
I think he did a sled push thing and he failed miserably.
Good.
The bit of it that I caught.
The sled push group.
Yes.
The AFC got rocked in that one. It was like an obstacle course, or it was like a relay obstacle course. Oh yeah, it was fun. I was sitting there watching it. We were just sitting in the living room. I didn't watch all of it. I had to rewind and watch some of it because I ended up falling asleep and taking a nap for like 50 hours yesterday, which is fine. I didn't think I'd go to sleep last night, but I did. But yeah, we had fun watching it. The Pro Bowl games were fun. And I'll be honest, I watched clips there. Specifically, somebody posted the clip of Sean Taylor destroying the punter in one of the old Pro Bowl games from like the early 2000s, late 90s, whatever it was. And I can't remember which Pro Bowl game it was. But he just destroyed this punter. And I look at a hit like that, I'm like, yeah, I think I'm okay with where the Pro Bowl's at. I'm okay not having that game anymore because there's no reason guys should be trying to lay hits like that or taking hits like that in the NFL anymore in an exhibition game where it doesn't matter. I had fun watching these guys just play these stupid little games, play flag football, do these skills challenges, and just have fun doing it and goof around.
You know what,
it was a
Josh,
blast.
I'm so mad at you right now because you put negative energy into start the show by bringing up Chelsea this weekend.
You just got to move past it.
I just got more mad, and we'll get into this later during the Astros segment, but I just saw the breaking news of Major League Baseball that Bobby Witt Jr. just got a $288 million contract from the Kansas City Royals, and I'm even more pissed off right now because the Kansas City Royals can give out almost $300 million deals, and Kyle Tucker still doesn't have one. So now I'm really pissed off. I'm actually mad to start the show today.
That's not my fault.
We'll talk about that later.
That's not me. That's not on me. Don't put that
evil on me. The
Kansas
City Royals just gave somebody $300 million. And
I get it.
Kyle Tucker still didn't have a contract.
And
what are we doing?
Well, does it make you feel any better that he won't have a contract at any point? Does that?
I swear to God, if we get out of spring training and Jose Altuve and Kyle Tucker don't have extensions, I'm going to. You see this thing? All these candles. I'm going to smash them.
Don't
during the
do
middle
that.
Of the show.
Don't do that.
No, I am. I'm going to take them and I'm going to smash them.
I've already worked with somebody that's broken multiple things during a show.
I'm breaking.
Don't call this up.
I'm breaking it, Josh. I'm going to break it. I'm going to give it time, but right now I'm mad, and this is all your fault.
Why is that that's not on me?
Because it is on your it is on you, I should say. I did not watch Pro Bowl games. I did see some of the highlights of C.J. Stroud going out there. He looked like C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, man.
He makes what a shock. C.J. Stroud against guys playing flag football, throwing dimes.
Yeah, it started off with the passing competition that they had on Thursday night. and everybody was kind of speaking glowingly about him. But whenever they saw him out there during the flag football competition, now look, it's flag football. They were just messing around, having a good time, but they were kind of slightly competitive with it. The way people were interacting with CJ and the way they were talking about him as he was throwing the ball, the way you'd hear somebody like Peyton talk about CJ was incredible, man. Like, it was fun seeing this. I got very excited that Will Anderson and CJ Stroud were in this Pro Bowl skills challenge and in the Pro Bowl games, because I think that getting in front of all these other players in the NFL is wildly important for them moving forward. But he went out there and looked every bit the part of CJ Stroud that we've seen all throughout the season, and it was a lot of fun to watch.
Well, we'll talk about this a little bit in the next segment, but he threw a touchdown to somebody that may or may not be a cap casualty, and maybe it'll make you feel a lot better about the future of the Texans and what they're going to do this offseason. Andrew, overall, how much of the Pro Bowl games did you take in this weekend?
I watched the highlight video of the flag football itself yesterday. My roommate recorded it, and he was watching a little bit, so while I was doing some meal prep and stuff last night while he was watching it, I caught bits and pieces. And look, I think by and large, they do as well with it as they can, because, look, when you're not playing actual football, there's only so much that you can do. And I think generally from what I caught, it was kind of entertaining. And CJ Stroud, like you mentioned, Michael, he was tossing dimes all over the place. Shocker when there's no pressure. He looks really, really good again. But, yeah, I think by and large it was a fun weekend for the NFL, which is as much as you can expect from what we get these days from the Pro Bowl weekend.
You know what the craziest thing is? We'll see a tweet later today from, like, ABC or ESPN PR or whatever, and it's like, this is the highest rated non-football or something like that, because it'll have like 7 million people watch it or something stupid.
Yeah,
which makes absolutely no sense.
The thing that I like,
how long is the flag football game, by the way?
The weird thing that they did was during the broadcast they broke it up, so they didn't just play the whole, or at least what they showed, the way they showed it, they broke it up, so they didn't show the whole game all in one go. They showed the first quarter and then had a game. They showed the second quarter, had a game, or a game or two, and then they showed the third quarter. So, like, between the second quarter, which CJ Stroud was in, they showed, like, the Madden competition, and then they had that relay challenge that had the sled push at the end. And then they showed the third quarter of the flag football game. So they broke it up and then had some of the other mini games in between, which I kind of liked. I know some people are complaining they wanted to watch the whole flag football game. I'll be honest, if I just had 4 straight quarters of flag football, I probably would have gotten bored. I probably wouldn't have been as locked into it. But the way they broke it up made it entertaining and interesting. But they showed all 4 quarters of that flag football game, and it was good. And they did a good job of mixing the guys in and out. The one thing that I like, we're all so serious about football all season long, and especially now. Like, before fantasy sports, none of us really, like, we loved watching our players, but it wasn't like we didn't take it so seriously where they've almost been dehumanized to an extent, right? Like, we watch our team, we have other players that we love, but with fantasy football, every single second, every moment of these players' lives are taken way too seriously by us. Every single one. So what I like about this is it was just one week where it reminds us, hey, this is a game. This is just for fun. This is supposed to be for entertainment, and these guys are supposed to have fun doing it. And that's what I really, really enjoyed about it.
Good for them. I'm glad that they had
let the millionaires have fun.
They had a nice weekend in Orlando, Florida.
Yeah, let the millionaires have a nice free weekend where they're praised.
I did see a video of the best catch competition.
That was dumb. The dumbest thing that they did.
Was the only one I saw was David Njoku was trying to, like, do a flip off of a rope into a lagoon or something.
Yeah, it was. They were, and then Puka Nacua caught one on some skis or whatever.
On a wakeboard.
On the wakeboard, thank you.
Wow.
Sweet. It was by far the dumbest thing that they did throughout the entire. They never had that again. I'll be fine. I didn't know that one. I fast forwarded through.
Oh, okay.
I saw it. I'm like, nah, I'm not watching this crap. And so I guess technically I did kind of watch snippets because I was fast forwarding. But the high stakes one where they had to like hold 5 balls and try to catch another one. That was way more entertaining than the stupid best catch. That one was dumb.
Josh loves it when you juggle balls.
Closest to the pin was stupid too. Didn't enjoy any of the like the very obvious.
Brian Angerer one or something?
Yeah,
I saw again. I only saw anything on social media. I did not watch a second of it on TV.
Yeah, those two, and then the Madden one. Didn't like the Madden one, the way it was shot and edited. Any of the ones that were very, very obviously pre-recorded somewhere at a different location where they did something else, I wasn't a fan of.
Well, congrats to you on watching it. Congrats to those guys, and congrats to CJ Stroud for taking the world by storm. And speaking of him, With his performance, with the love that he got all over the place, what's that going to mean for the Texans this offseason? We will talk about that when we return to Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Connor and Beard. I guess that's their last names or something. Oh, yeah. John and Lance are the only ones allowed to use their first names.
It's Connor and Beard on a Monday, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thank you for joining us today. You can get involved in the show. 713-780-3776 is the number to call or to text us today. Of course, you can watch the show. Head over to YouTube and search ESPN Houston, and guess what? You will be able to get yourself in there and watch this beautiful show be made.
We got a text during that last break. Lost money thanks to Michael's guarantee. Arsenal beat Liverpool. Thanks, Connor. Your guarantees are not looking so good. You've been on a string.
I didn't tell you to bet anything. That's on you.
You lost that person money, and you're right now are on a three guarantee losing streak.
Am I really?
Yeah. Rockets will beat Trailblazers on January 24th. Loss. Rockets beat Charlotte and Brooklyn on the road. Loss. And then Arsenal loses to Liverpool. Loss. So you're currently 4-3 on the year in your guarantees.
I really missed an opportunity for the Portland game. I should have taken a guarantee on that one.
Yeah.
I should have also guaranteed that I wasn't going to watch, the
Pro Bowl games.
Yeah,
I'm not going to give you a gimme like that. I'm not going to give you.
Look, I got to get. I'm not giving you. But I got to get back on. No, you can't tell me what I can and cannot guarantee.
I will not write down anything.
Everything.
You don't get to guarantee things that you can control.
You've let me do it before.
I'm not letting you do it anymore. I've let you get away with it. It's not happening.
You don't control it. I can go in there and add it. I can add to the list too.
You think I'm not going to notice if you add something to the list?
I don't care if you notice
I will delete it.
I will add it right back.
And I will delete it immediately, and we'll just be stuck in that pattern for eternity.
This is what we're talking about. This is going to be a week of hell, people, on Super Monday. Get ready for Super Week. It's going to be super fisticuffs by the end of it.
I did come in kind of trying to egg you on and try to start a fight. I apologize. But also, you keep losing.
No, it's okay. Keep going with it. I'm having fun.
You keep losing guarantees.
Well, it's also, again, I woke up this morning a little bit sluggish.
Yeah, you're
had a
salty.
terrible headache this morning.
You're grumpy.
Took some Tylenol on the way in. I've had my coffee almost now, so I'm starting to feel a little bit better, but I'm feeling feisty. The crash after this show is going to be impressive.
You got a case.
I'm going to get home and I'm going to hit the couch and I'm going to fall asleep at like 4:30, and I'm going to sleep till like 7, and then I'm going to ruin my night.
You know what? I keep trying to tell you this. I keep discussing this with you.
Shut up. I'm not old.
It's because
Shut up.
Oh, yeah, no. Falling asleep in the afternoon before 4:30, definitely not an old thing to do.
Because I didn't sleep well last night, Josh.
Not sleeping well because you're uncomfortable and then coming into work the next day with a case of the grumps. That is old people behavior. You are getting old, Michael. Deal with it. It's okay. The second you accept it, the more the happier you're going to be.
I'm not going to accept it because it's not accurate, Josh. Hey, you know what I am going to accept is that the Texans are a free agent destination this offseason across the board. And this happened over the weekend. You talked about C.J. Stroud getting the love all over the place, but apparently Jamar Chase had something really good to say to him, is what you told me.
Yeah,
show?
Yeah, he did. So it was after they interviewed Jamar Chase during the Pro Bowl games, like during the flag football game, and asked him about that touchdown. Jamar Chase is like, it was a lot like the touchdown pass from Joe to me whenever we played Houston this year. But then he said, "Hey, CJ, I know you want to come play with me, brother. Come on." And so I'm like, it's not like he's a receiver. It's not like he's what are you trying to replace Joe Burrow on the Bengals? It's just something where somebody like Jamar Chase is noticing this guy's special. This guy is a good thrower of the ball. He's somebody that I would want to play with more. I think that at the very least, what this shows me, it doesn't show me, Jamar Chase is going to force his way out of Cincinnati into the Houston Texans. No. What this tells me is that you see the way he interacted with a lot of guys. Like he threw a touchdown pass. I think his touchdown passes were to Evan Ingram, Jamar Chase, and Keenan Allen. And the way he interacted with those guys throughout the game and throughout the entire day, I mean, you saw him do the squabble with Evan Ingram and with Keenan Allen. You saw him go and dab up Jamar Chase after their touchdown, and everybody wanted to like be around him and talk to him.
Handshakes with guys on other teams, man.
Oh, it's awesome! Like people were hanging out because he's like it's the new kid on the block. He's like he's the new blood, and he's this young guy who's doing things that a rookie quarterback's not supposed to do. One of the things Peyton Manning said about him is he's a really, really mature rookie. You don't see that often. It's one of the things that Peyton said yesterday.
It's funny that he says that too, because wasn't it CJ that kind of had a little bit of a issue at the Manning camp or something when he was there?
Was there something with that? Where
Lance
I think it was
referencing it on the air.
Or maybe it was he was supposed to go to the Manning camp and didn't show. No, that was Johnny Manziel. That was drunk Johnny. My bad.
Johnny gets hammered.
It was that he didn't go to the Manning camp. He was accused of blowing off his commitment to the Manning camp. So I believe what happened is he was committed to go to the Manning camp passing academy, but instead he went early to Ohio State to toss with his teammates.
That's right.
And obviously, with the power of hindsight, that's just idiotic to ever criticize someone for that.
Yeah.
But
for going to Why would you criticize anyone for being like, I want to
build
a relationship?
CJ Stroud, not about the kids. But you know what? That's okay. That's okay. He's about the kids in Houston now.
But no, I mean, it was just awesome all weekend or really just Thursday and yesterday to watch how all these different players from all over the NFL at multiple different positions continue to interact with him. And it shows, we talked last week about, okay, is Houston really going to be a strong free agent destination? Or are we just hoping that because of CJ Stroud, because of DeMeco Ryans? Is this just like a fan hope that they've did enough this year to make themselves into a top destination with all the money that they have? To me, yesterday was evidence that these guys, if these available free agents, they're at the very least going to have their agents be like, we would like to go to Houston if it's a possibility. And I feel like a lot of these options that we've talked about, specifically at skill positions, a lot of the options we've talked about will want to go there, and it's going to be up to Nick Caserio to say no or yes to these guys.
Well, let's talk about an option, and I brought this up to you guys before the show. I saw a couple places, or at least Twitter-wise, that we're talking about over the weekend. So one of the guys he threw a touchdown to in that flag football game that everybody, when you think about the record, do they keep a record book of this flag football game somewhere? Like if I go to Pro Football Reference, is that on there? Like if I can go back and look at Matt Schaub's MVP performance.
Yeah, maybe.
Can I find C.J. Stroud's performance in the?
I'm gonna look for it now.
Are there stats available in this game? I just need to know.
Don't worry, I'm gonna give it a goog.
Thank you. But one of the guys that he threw a touchdown to was Keenan Allen. Now, this is an older player, but this has been a pretty damn good player for a long time in the league. There are some people out there rumbling around. Now, look, they have a new GM. They have a new head coach. Jim Harbaugh has been pretty complimentary of Keenan Allen so far, saying he likes him, the toughness and all that. But he has a high cap number this year. $23 million, I believe, is his cap number this season. Excuse me. No, that's his overall earnings. He has a $18 million cap hit this year. Is what the number's looking like here as I'm pulling it up just to make sure. This is great. I'm doing really good here. No, it's 34.7, excuse me. $34.7 million for Keenan Allen this year. Dead cap would be 11.6. Oh my God. When they have to cut him.
Yeah, when does his contract run out?
This year. This is the last year.
So this is the last year. So how much they say? You said the dead cap was what?
Dead cap is 11.6.
There's no way they don't cut him. There's no way.
Would you take him?
If you're the Texans,
he's 32.
On like a
he'll be 32
on a real. I would. I like the talent. I like the fact.
A 2-year deal. It's actually a 1-year deal.
Yes.
This is like a Robert Woods. But I mean, this is a guy. He's
cheap,
coming
too.
off of 1,200 yards this year and 108 catches.
I mean, the biggest knock on Keenan Allen, the only knock on Keenan Allen has never really been his talent. It's just can the guy stay healthy? That's
crazy.
The biggest
Go
problem.
Look at his game logs. I mean, yeah, okay, the last 2 years, 10 and 13, but before that, he was pretty consistent, and he only had 1 year after those 2 bad years. I shouldn't say that. He has some injury history, but he went 15-14, then 8-1, but then he went 16, 16, 16, 14, 16, then the last 2 years 10 and 13.
Yeah. I would say yes for the right price and the right length. Like that's because the talent is there. He is a little older, but this is the kind of move, honestly, if you're going to make a move at the wide receiver spot, if he is available for like that, the 2 that's essentially a 1, let's say it's for $8 to $10 million a year, which would be really low. But that's
compared to what Mike Evans apparently thinks he's going to get. Yeah, insanely low.
But that's I honestly, truthfully think that's the type of contract that Keenan Allen would be looking at, especially since I think if they get to $8 to $10 million a year, I say absolutely yes, because you're adding that veteran presence of a weapon that can still be a weapon to the wide receiver core without breaking the bank at all. And you can move on from it pretty quickly. So
Andrew,
I would say yes.
Would you do Keenan Allen for a year?
Yes, but I don't think it's as likely that he's going to be available as you guys are talking about right here. Now, I think it's a possibility, but if they extend him, they can essentially save $14 million on that cap hit. They extend Khalil Mack, they can save $14 million on that cap hit, make a few restructurings and changes. And so the Chargers do need to shed a little over $40 million in cap before they can actually, make signings and complete their offseason and go about the draft and go about their business normally. We know how the NFL works. So much of this league is, hey, we're going to extend you and we're going to kick the can down the road and deal with that problem at a later date. So given the season he just had and Harbaugh's praise of him since coming in as the Chargers head coach, well, I would love for him to be an option on a DeAndre Hopkins-like contract for the Texans this next season. I don't know if it's going to be a possibility, but if it is, and you can sign him to that sort of 1-year deal like D-Hop got with the Titans, absolutely, totally on board.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it is probably less than a 50% chance that he's even available. It really just comes down to what does Harbaugh want to do? Does Harbaugh want to just kind of clean out some of the older skill position players? Does he want to clean out and just let Austin Eckler can go somewhere else?
He's also looking to win and
cut Keenan Allen. He is, but they could draft a wide receiver too. Yeah. But then again, if you draft a wide receiver,
did last year and they didn't go very well.
Right, it's an unknown quantity. So then you'd be going into this year with Quentin Johnston, who didn't live up to the hype that he was supposed to live up to, or at least be a better weapon for them. And then you draft a wide receiver who you hope works out versus keeping Keenan Allen and extending him, like Andrew said, and saving money in the process. So if he's available, yes. But who knows if he's going to be available.
He'd be a better option than Robert Woods was when they signed Robert Woods to a 2-year deal.
Absolutely.
Better. CJ wants that safety blanket. I like a Keenan Allen safety blanket. So if he wants to get released, go on and do it.
Better option at wide receiver, me or Robert Woods?
Yeah, Robert Woods.
You said me first.
No, I meant
you
to say
said
Robert
you.
Woods.
I
meant to say Robert Woods.
No, we have evidence. You said you first, but I don't think you heard it clearly. Like Robert Woods at his age now on the contract that he had, or me for half of that.
Robert Woods.
Okay, I feel like you're not understanding this, but that's
Robert
fine.
Woods.
Yeah,
all
okay.
day. Josh, you can't move.
I can move.
You fell downstairs.
I can
dude.
move.
We get to do this today.
I'm not. Again, I'm just gonna say it every time. I'm not playing football on stairs, Michael. I don't see any stairs on a football field.
Robert Woods not falling down the stairs. Just telling you that. Hey, when we get back to Connor and Beer, we'll talk about the Rockets weekend. A little bit of good, a little bit of bad. It's like the Rockets season. But right now, I want to tell you about, well, first of all, where you can place some bets on the Rockets, but where you can put your money down on the big game this week. And that's right. It's a big old week in the football world. And if you're looking to get in on the action, mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag right now. Head over there. Maybe you're an existing customer. You need to reload to get yourself ready for the big weekend. Well, why don't you do that right now? Or you're a new customer. You go in there and you put in the promo code BET975. Again, that's BET975 at this very moment, and you get a match deposit bonus that's available to you at mybookie.ag. They've got so much fun for you to be had at that wonderful website, whether it is that big game this weekend, the prop bets that come with it. Get in on it now. Make the game a better experience for you. Maybe in the meantime, when you're waiting for that game to get here, you want to throw down on some NBA? They got you. You want to throw down on some golf? They got you. Some soccer, some tennis. It is all available to you at mybookie.ag. Again, the promo code is BET975 to get that match deposit bonus right this very second. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie. We are your favorite buttholes here on Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. If you'd like to join us today, 713-780-3776. Josh just alerted me to a video during the break that I'm watching now. She seems like she's drunk.
Yeah, that's the police said that she was drunk. The police said that she was intoxicated and being disorderly.
So she's talking about Lisa Ann.
Yeah.
Is the video. She was arrested apparently in New York.
Yeah,
met her one time
for trying to record
I know that you met
or
her.
using her phone during a Matt Rife show.
Yeah, she follows me on Twitter.
Yes.
I don't know why, but whatever.
Doesn't matter. Maybe you had good football takes.
Well, I guess because I met her. I think she came.
Oh,
in
did
one
you meet
time,
her?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. She's been nice every other time I've but like it's not out of the ordinary for somebody to get a little drunk, get a little crazy at a show whenever they have notoriety.
Does she have notoriety?
Yeah,
a different kind of notoriety. Not the kind of notoriety you want to have.
I didn't say it was good notoriety. But
Yeah, like, do you want like? I always think about that. People that pick that lifestyle. Like, think if they have kids and a family. Like one day, like, hey, what was your what's your family's wealth built on? I don't know. My mom went to Pound Town all the time on camera. It's available on the internet to this day.
I just imagine them go to like PTA meetings and like none of the other parents can pay attention because Lisa Ann's there.
You couldn't be involved in anything.
So yeah, you try to go to your kids like play.
Hey, I saw your latest work on Brazzers. You look good.
Yeah. Well,
Thanks.
See, well, I've told you when I did meet her, we were talking about stuff like being the president of an HOA and the importance of having a will and testament. And I'm like, didn't think if in all of my fantasies and dreams of meeting Lisa Ann, never thought that talking about the importance of having a will would be what I would be doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just can't imagine like having that kind of notoriety.
We always wonder like what it's like for like athletes, like what they do after they finish their sports.
Yeah.
What does a porn star do? Like at some point you get too old. At some point nobody wants to look at you naked.
No, that's not true. That's a thing. That's Astel.
Oh, that's true.
There's a market for that.
But at some point, like you have to like probably retire, right?
Yeah, not necessarily.
I mean, you probably have to get tired of having sex all the time.
Well, she was doing like fantasy football stuff. She's been doing fantasy football stuff, and I'm guessing she does.
Okay,
like,
but
production.
like just say for like the average one, they're in their like late 30s.
Yeah.
And the porn industry says we don't want anything to do with you anymore. Well, what do they do? How do you fill out a resume? What did you do for the last 15 years? Well, I've been having sex 3 times a week that gets filmed. It's either, in the house that we've rented or on a bus or out in public somewhere or a beach.
It's easy. You say worked in production in the film industry for the last 11 years. You just say stuff like that. There's ways to word it. Forever and always, though, my favorite question from you to me on this show will be you asking me if Lisa Ann actually has notoriety.
No, I'm not saying that she has no.
She probably.
But like it's
she might be one of the most famous of all time.
I mean, I guess like if you're in that world, that's all you know. You don't mind that notoriety. I don't think I'd want that notoriety.
God no.
I just don't think I'd want that.
Yeah. Well, let's be honest. Neither of us are getting that kind of notoriety for who we are.
Yeah.
I think I'd be popular in the bear community maybe, but like I don't think that we're getting a lot of notoriety in that way.
No, we're not getting any notoriety at all, which is just fine. We're getting notoriety for a midday show in Houston, Texas.
That's pretty good though. I like that kind of notoriety.
And we're going to talk about now. We're going to pivot from it.
Pivot.
There's not anybody hanging out with porn stars on this Rockets team. That was an Rockets team of the past. But the Rockets, they had a weekend this weekend where they won a game against Portland the other night with ease, which was very nice. Then last night they played the T-Wolves, and as you would expect, did not go very well. It's just like the Rockets season's microcosm of it. One night good, one night bad. It is what it is. We're going to write a book, you and I, or the three of us together. We're going to write a book, and the cover of it's just going to be up and down, the story of the 2023-2024 Houston Rockets. And that's all they are. I mean, they can't. Really, what it comes down to is they can't beat good teams. They just can't. They have beaten some good teams, but for the most part, they just dismantle bad teams. Just like the Raptors are a team that could easily get beaten by 29. They're not good this year, so they can dismantle bad teams. But the second they play a team that runs an efficient offense and has a lot of talent, they don't have enough defensively to keep up with them. And they don't have enough offensively to keep up with them. And guess what?
Honestly,
they're on the road again.
I'm fine with them allowing 111. It just came down to the fact that they didn't have enough efficient offensive firepower.
What do you mean? They didn't. I mean, Jalen Green only went 3 for 15 last night. He only had 8 points.
The most
Jabari Smith only had 3 points, 1 of 4.
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks had a whopping 7. Fred VanVleet, 4 of 11 for 11 points. That's not good enough for you, Josh? Why are you so picky?
Do you want me to be
Cam Whitmore, 4 of 13.
That's the
14
one.
points. Come on now.
I'm going to be a little bit picky, and I'm going to be a little bit picky on this one person. But the one that's the most disappointing to me is Cam Whitmore being as inefficient as he was.
I'll give him one game. You're just.
I know.
I know. You've raised the bar too soon for a very young player.
That is a legitimate. That is a very real and legitimate problem that I have, is raising the bar too quickly for people. But I mean, the Timberwolves have been good all year. This is a really, really good team. There's a reason why they're one of the best teams in the NBA, and it's not because they're just going to let some team that's middle of the road, that's barely even trying to fight for the play-in tournament, beat them in a game like this. Anthony Edwards is too good. Rudy Gobert is too good. This team is not built to give away games like this very often. And so the Rockets really had to be great. They had to be very, 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 very great in this game. But yeah, it's just not. This is the season. They're going to maybe make the play-in.
Good news. They're still on the road for the next 3 games, so they'll probably lose 3 more. Let's just be honest with you. They don't win on the road. It's just not what they do.
They can't shoot on the road, man. It's awful.
Which is weird because for years you would hear from players not on the record but away from it. Like if you go back and look at it, Ryan Anderson, when he was here, his numbers were always way better on the road than they were at home. A lot of guys complain about shooting at Toyota Center. They say the depth perception is terrible, which I've shot at there one time. I'm not a professional. And now look, I struggled a little bit early on.
Yeah. It's weird shooting somewhere where it's not like a normal gym
there's
where
no
you play pickup. There's no wall.
It's deep.
Yeah, exactly.
So like, I don't know. Are they just more – they're obviously comfortable with the depth perception at Toyota Center, just not everywhere. I don't know. Whatever it is. Just it's a young team not being able to win on the road. It's what they do. They're in Indiana to play the Pacers tomorrow night and then the Raptors again Friday. You know what? They can actually beat the Raptors again. They can do that one.
Yeah, they can definitely beat the Raptors again. The Raptors aren't good.
On Saturday, which they need to get some revenge for that Hawks loss the last time that they played them.
This is how bad the Rockets are on the road. I don't feel fully confident that they can beat the Raptors on the road.
Oh, I don't either.
And that's
not by any means.
That's what's awful. They should. No, we should feel good about that.
Fred VanVleet revenge game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really revenge when you willingly leave a place to take less money.
It's a revenge game.
The money's probably similar because the Canadian taxes that he ended up getting here.
They never believed enough in him, Michael.
No, they gave him a max offer.
I know they did.
For one extra year, but he said, "No, I got to go to Houston because I got to get out of this cold."
Yeah,
man.
they've loved it. It's been interesting to see. I thought Fred VanVleet would have left Toronto way before he did. But he stayed there for a really, really long time. So I think he loves the team and the city. So it's not really a revenge game, but it's also kind of that. It doesn't matter if he's the one that left. You always want to win a breakup. Always.
It's finally revenge for Hakeem joining the Raptors. That's what it is.
Yeah, there you go.
We took one from Toronto.
Yeah,
I can't remember any other Rockets players that came from Toronto at the current moment. So Mike James went to Toronto.
I was gonna say T-Mac, but T-Mac went from Toronto to Orlando,
I'm trying to think
and then he went
players and went Toronto to Houston. I don't think there's really a lot.
Mm-mm.
So yeah, this is gonna be a revenge game.
A revenge game. Yeah,
it's revenge for taking Hakeem, even though he's
all these years later when he was old. Yeah. You know what? You guys got Hakeem. We got Fred VanVleet.
Yeah.
Deal with that.
Deal with it. You took our championship hero.
Yeah.
We took yours.
Yeah, exactly. I hope they just win at least one on the road. One on the rest of this road stretch. That's it. That's such a low expectation.
That would be a good idea.
Just one.
Just one. That's all you need.
And one game where everybody looks good.
Will they crack 12 wins on the road this season? It's a real question.
Oh my God.
I don't even think they will. When we return to Connor and Beard, it's time for the roundup. That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Well, as you keep watching to see if the Rockets can crack those 12 wins on the road this season, and with the big game coming up this weekend, you still got to play on Prize Picks. If you love playing fantasy sports, you got to do what I do and take your sports action to the next level with Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. With the big game coming up this weekend, basketball season really heating up, even if the Rockets are a little cold on the road, there's no better way than to turn all the big games into 100 times your money than with Prize Picks. All you got to do is just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can turn $10 into $1,000 with just a few easy taps. If you want to watch and see if Steph Curry can go for more than 29 points, or maybe you want to see if Jalen Green can go for more than 24 points on an efficient night shooting, that would be crazy. Or if you want to watch the big game this weekend and see if Christian McCaffrey can go for more than 75 rushing yards, Patrick Mahomes, can he pass for more than 2 passing touchdowns? You can do all that on Prize Picks and win big doing it. I love the easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and the huge selection of players and stat options on Prize Picks. Over 7 million sports fans have already signed up, and I'm one of them. So join me and watch your favorite players and get paid doing it. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit up to $100. So just download the Prize Picks app. Once you do, it's super easy to use. You're going to love it. They have a promo section where you can look for some of the promos from other people that use Prize Picks, or you can place your own entry. So just download the Prize Picks app and use code JOSH975. That's code JOSH975. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
It is the roundup here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Guys, it was still a busy weekend in the NFL, even though the games were not being played. There were no games being played. I'm not counting the Pro Bowl game. Sorry, it's not happening. But in the world of coaching, Cliff Kingsbury was originally going to go to the Raiders. We talked about this the other day.
We did.
He said, nah, ain't for me, ball.
So
Dog.
good.
That ain't it. I'm not. Me in Vegas, that'd be a problem. Bottle service, everything.
Every single day, bottle service.
Yeah.
Bottle service on the field.
Cliff would probably be at a pool with his shirt off more often than he would be coaching, which actually isn't true. If you've met anybody that knows anything about Cliff Kingsbury, he's legit like in the building every day at like 3 o'clock in the morning because he's a maniac. 1, because he works out like crazy, and then 2, he's in there working. Now, he might enjoy himself in the offseason, a little trip to Thailand here or there. But
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Totally 100% forgot about the trip to Thailand.
Seriously. His agent, Eric Burkhart, one of the greatest, and him too. It just, the situation fell apart there with, not even to do anything with the coaching or whatever. He got a brand new contract from the Cardinals and lasted like, what, a year of it?
Yeah.
It was like a 6-year deal, I think, or a 5-year deal. He's still getting money from them like crazy.
God.
Well, he ends up getting back into it this year. He was going to take the Raiders job. Turns out, no. He is now the new offensive coordinator for the Washington Commanders and Dan Quinn. Josh, how excited are you that you're going to get torched as a Cowboys fan by Cliff Kingsbury's offense? Because Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury's offense looks spicy.
If it's Jaden Daniels, it may not be Jaden Daniels. What if they end up going with Drake? Here's the thing about I feel like Cliff Kingsbury.
They're not taking Drake May.
I feel like Cliff Kingsbury being there will help their quarterback evaluation. So it very well could end up being somebody other than Drake May.
You think the Bears could dupe them into trading up one spot if the Bears don't want what's his face, Caleb Williams?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't think teams get duped that easily. That they would try to force their way to try to trade up.
I mean, you have to. If you don't want Caleb Williams, then you're trading the pick.
Right. If the Bears decide that like if their evaluation is okay, we actually like this quarterback better or quarterback similar at the same value as Caleb Williams, then yeah, that totally makes sense. But there's no way they're not gonna be like, oh, by the way, we heard Caleb Williams, he likes to sleep with the same teddy bear that his parents gave him when he was a kid. That means he's not mature enough. Wow. Sucks. Guess you should just not draft him. Like that's not gonna happen. So. Maybe that ends up happening. Maybe Washington could move up and get Caleb. It'd be insane if they did. I just don't know that it will.
Cliff Kingsbury is the Commanders' OC. Andrew, do you like it? Do you hate it?
I think it's fine. The fact also that he's getting to have more of his pick of the litter at the quarterback position, I think is a huge deal for him. And part of the reason why he took the job versus what he was going to get into with the Raiders. He saw that quarterback situation, and then Commanders probably came calling, maybe gave him a little extra cash, and he was like, oh, wait, I got a way more talented quarterback to work with? Yeah, I'm out. See you guys.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't blame him for that.
No, I think he made the smartest.
Yes.
The Raiders' job, you're going to be on the job for what? 2-3 years, maybe?
Maybe.
I mean, look at the recent history of Mark Davis and how he gets rid of people. Maybe a year and a half.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to downplay Antonio Pierce. I think it was a great story. The players rallying around him and everything. They just don't feel like a team that's going to win.
I'm honestly,
and then he's going to get tired of it, and they're gonna make changes.
I'm honestly surprised that he was even considering it. I'm honestly surprised he was. Now he's the type of guy that you would want to be the offensive coordinator with Antonio Pierce, but I'm surprised he was considering it. If you look back on what the Cardinals did offensively whenever he was there, they weren't terrible. I mean, their offenses were really good. They just never really truly had a defense to go along with it.
Their problem is that they had a guy at quarterback who just wilted in big spots.
Constantly.
Too small.
How big of a believer are you in Kyler Murray moving forward for them?
0.
Same.
Not at all. I know what he is. He's a competent player.
Yes.
He's got a good arm. He can make some really good throws. His size is absolutely a detriment to his ability to throw the football in the pocket. And he's just never going to make big plays in the big moments, I think. I think he's going to be a guy that leads teams to average records.
He has some electric moments, but a lot of really, really boneheaded moments, too.
Yeah.
And so it'll be interesting.
Again, if there's a contract that's put together where a guy has got a clause in it initially that says you have to do this much studying of the film, you're not all the way in.
Well,
there's no way you are.
And no matter what quarterback they end up getting in the draft, I feel like overall the weapons that quarterback is going to have around him are better than the majority, for the most part, of the weapons that Kyler Murray had whenever Cliff Kingsbury was there. Like DeAndre Hopkins for 2 years with Cliff, right?
Yeah.
But even then, one of those years, D-Hop was hurt.
And then he got suspended.
And that's right. Totally forgot about that. And so he's going to go in. He's going into an offense that already has some really interesting pieces there to play around with a rookie quarterback that they draft.
It'll be interesting to see what exactly they do there with that second pick in the draft. Let's keep it rolling on the roundup. Ben Johnson, of course, he was supposed to apparently go to the Washington Commanders, but this thing's getting a little bit spicier. The Athletic has a story out today saying that Ben Johnson's agent shared his plans to stay in Detroit by texting Washington officials while the Commanders group was on their flight to Michigan. After telling them no, the leaks began that he wanted too much money and interviewed poorly. This is just not a good look, correct?
I think it's a bad look for Ben Johnson because, you knew that they were coming to visit you. You knew that they were going. Make
Well,
your
they
decision
were
a
also
little
going
bit
to visit
sooner.
Aaron Glenn.
I get it, but make your decision a little sooner.
Yeah, the texting thing is
That's
kind
awful.
of
Make a
weak.
call.
You're a grown ass man. Like you don't even need your agent to make the call. You get on the
Yeah.
phone and you say, "Look, guys, it's just not the right time for me."
Well, and
That's
you do it before they get on the flight, man.
Yeah.
If you make the decision while they're on the flight, you had a pretty good feeling right before that this is what was going to happen.
Why does the timing matter, though? Like, honestly, of them being on the flight, of them not being on the flight, why does that matter at all? This is a life-changing decision and one that is going to shape the remainder of your career potentially. If you come to that decision, when you come to that decision, it shouldn't be based upon when they got on a flight, when they didn't get on a flight.
That's assuming that he knew ahead of them coming that way. Okay, so if he knew that he was going to say no, and he let them get on the plane, then yeah, that would bug me a little bit.
I understand if you have this maybe you just have this epiphany moment where you're like, oh no, you know what, this doesn't feel right, and I totally understand that. It is a life-changing thing. It shouldn't be taken with any kind. It shouldn't be taken lightly at all. But if you're at any point like, I don't know if this is right for me, I don't know if I'm going to make this decision, at least call them and say, hey, I'm thinking about it. Don't get on that flight yet. And now maybe it was a little bit different because they were going to see Aaron Glenn. So maybe it didn't matter at the end of the day. But at the very least, if you're that close to a decision where you're just going to straight up tell them no, maybe just say, hey, hold off for now. I'm not ready to meet. Don't get on that flight. I need to think about this a little bit longer. And you do it yourself or through your agent, but I would have done it myself. But I don't think the Commanders look good either. Like they don't look good, and now they're just throwing all this slander out there about what Ben Johnson wanted and how Ben Johnson did. I think both sides look really, really bad.
Hey, you're a little petty. It's okay. Both
Yeah.
sides can get petty.
Hashtag
Honestly,
petty
is he
season.
wearing some of the shine off of his star? I'm worried for him that he's going to find himself in a difficult spot at some point to where if he doesn't succeed or the Lions don't succeed the same way next season, Jared Goff doesn't look as good. Like that'd be 2 years in a row where he basically went, and flirted with teams and then told them, I'm good. Would you really be all that interested in him a third time around?
Yeah, I don't think the shine is worn off yet, especially, maybe they don't have as much success offensively, but what if they have as much, if not more success offensively? They still got a ton of weapons there. It looked like Jameson Williams was really starting to click kind of towards the end and in the playoffs. Jahmyr Gibbs is only going to be better, so I don't see how this offense would be so bad unless there's a major injuries. I don't see how it would be so bad that teams wouldn't immediately have him at the top of their list again. Now, if he goes through the coaching cycle, if he goes through the coaching carousel in the cycle another time and still doesn't take one, like a Eric Bieniemy type of situation, then yeah, he's probably wearing his shine off a little bit.
Probably. Hey, the Mahomes family had a rough weekend. If you did not see this, Patrick Mahomes Sr. was arrested for a third time for driving while intoxicated. I'm just going to go ahead and say this. I don't understand why his family around him can't get their bleep together. I don't understand why a man that's got a massive, huge contract with a ton of endorsements can't get his father a driver. I don't care if he's a person that would tell you, no, I don't want this. Who cares? You want to get drunk all the time, you're going to get in a car that's driven by somebody else.
Stupid decision.
Honestly, the third time, you have to go to jail at this point. Like, for a significant period of time because you have a clear problem.
Yeah, you're not just a risk to other people, you're a risk to yourself. Like, you're a threat at that point if you continue to get behind the wheel like that. It's such a stupid, selfish decision to do that. If you have been drinking and you know that you are not in the right mind, the rule in the military was 1 drink per hour, 3 drinks per night. That was the rule. That's what you could do. You could go have 1 drink per hour, no more than 3 drinks per night, right? And you'll be fine. But if you've been drinking heavily and you know, hey, I probably should, even if it's just a little bit, even if you just feel a little tipsy, you're like, I'll probably be fine. No, don't get behind the wheel. This is selfish. And honestly, this continues. My conspiracy theory about Patrick Mahomes is if you bathe in a bathtub filled with mud, you don't come out completely clean. You still have a little bit of mud on you.
I mean, honestly, I don't know how he doesn't like. I know it's family and whatever, but like between Jackson and the dad making headlines. I mean, his dad played professional sports. People want to interview him about other things too at times. Like he does MLB stuff still, but it's just it's an odd look. I don't think it has any effect on the game. Like some people are like, oh, well, will this have any effect on him? I doubt it, but I've always thought when you listen to Patrick Mahomes Sr. in interviews, and not even just, we were talking about it during the break with Andrew, like in spots where he's clearly been at a game and celebrating whatever. And you could be drunk at that, like that's fine. People do that at games.
Yeah.
I've listened to him in other interviews that are away from that. He has always, to me, sounded like a man that's had a few drinks. And I think you look at his mug shot, he was drunk at the time.
Right.
But he's not taking care of himself. He's a 53-year-old man, looks like about 65.
No, and I think somebody, whenever you grow up with parents that have substance abuse issues or other sorts of issues, you learn how to compartmentalize and distance when you need to, and then deal with it whenever it gets to that point. And that's how I've been with both of my parents. And so I don't know that that's going to affect Patrick Mahomes in the game. It's going to be something that once it's over, he's going to help. But I do hope that, like, if he's not all right and it's that much of an issue that he can't stop doing it enough to get behind a wheel to be able to go places, and if it seems like it's like that all the time, I hope he gets help. Yeah,
he gets some help. He's going to get some help with jail time. He spent, I think it was like 30, 40 days or something in jail last time. I think he would serve on weekends.
Yeah. He's served in 2019 and 2020, right? Or the last two times?
Yeah. It's been all within the last 5-6 years where he's had this. So they might want to, again, prepare themselves for him being away for a period of time. So that's the roundup today here on Connor and Beard. We'll kick off hour number 2 of the show in a mere moment. And when we do that, we'll start off Super Week. It's Super Monday on Connor and Beard, and it's next. What were you planning on doing to start the second hour of the show, Josh? You get all mad when I walked back in here.
Nothing. I was just hoping that I could. Andrew and I have a little game whenever you make it close, you make it come close. That maybe I'll have to bring us back from break because you don't make it back from the bathroom or from getting water in time.
I debated not washing my hands because I was getting a little worried.
Every time, right before you end up popping up right to the door, and all I want to say is, hour 1 is done. Here's hour 2 for you. That's all I want. And I don't get it anytime.
It's 2 dope boys in the Cadillac.
No, it's not the same. I don't feel it. Welcome back to Connor and Beard. Hour 1 is done. Here's hour 2 for you on ESPN Houston, 713-780-3776. Oh, come on. Shut up. Shut up. That was awesome.
Flush it, baby.
I just want to be able to bring it back and make fun of you. That's really all it is.
I'm not going to come back in here and I'm going to hide and I'm going to be.
If you ever don't come back, I'm going to open it by being like, I don't know where Michael is. I think he fell into the toilet. So we need to send somebody to go find Michael. I think he's lost in the bathroom.
Yeah, it happens.
Are you? Did you? You know what? The problem is you probably went to the stall that Paul is at out at Radio Row. And he probably got lost.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big stall.
Yeah, we are at Radio Row this week, if you didn't know.
In the bathroom
here on
stall.
the show. You heard it on Paul's show. We're all at Radio Row. Everybody on this station's at Radio Row.
Yeah.
I know that you're looking at us on the Twitch and on the YouTube, and you're saying, no, you're not. Yes, we are. We brought
all this stuff with us.
We brought it with us.
Paul. Well, it's weird. They put us all in different places because there's too many of us. So they put Paul in the bathroom stall, and they put us in the janitor's closet.
Yeah.
So we had to take all the stuff out of the bathroom stall and move it all into the janitor's closet, which was really
I think we've got some
frustrating.
big interviews lined up for the week.
Yeah, we do.
To talk.
Well, Lisa Ann was one of them, but now she's in jail.
Yeah,
so
she's
spoiler
going
alert.
I heard she's getting the death penalty.
She might.
I mean, yeah. Good luck to her.
That's all right. At some point, she's gonna blow out of there. Just get out of there. What?
1,000.
What? She's gonna get out. She's gonna be able to pay her way out. She's got more than enough money.
Do you think she's gonna go to a Pilot J after that? Is that what you're gonna tell me next?
No, that's not what I meant. She's
Flying J, Pilot J, whatever it is.
No, it's like the old.
What was it that we kept calling it
It's
that
the
made
pilot.
that person? You okay over there?
I never thought about shortening it to PJ.
Yeah, I didn't either. It just came to me.
Thanks,
Lisa
find
Ann.
the holes in the bathroom stalls at PJ for it.
She could be hanging out there. Hey, it's Super Week, and
Move
we're gonna
on.
we
gotta move on.
We're getting super weird on a Monday
Yeah, we
here. Super Bowl on Sunday. What time's the game at? I need to look that up because I just found out today I'm gonna have to make airport runs during the game. Can you believe that?
Why?
They're both
runs are just one big one.
She's trying to get on the flight that's back with her mom because her mom booked hers like a month ago.
Right.
She hadn't booked hers yet.
If you have to,
If I had to make multiple, yeah.
If you have to make multiple airport trips,
It's at
you're the
5:30.
greatest. You win the Husband of the Year
It's
award.
at 5:30, and the mother-in-law's flight doesn't land at Hobby till 8.
And then when does your wife get in?
Well, she's trying to get on the same flight. She hasn't booked
But
it yet.
she hasn't booked it at all.
No.
So what should happen, in my opinion, this is what I would try to get to happen is I would go pick up my wife, and then I would send her back to go pick up her mom.
No, I can't do that.
What? Why not?
Because I'm the driver of the family, Josh. So that's going to be my Super Bowl experience. I'm going to watch until 7:30 at the place that I'll be watching, and then I'll be leaving and driving in the car with the nephew holding the phone and telling me what's going on with it on the speaker.
It'll be a good play-by-play practice for him.
Probably will be.
Yeah.
He'll probably have some picks on Prize Picks or something. A seller,
Yeah.
bro. He's a seller. How are we feeling about the game this far out, though? I know we could do our super vibe check every day. See where we're at. 2.5-point favorite, or was the opening line for San Francisco down to 1.5.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm excited about this game. I think it's going to be a good matchup. You're looking at a 49ers team that's still very good. I mean, the talent top to bottom is insane. To make it back to the Super Bowl, and they're kind of hot right now. And so I think this is going to be a good matchup. I'm excited for it. You know what? One of the stats that I saw, though, on this game is the club suites for the Super Bowl. A club suite, $950,000.
Oh, that's corporations.
I don't know.
It's gotta be. But even then, like, could you imagine your corporation be like, yeah, let's go spend $950,000
$950,000
for one night to watch a football game that lasts 3 hours.
The funniest reaction to that was my wife this morning. She's I think she subscribes to the Michael Connor school of hating Taylor Swift.
Oh yeah, she
because
should.
I told her the price of those suites, and she was immediately like, "This is Taylor's fault." I'm like, "How?"
Like, I know it's different, but they just
stadium in Las Vegas before, and they say it's cool, but there's one part of the stadium that's specifically built for like streamers and streaming type broadcasts.
What?
Oh yeah. There's an area where there's a bunch of computers set up and production set up that was
stream what? Themselves sitting there?
Those types of people and for content creators in general. And so why does an NFL stadium need that? Look, I love video games. I was in the streaming world. I love content creation. Why does an NFL stadium need that? So they've got a bunch of amenities in there that they don't even need. So now they're charging out the what to try to make some of that money back. But I just thought it was funny that she thought it was Taylor Swift's fault. She's like, "That's why."
Yeah, it is.
It's because all these people in the suites want to see Taylor Swift, so they're marking up the price. I'm like, if you have the ability to pay $950,000 for a club suite, I'm pretty sure you're not in the group of people that's like clamoring to just pay that to meet Taylor Swift.
I mean, she's going
Japan debut and then make it in time for the Super Bowl.
So is it like between Japan shows? Is that what it is?
I don't know if
Like
it's
Japan,
between. It's like
or is
after
it
her Tokyo show, and then she has, because of the way the timing works, she has just enough time to make it with like an hour or two to spare. The last thing I saw.
Everybody's like, well, how's she gonna do it? Here's what she can do. She can sleep on the plane.
Yeah.
That's very easy to do if you have a private jet.
Yes.
It's not like she's not getting on United. Like, she's not sitting in a Polaris seat hoping she can squeeze in.
Dang, I got boarding class 3 this time.
Damn it. The lounge was out of food. What am I going to do?
They wouldn't let me upgrade to business. This is garbage.
No, yes, because she's at the Tokyo Dome all week. Yes, she's going to be there.
Yeah.
So she plays Saturday in Tokyo at the Tokyo Dome, and then she doesn't play again until Friday the 16th in Melbourne, Australia. So, yeah, she'll be there. Of course she'll be there.
And because of flight time and how the time zones work, she has enough time to.
Well, they're a day ahead, right?
Yeah.
Like right now in Tokyo, is it Tuesday in Tokyo?
Oh man, you're gonna make us do hourly conversions, time zone conversions.
We were always wondering if they have the internet in country. Do they have the internet in Tokyo?
Yeah, it's 4 at 10 a.m. on February 6th in Tokyo.
Okay, so it's Tuesday.
So she's
morning.
gonna time travel.
Yeah, so
she's gonna time travel from Tokyo.
She's gonna leave there at like what? The concert, I'd imagine, probably doesn't end until about midnight.
Yeah, aren't her concerts
so she'll
like
technically
super long?
leave Sunday.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll usher. She's not like she doesn't have to stay around and pack up the equipment. Like she can get in a car and leave immediately.
Yeah. It's not like us. It's not like us after radio. Like
hey, we're
Andrew
gonna hang
after
out. We're gonna put this tent up.
She's just like lugging a cart on wheels.
Yeah.
Sorry guys.
Here's my microphones. Hold on, guys. She's getting in a car. She's going straight to the airport, and
then she
can
can sleep on the plane. Like it's gonna be
they
it's not easy.
They can get wheels up. By what, 1 o'clock in the morning?
Do you think she uses the term "wheels up"?
Yeah, wheels up. She's a wheels up girl.
Hey, look.
In her text to Travis or with the
look,
family,
Travis said we need to be wheels
on
up
the way to Vegas.
We need to be wheels up by 12:03.
Let's see what the flight time is from Tokyo to Vegas.
Yeah, I think it was like 17 hours. I might be wrong though.
That feels too long. 12 hours, 25
12
minutes.
hours? Okay.
Yeah.
That's easy. 12 hours.
Oh no,
is
14 hours. Excuse me, 14 hours. That's
so in between. Split the difference. 14-hour flights are easy. Sleep for a while, watch some movies. It's fine. Binge watch an episode or binge watch a season of something.
You don't have to sleep. That's what you do. You sleep.
You don't have to sleep the whole time.
Yeah, you do.
You're sleeping for 14 hours?
She's a celebrity. She's going to take a pill that's going to knock her out, and she'll sleep the entire time.
Allegedly.
No. I like all those celebrities. They're all on drugs. Not a single one of them sober.
We did used to have to take what's the pill that you could take to
Ambien?
Ambien. So we had to do like tests in the Air Force. If you're a flyer, you had to do a test of all the different types of sleeping pills to see how you'd react to it. So Ambien was one of the things that we could take, not for a flight, but like before a flight. If we had a flight at like, let's say it was 11 p.m. or it was like 1 a.m., we would have to get our 8 hours of sleep before the flight. And so we could take those before, and we could get them from the flight dock. Huh?
How'd you sleep on it?
Oh, boy. Josh always tried to stay awake.
No.
Josh played the take an Ambien and tried to stay awake as long as possible. One time I woke up and I had taken a marker and drawn all over my desk.
What? This is a new thing we're going to do to the show. We're going to have to drug Josh one day and keep him awake.
Yeah.
I'm going to spray you with a spray bottle.
That's what.
Oh, man. So, yeah, there's your Taylor Swift Monday update. We didn't really get into the game there. This is the game.
That was more important than the game.
Yeah, we got all week. We're going to get
with two dudes just slogging through life with no direction or.
You guys agree real quick because we have a long segment here. We're gonna talk Astros, and this is Astros related. Can I get something off my chest real quick?
Yeah.
Do you guys mind?
Always.
Okay, so it is Connor.
We're here for you.
Thank you.
We're your support system.
Earlier, I tweeted this out, and I said this to start the show. I got a little mad. Baseball news-wise today, in Major League Baseball, Bobby Witt Jr., the shortstop for the Kansas City Royals, 2 years in the league, has agreed to a massive extension with the Kansas City Royals. 11 years, $277 or $287 million.
Was that 288 is what I saw.
Okay,
288 and a half.
And it has options on it that could make it a 14-year deal for $377.7 million.
Wow.
11 guaranteed, potentially 14 on this deal. And I tweeted it out, and I've seen a lot of people doing this since. And I've had a lot of responses about it since. You can't compare the two. You can't do this. You can't do that. We have to stop trying to outsmart everybody when it comes to baseball takes. We don't all have to be analytic nerds. We can use our brains for 2 seconds and get out of the way. The Astros, and I got a bunch of people, you can just replace him with whoever's next. Like, the Astros don't do this. The Astros don't do that. They need to pay Kyle Tucker. I've said it consistently. And this is strictly about one team comparing it to the other. I don't care about the financial situation of the Astros. I don't care about the financial situation of the Kansas City Royals. That's not what the tweet is about. That's not what I'm saying is about. You have a team that is one of the smallest market teams in the sport today that has agreed to a contract with a player that is worth nearly $300 million that can extend well past $300 million. We have watched the Houston Astros and their ownership, Jim Crane, let player after player after player walk out the door. Yes, it was easy to do early on because they had a replacement waiting at every single time. You don't have a Kyle Tucker replacement. You have to keep your window open if this is what you're telling me you're going to do. You are an owner that has never handed out a contract to a free agent outside of Jose Altuve you've never handed a contract out to a free agent outside of your organization that's been bigger than $95 million you just gave to Josh Hader. You've given Yordan Alvarez just over 100. You've given Jose Altuve 175. I'm done arguing about it all the time with people. I'm done hearing trying to rationalize however you want. You're wrong. They need the player. They have to keep the player. Kyle Tucker's not old. He's not going to be old. In 10 years, he'll be old. You'll worry about that then. If he sucks in the last 2 years of it, whatever. I don't care. I'm sick of trying to out-talk everybody and be the loudest when it comes to baseball contracts. They're making a mistake if they don't spend some money on a player, and it is a mistake if they don't give Kyle Tucker the money he's going to want, which is going to be $300 million because he's a core player to this team, and you should pay him now. I'm done with the conversation.
Can I try to translate for the nerds real fast?
Yeah, go for it.
Look, you nerds, you're my people. I'm a numbers guy. No, I'm not going that route. If you want to put it in perspective of what they just did with Bobby Witt, the Kansas City Royals are they are the 27th most valuable team. These numbers are based these are from MLB as of March 23rd, 2023. So March of last year. The Kansas City Royals are the 27th most valuable team. They have the 26th highest revenue, right? So they're bottom of the league in value and in revenue. They have their operating income is only $33 million. The Houston Astros are the number 11th. They're the 11th most valuable team. They are number 7 in revenue. They're only behind the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Red Sox, the Cubs, the Braves, and the Giants. They are 7th in revenue. Operating income, they're at $44 million. You compare that to some of the other teams that have the revenue that they have, it's not even close. It's at least $10 million or more above what the Astros are operating at, their operating income. So they're making all of this revenue. They are one of the most valuable teams. They have the money to spend. Why don't they do it? I understand wanting to have the smart money and the smart contracts and trying to run as efficiently as you can. But when you're a team that is trying to extend windows to continue winning championships, it only makes all the sense in the world to lose money in the short term so you can win games in the short term. It's all about opportunity cost. And if you're not going to pay to win the games, if you're not going to pay, we're not saying Los Angeles Dodgers it up. We're not saying go give somebody a contract almost the same value or more than the value of an entire MLB team, but pay Kyle Tucker.
I'm just tired of watching our social media. The system is god last year. I mean, the guy hit don't have a Kyle Tucker third base. It's a massive hole that you're going to have to replace. Right now, there's nothing done on Altuve, so that's still up in the air, but I do believe they'll get something done there. You're talking about the potential of losing 3 massive key pieces to the top of this order that has made them so successful. You got spoiled forever. It is changing. You have to change your minds. Adapt or die, correct?
Yes,
and we've
absolutely.
seen that a bit. We've seen Jim Crane actually adapt, and I'll give him the credit. He lost a reliever. He lost multiple relievers. He wanted to make his back end of his bullpen even better. He went out and paid a bunch of money to the best reliever in baseball.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Well,
now get an even better idea of paying a guy that you have. Don't let him get even close to that door. We're 2 years away still. But don't let him get to that door. Take care of it. Finish it. Keep one of your core pieces here for a long time.
Well, and the crazy thing, too, is watching them give Bobby Witt that contract. It's about, like, even with all the options. If all the options. And so $26.5 million is, if he continues to get better, is going to be an absolute steal for a player like him.
10 for $320 for Kyle. You doing it, yes or no?
Yes.
Andrew?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, it's that to me, that's a no-brainer. And if they had done something like that sooner, he would be even.
You can be mad at Jeff Luhnow for is that they did try to extend players early. They went in and offered them way too low money.
Yes.
Like they tried to didn't take a deal. They should have learned from that mistake. And they kind of did to an extent. Like, this gets back to the philosophy of Jim Crane. And this was a mistake even with Yordan. Like, you don't do 5-year extensions when they're 25 years old.
No.
You do 8, 9, 10-year extensions.
Yeah.
And that way you have them forever. And they should have done that with Kyle. But you can still do it, and he'll be 37 when it's done. You'll be okay.
Yeah, I mean,
you're paying older guys a lot of money now as it is.
If you just to use Bobby Witt's contract and compare to be above him, like, he's going to be cheaper and he's going to be younger than those top 4 guys. Why would you not go do that? You at some point you have to. He's not as young, but he's younger, and we're afraid of what it's going to look like with him at the end of the contract. But you have to take the gamble and have to take the risk that he continues to get better, and play at that MVP type level. And Kyle Tucker is a guy that we all feel like is going to continue to be that guy. Why not go ahead and just pay him that?
I'm done with this. Well, you to compare this. It's not about comparing the situation. It's about comparing the money. Period. It's just the money. That's all I'm comparing. That's all I'm saying. One team, which is one of the poorest teams in the sport, is giving out a contract that's guaranteeing almost $300 million. Yeah. And the other team doesn't even sniff that with its players when it comes to extensions. It's not right. You can argue, yeah, I get it that they've won, but I don't want the window to end. And I know that none of you want the window to end. So let's real quick, let's do our Astros question before the end of the second, guys. What's more likely this year? Win 95 or less, or win more than 95?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a good number.
We'll give our definitive numbers before the season, with our official predictions on everything.
Yeah, I see you're much better with numbers than I am. I'm not good with numbers. I'm going to say more than 95.
Okay.
I feel good with where this team is at, and with how I feel about where the pitching is going to be at by and large this season. I'm going to say more than 95, but that stresses me out now that I hear myself say it. But I'm going to stick with my answer.
Andrew?
95 or less. And I don't think it would be much less. I think it could be 94, 93.
Yeah.
But to me, that 95 seems like a really, really good number for what I expect from the Astros this season. And given some of the question marks they currently have in the rotation, I will hesitate to go above that. But look, if Fromber bounces back and Christian Javier bounces back, they blow past that 95 pretty easily, in my opinion.
I'm going to say over 95.
They're going to be hovering right around that number. That's why 95 is such a good one.
I think that they're going to beat up on the West this year. I think the Rangers are going to be down and the A's are going to be just beat down.
You're not worried about the A's? Not even a little bit?
Yeah, that addition of Alex Wood and Ross Stripling's really got me shaking in the boots.
We don't even know where are they playing. They're not even. They're just kind of traveling around, right?
Yeah,
are they in Oakland for one more year? Yeah.
Yeah, and then they're gonna bounce all over the place. They might land in Salt Lake City for a minute.
Yeah, they should do a high school stadium tour or a high school field tour where they just play at a bunch of high schools.
Probably get as many fans there as they do now.
They might get more. Some of the high
school.
School,
yeah, they can actually fill up the seats.
They go play at Bridgeland. I'd go. If they played at Bridgeland High School, I go to that game.
I would too.
Yeah. Hey, business plan for the Athletics.
Here comes the call of the action. Todd Callis here from Bridgeland High School Stadium as the Astros on the road to take on the Oakland Athletics. Blummer, how do you feel about the venue today?
Oh, be so good. It's a good field.
It's gonna be a great time. I'm gonna absolutely love it. So there's your Astros question today. You'd like to give us your answer? 713-780-3776, the phone number to do just that. When we return to Connor and Beard, we'll give you our 3 up and 3 down for the weekend. But right now, I want to tell you about the 48th Annual Houston Fishing Show, and it's coming to George R. Brown Convention Center from February 14th through Sunday, the 18th. It's everything for the fishermen, all the new rods, reels, and lures. There will also be clinics by expert fishermen covering salt and freshwater fishing. If you love to fish or you just want to learn about fishing, don't miss the 48th Annual Fishing Show. Check out HoustonFishing.com. Caller number 2 right now wins a pair of tickets to the 48th Annual Houston Fishing Show.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Michael Connor and Josh Beard.
Connor and Beard on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The show's flying by, guys. We're already at the halfway point. You know what that means on Mondays? It's time for our 3 up, 3 down of the weekend. Josh?
3 up. Whittled down what my up is.
Okay.
Both are non-sports, which is fine. I'm dealing with it. I always try to have one of each, but down is my wallet. I
Why
found
is your
something
wallet
new.
down?
This originally was supposed to be my up, but it's going to be my down. I found a place here in town off of 249 that I didn't know existed that is relatively close to me at least. I took the kids this weekend to we always do like once a month we'll go to Guitar Center and then to a record shop.
You didn't know about Guitar Center?
No, it's not that place. But there is now a place smashed in between the Guitar Center and a place called Sound Revolution where my daughter likes to go buy vinyls. So we'll go look and try to find like old ones that are nicely priced.
Did you tell them that you could talk about them on the radio?
Huh? Oh, yeah, absolutely, I did. But I found a place called Dragon's Lair.
What?
It is a nerd shop galore.
God.
It is perfect. It's
they playing like Lego Fortnite in there?
No.
They all dressed up in like cosplay stuff?
No, but it's all it's a comic shop. It's all comic books, tabletop RPGs, board games, like Dungeons and Dragons, but like all the different versions of those.
Right over my
Oh, man, you've never heard of D&D? Dungeons and Dragons?
I have no idea what
Yeah,
it is.
you don't have to know. It's all that stuff. They have an area in the back where people are back there playing Magic the Gathering and D&D, all the greatest geeky nerd stuff ever.
Don't want to know what's going on back there.
The problem is the last time I had a place like this that was this close to me, I was a very poor boy because I go in there and you think $20 at a time buying some comics isn't that bad of a thing. It ends up being a very, very bad thing. So the down is my wallet. I went in there and spent more money than I probably should have. I think I got my son hooked on comic books as well. And now my wallet I'm going to be spending a ton of money. But It's a cool place. It's over off of 249 if you guys want to go check it out. My up this weekend, though, I thought my up was going to be that, but it's not because I'm sad about how much money I'm going to be losing on all that great stuff. My up is our people in general. My daughter is.
You're up on people?
Yeah, I'm up on people.
I'm so down on people.
Well, my daughter.
People suck.
My daughter's doing FFA. And she got 4th place, so I guess that's kind of a mini up. She got 4th place showing her rabbit named Hershey, which I saw the video.
You've been renting him out yet for sex?
No, not yet.
Okay.
No, he's at auction. He's at auction for that right now.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Oh, so he's like available for somebody to buy.
He's available, yeah.
I think
not to buy, but you don't make a lot of money breeding rabbits.
If you got somebody, if you're looking for a show rabbit, Josh is the man to talk with.
If you need,
he's got a real stud.
He's a Himalayan, so if you know anything about, it's a type of rabbit.
He can hump.
But he got 4th place. But she's looking at what she wants to do. She wants to do a goat, a sheep, and another rabbit. And so she put together a little thing talking about what she's doing.
That's what he looks like?
With QR codes, yeah. But he has even more his eyes are even more red.
That
he looks
freaked me
evil.
out.
I hate it. She's like, his eyes are beautiful. I'm like, no, that's a demon rabbit. That's like the rabbit from Monty Python and the Holy Grail, and it will kill you.
How much does he weigh?
Not very much. I think it's only like maybe like 5.5 pounds, 6 pounds, something
okay.
it might be.
It
even
says
less
they can
than
weigh
that.
2.5 to 4.5 pounds.
So maybe
we
he's a
are
little
your
bit less.
Himalayan rabbit
Yeah.
show of
Yeah.
record here in Houston.
But now she wants to raise all these other animals. So she wants to do the goat and the sheep, which we can't keep at our house. So she has to like.
You can't? Why not?
I don't have enough room
Just
for that.
convert your
I'm not keeping a
backyard
goat.
into it.
No,
into a farm.
It's not. Although we might have to tear a tree down in the backyard and put in a new one. So maybe we'll just have more room for goats. Just have a bunch of goats.
Just
have a
ruin
farm.
your yard and put a goat and sheep back there.
Half of our upstairs already smells like a farm because it smells like hay and rabbit.
I bet your neighbors would love hearing bah.
Well,
whatever noise. What did donkeys?
She wasn't sure if she was going to get any donations, but we put the QR code out on like Facebook, put it out on Twitter.
I'm sorry, I would have retweeted. I was not
No,
on
that's
Twitter
okay.
at all this weekend. I apologize. I'm a bad teammate.
Yeah,
Josh.
you know what? I'm up on all people except for you for not doing. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
She's already gotten over 800. Some of our listeners actually butt off, and she's going to continue killing it. 30,000. Oh, once I found that, I'm like, we're getting.
HOA will kick me out. That's okay.
Yeah,
I'm one that lived like biggest, fattest, and she would take it out and walk it. And it's
on a
I
leash?
never. She wouldn't. Yeah, I don't think she told the apartment complex that it was there because she would only take it out at night.
Was it like a teacup?
And it would have. No, it was Josh. This thing probably weighed 200 pounds. And she would
hilarious.
And all of a sudden, I started hearing this oinking one day on the patio, and I was like, "What is this?"
Yeah, so we're about to be goat rich.
Congrats.
We're about to make a lot. No. We keep continuity. We need to keep it Connor and Beard. That's how we've been marketed and branded. Yeah,
Okay.
we got to keep brand consistency, Michael. Come on.
My brother's got land.
We'll move it there.
See if he can give us a little section of his land. Have him do all the
for
work.
all of our goats.
He raises quail.
Does he really?
Yeah, he makes all this. It's stupid.
I can't imagine. So yeah, that's where we'll raise the goats. We'll do it out there, and then we'll have my daughter take care of them, do all of the raising and the showing, and then we'll give her a portion of the profits.
Yep, we are your.
We'll be like that. We're goat investors.
We're your number one goat and rabbit breeders in the state of Texas. Congratulations.
God. Somebody on the text line 0170 says Dragon Slayer is a good spot to buy a lot of Magic cards there. It was cool. 7615 wants to know what race and class my D&D character are. I'm a GM now. I don't make characters anymore. I run games. I'm running a game for my wife and kids. You know what? I'll do a one shot with you and Andrew.
What the hell is he
It's
saying
so much
right
fun.
now?
It's a role playing game.
What is he saying?
I'm saying, should we be in the turkey game?
Can
Andrew, you want in on this turkey raising business?
If your grandma's single, we have somebody here at the station that's looking for her.
Website? Should we create a website for Dell?
Yeah.
Dellfinder.com?
Yeah, Dellfinder.com. He's not even here to defend himself. He's out in Louisiana with those crazies. Well, congrats to you on your big weekend.
Yeah.
It was a good weekend.
It was good. It was a nice. I didn't remember we talked Friday about not knowing what we were going to do.
Yeah. What?
I ordered Indian takeout yesterday, and I accidentally asked for spicy, but I'm pretty sure that I sound like a white dude when I'm on the phone ordering my food.
Yeah,
so
you do.
Thankfully, they did not give me real spicy. They gave me white people spicy, and I was able to handle that. If they gave me spicy that would be traditionally reserved for someone who is of Indian descent, I probably would have had a terrible night last night. But thankfully, I did not. All because they were able to stereotype off. And there's like, I came in, it's like, oh, for Andrew. And I was like, oh, how'd you guess? And yeah, I was the white dude that walked into the restaurant.
Yes. Yep, that's me.
Oh, that's so fun. I was not expecting that. We had a Thai place that we went to when I was stationed in Omaha that was like, the first time I went in, I'm like, yeah, I want it spicy. And they're like, what do you want it 1 to 10? And I said, I want an 8. And they're like, no, you want a 3. I was like, no, I want an 8. And they're like, no, you want a 3. I'm like, okay.
You got it, boss. Well, congrats to you on getting profiled.
Oh, that's
it's a big weekend.
What's your down then? I can't imagine what your down would be.
The down would be aluminum paper cuts. So I cut myself, like, you know how you get a paper cut?
Yeah.
Well, I cut myself with aluminum foil last night, and this thing is still bugging the hell out of me. I'm not quite sure how it happened. Maybe it's the industrial strength aluminum foil that my roommate bought, but I've got this cut across my thumb that has somehow not healed over the night and is infuriating the crap out of me as I go through my day today.
Wow.
This is the most unhinged weekend you've ever had coming in here doing a 3 up
What
and 3
happens?
down.
We've got no football this weekend.
Yeah, we just go off the rails.
Okay, you want my real down? The Houston Cougars for getting their asses kicked in Lawrence, Kansas on Saturday.
Yeah.
But
No, the aluminum foils are fun. The aluminum foils are more fun down.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so I didn't want to depress myself with the down. But come on, Cougs. We can do better.
Way to go, Cougs. For me, my up of the weekend is actually going to be, I forgot what I wrote. Oh, Life Without Football. You know what? It's not great. I would prefer to have it, but I enjoyed my free time. We binge watched a show on Saturday.
Yeah, I forgot what outside looked
like. They're based off of British novels, some like thriller novels.
A British show in Spanish?
Yeah, well, like they've taken them and done them in different languages.
Oh, okay.
There's a ton of these books. It's like a thriller novel series or something written by this one writer. But they're all over Netflix. I'll look it up. It was really good. That's what we did Saturday. Sunday was a little bit of a different day because that brings to my down. Now this does suck that I didn't have football. So part of my fence fell over, like one of the posts or a couple of the posts, the big poles finally gave way. So I had to spend my morning fixing that. And then in that process, Andrew, kind of like you, not to the same extent, I was drilling in a screw for one of them on the big post, and it stripped. And my dumbass in the middle of it, not even thinking. This is just I'm hungry at this point. I'm ready for lunch.
Yeah.
I went to just grab the screw. I was like, I'm just gonna yank it out.
Oh no!
Look at my finger. It was burning hot. I blistered the hell out of my finger. To my thumb and my
you don't
index
think about
finger.
it when you're
no,
in the
you
middle
don't think
of that,
about it at all. And I
you
just
don't
be
think
like, you mother. Yeah. So that was my down from the weekend.
Oh man, you had a rough weekend.
Yeah, it was fine.
You had one rough part for the weekend.
Yeah.
I took like a 3-hour nap yesterday. That's
Dude, when you text that, I forgot to text you. I was so jealous. I was in this fog all day yesterday. I was so tired. Tired yesterday.
I just went to sleep, and then they just let my family never does it. They let me sleep, and I'm like, I woke up. I was a little that kind of where you're frustrated, where you kind of slept some of the day away. You're like, but I was okay with it.
Yeah. Well, there's our up and down for the weekend. Next weekend we'll have sports stuff that we can use, other than Andrew, losing to Kansas over there. So hopefully that won't happen for him. Hey, this weekend was an interesting one for a pretty prominent figure in the city of Houston who sells mattresses. We'll tell you about that next.
Do you smell that?
Here in the studio, Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Thanks, man. That's my new cologne.
Is it?
It's the coffee and whiskey cologne.
Oh, congrats.
Thanks.
I still can't really smell. That's okay.
Why?
No, I'm just kidding. I get it for starting the show the way you did.
You're giving me accuracy. I would expertly block that away from me in the middle of a throw. I would.
Okay.
You got a tood today, man. You got a little bit of a tood to you.
That's okay. Some days you do too, right?
I don't.
We all do.
No,
Andrew
I don't.
gets
I don't
one.
have a
Andrew gets one too. He'll admit it, right?
I think he's probably had the least tood.
Yeah, he probably does
on the show. He's the least toodinal.
He's not old. Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah,
Once
as long as Josh doesn't ask the Rockets to trade for Miles Bridges again, we're good.
Yeah.
That one set me off a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
It did, and I said the wrong name. It was an accidental name saying.
I was actually spending the break reading an article. It's up from
and we just happened to be talking about the Hornets and the Nets. That's the most frustrating
Yahoo
part.
Sports today about the Rockets and the trade deadline. So there's it is one of the things that's going down this week. What is it? Is that Wednesday?
Thursday.
Thursday.
The Thursday 2:00 Central is when the trade deadline.
Thursday. See how distracted we are by Twitter throughout the show because we'll be watching it like everybody else as we talk sports.
You know
waiting
what?
For the breaking news: Rockets acquire Kevin Durant and Steph Curry. No, I'm kidding.
It's been kind of I can't remember any big ones off the top of my head, but the trade deadline for the most part, the last
kind of a deadline.
I'd say 3 out of the last 4 years have been kind of
Yeah.
There's been some good moves, but nothing.
I think teams are getting to the point where you don't move stars during the year.
No, it's way more exciting. More exciting than the trade deadline is midnight the day free agency opens in the summer. That is the Christmas of the NBA.
Yeah, that little period where they can't sign, but you get all the immediately as soon as free agency opens, you get a billion tweets from has agreed to hear. I think they do it during the day. They stopped doing it at midnight. They started doing it 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, I think it was last year they started doing that because I remember it changed. They wanted it to be more in the news, so people weren't having to stay up till midnight. But
more of a moment.
We'll keep an eye on that all week long. Is what we're looking at there. The weekend, guys. We mentioned our 3 up, 3 down for the weekend this past weekend. A couple of us, I think, on this show might put this in a down for the weekend.
One of us won't.
I think that Josh is going to put this in an up.
I will for 2 very specific reasons.
So Mattress Mac goes viral for a lot of things. He's done a lot of great things in this city. Sold a lot of mattresses for himself. Made himself a lot of money. Here is what Mattress Mac has gone viral for this weekend. It's a very interesting ad that is very Houston-centric in a different way.
Did you get chopped and screwed by a competitor who said they were going to hook it up, then went ghost when it was time for your delivery? Here at Gallant Furniture, we stay knocking on doors like Pimp C and Little Kiki. And when you cop from Gallant Furniture, in 4 hours or less, our delivery team is going to show up and show out because we don't do it for the clout. This is what Gallant Furniture and we are all about. We can't leave you riding dirty on that hand-me-down sofa. We need you to shine so clean with that new from Gallery Furniture. Text me, Mattress Mac, your triple OG partner from the north side at 281-844-1963. I'm going to plug you in with $600 off your purchase of $2,000 or more because a real hustler like you got to be living lavish. And if your credit is all up, I run it like Chameleonaire and Slim Thugger. Pull up to any Gallery Furniture location. We're going to fight to get you financing like when I fought Muhammad Ali many years ago, the greatest of all time. Let's get it.
All right, my first question is, what's the Muhammad Ali thing?
I have no clue.
I think this is a god-awful look. I think that this is embarrassing. I think that he has gotten so gimmicky and so sticky, and I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I think it is tasteless. I genuinely mean it. I think that this is something that you shouldn't have ever done.
It's absolutely tasteless. We'll agree on that. You want to know why? The only reason I think it's hilarious, but I don't like. It's not hilarious because I like. Oh, that's just Mattress Mac being goofy. I think it's hilarious because it's so wonderfully unhinged and chaotic.
I don't think it's anything. I think it's.
I
just
think
it's
funny.
a bad look.
It is a bad look. Oh, it's definitely that.
Can we go? Okay, so he
starts off
gangsta.
Yeah.
Does he know what month it is?
I don't think he does. I don't think he does.
Who in his circle said, "Hey Mac, let's do this. Let's dress you up in all purple and have you sit down and make fake lean, things that kill people in our city. Honestly.
What do you
this is I'm worn out.
Yeah.
On him and being on everything. And like it's every guess what, every time there's a bet made. Mattress Mac makes this.
Yep.
I don't care. I don't. Cool. Sell your mattresses.
What do you think? What generation do you think brought this idea to him? Do you think it was a millennial? Or do you think it was Gen Z?
Millennial, probably.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I'm thinking elder millennial. Somebody in my ilk that was like, you know what would be funny? Let's do on Black History Month. Let's have Mattress Mac dress up like this
and call everybody gangsta.
Yeah,
and it's your credit, bleep.
Look like he's mixing some lean. I think it is hilarious from a chaotic standpoint. I think it's so
interesting,
funny.
Mark. It's not going to hurt him.
No,
because
of course it's not.
I mean, like, first of all, you've been there. No, I mean, it's expensive. It's very expensive.
It's very, very expensive
to shop there.
We've gone there to shop, and there has never been a point where I've been like, one day I'll never spend that much money there.
Yeah. I just think it's a weird look.
Are you surprised though?
Am I surprised? Hell no.
No.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is a guy that he sent us to the Super Bowl when you were trying to internally great. Like I've had conversations with him on the phone away from the radio. He's actually a nice guy. Like he sent us to the Super Bowl one time and we had awful publicity at it and he thought it was great. Like, and I was like, what are you talking about? This is great. I'm over here getting accosted by NFL security, kicking me out of Radio Row. There's nothing great about it.
Yeah, he thought that was
awful.
great. Oh, that's
he thought
terrible.
it was great. He thought it was great publicity because he paid for the trip.
9964 says you guys have never seen furniture commercials. Shaking my head, but
I've seen furniture commercials. I've seen a lot of them.
2128 says Mattress Mac has jumped the shark 100%. This is his jump the shark moment.
Yeah, like I honestly want to hear from the black community. What do you think?
Yeah,
because that in this month. I mean, he mentions Pimp C. Pimp C died from lean. What are you doing?
Yeah.
He died from it.
And he's mixed. That's the whole beginning of the video is him mixing it. And that's that's become a thing, by the way, on social media. That's become a thing where it's become a hey, are you having trouble sleep? Here's a concoction. And it's people mixing coffee.
What now?
This is too mean, but I'm gonna read it anyway. 7615 says, do you think the residual booger sugar has fried Mac's brain?
No. Don't Google that. Don't do it.
That's so mean.
Andrew, what'd you think?
A month that would have been good for Mac to release
Not this one.
But especially now, just don't do it. What I think he needs like an extra pair of eyes looking over whatever sort of promotional stuff he does that's from a different generation than would ever put this out. Because I think anyone that's, I don't know, under the age of 30 would have taken one look at this and been like, yeah, this is a terrible idea.
Yeah, he has not fared well on Twitter about it.
No.
Twitter do it. Like, what are you doing? It's just weird. Nothing. You're becoming, and it's sad because he has done a lot of great things for a lot of people. He's done a lot of great things.
Yes.
You're becoming a character. And you're towards he's older.
Yeah.
And how much longer are you around? How much longer are you doing this in your business? Is that the kind of stuff you do at this point?
I think this is maybe the difference between me and you guys with how I'm viewing. He's always been a character to me because I didn't grow up here. I didn't grow up seeing the Mattress Mac commercials.
But this is to a different level.
It's absolutely it is. But he's never been anything more, not a character. He's never been anything more than a caricature that does some good things in the city. But he's never been more than a caricature to me. That's what he's always been in the commercials. So I'm not surprised that he would do this when he would do it. And I think as it's unhingedly and chaotically funny that he is. I never thought he would go as far to jump the shark like this, but he did.
I mean, I can't believe he'd sit down and do it. I'm still. Let's get Cowboy on Northside in real quick. What's up, Cowboy? Cowboy.
Hello. Yes, sir.
What's up?
Hey, man. Leave Mattress Mac alone. Mattress Mac is fine, man. He does so much for the community, for the city of Houston. It's a commercial, for goodness sake. Dollars as well. So I say leave him alone. Mattress Mac is an OG, says Cowboy. I'm out.
All right. Thank you for the phone call.
It worked as well if you had done it.
I wouldn't have done it.
I think minimum. Well, Mattress Mac is the only old white guy that would have gotten away with this in any way.
It's the classic when you're that old, you just don't care,
yes.
right? You just don't care.
He's old, and he's old enough to where other people don't care. That's why I'm going to claim senility whenever I get to a specific age. That way I can walk around with my pants off and nobody will get mad at me for it.
People are going to get mad about that,
I can take things from people. I can walk around without my pants on. I can do all sorts of other stuff, and I'll get away with it.
We get it. You like swimming in the pool at Bass Pro Shop, dude.
It is perfectly capable and average. Thank you. Did not. You just decided to throw that in there. How dare you?
Hey, let's get back to actual sports now. In the final hour of the show, and let's talk about one big move for each AFC team. We'll talk about that as we kick off hour number 3 next here on Connor and Beard. Final hour of Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hey, coming up in the next segment, some interesting news in the coaching world that we'll talk about. We didn't know about it. Joe George just came in here and told us
He
about
didn't
it.
know about it either until just now. That's crazy. I can't believe this has gone as under the radar as it has.
So we'll mention that coming up. We'll talk about that coming up at around 2:15. So you want to stick around for that. It involves a former Houston head coach. That's all you need to know there. And no, it's not Dusty Baker, who by the way was back in town this weekend. We got a little deep on the Astro stuff earlier. We didn't hear from Dusty, but Dusty's happy to be back. His second home, as he says. I bet you Dusty spends almost no time back in Houston at all. After
I have
he
a second home that I never go to.
Where's that?
I consider Omaha a second home.
Oh, you do?
I was there long enough, and that's where our kids were born. I still have friends there.
Oh, your kids aren't Texans? Get out.
Well, okay, this is something that we actually legitimately did. The kids were not allowed to walk on their feet weren't allowed to touch the ground outside until we brought them home to Texas to see family. That way, the first ground they walked on would be Texas soil.
That's a little weird.
It's not weird. It was a
little weird.
They never. Well, they're babies that can't even walk. We just didn't take them outside, and it was it was winter and it was snowy, so there was an easy excuse.
That's very easy to do. Team in 2024. We'll go through some of the contenders and see what they say for these contending teams in the AFC. But let's start that. They have it down as go big game hunting. The 2023 Texans were a fantastic story, advancing to the divisional round at the playoffs behind a stellar crop of, Houston should use some of its swath of projected cap space to retain key free agents like Jonathan Grenard, Steven Nelson, Blake Cashman, and Dalton Schultz, but taking big swings in free agency could set the Texans up for the long haul. Adding the likes of Daniil Hunter or L'Jarius Sneed would make bringing in Texas A&M product Mike Evans home to pair with wide receivers Nico Collins and Tank Dell. Last year's draft moves paid off big time. This is the time to spend cash on veterans to supplement those youngsters before they need to be paid themselves. Now, overall, we've talked a lot about this.
Yeah.
This is the time to strike. A lot of these names we've mentioned at times, and a lot of it does make sense. I will say for me, I think the closer we get to it, I don't think that signing Jonathan Grenard to the kind of money that's going to be available to a pass rusher on the market is worthy of it. Right. I don't think Steven Nelson's the candidate. We like Blake Cashman. We think he's affordable for them. Thought to Daniil Hunter or L'Jarius Sneed there. And the more I've thought about it, and you know what happened? This is Lance's fault. This morning, they were talking about this very subject on the show. I don't know if you heard it. He was talking about Saquon. And he says, you need to go watch the tape. Saquon's
for Josh Jacobs?
He says that he's a fit.
I trust Lance.
Scheme-wise.
I trust Lance more than I trust myself.
Yeah, so do I. I'm going to be honest. I trust your football insight a lot. Well, I really do. But I'll give Lance this one.
I haven't watched a lot of how Saquon runs in the system that he's in with Brian Dable versus how he would fit in this type of system.
Says he's a lot like Dameon Pierce. He's a shuffler. He just doesn't make his decisions. Yeah, you don't want that.
I mean, he doesn't make his decisions, but he also does it at a faster, more explosive level. He is a different runner than Christian McCaffrey, and the whole catalyst behind us talking about track and the money going to look like.
Hey, if you give me the Saquon deal that you've been trying to give me, I'll take it.
I also don't. Well, his is going to be a little bit more.
Is it?
It's going to be a little bit more.
Apart. He's got less production.
His projected contract is 3 years, $34.5 million with $21.25 guaranteed. So the guaranteed money is more. The years are more. $11.5 million for 3 years for Josh Jacobs. Like, I in my opinion, I don't think Josh Jacobs is talented enough to give him that kind of money. I really don't. I would much rather them sign somebody like Austin Eckler for a year and draft a guy. But Josh Jacobs is not a talented enough runner for me. He's had a couple of good years of production, but outside of that, like, what has Josh Jacobs shown? That you can go out and get him. Where's the
years ago?
A couple of years ago, right?
On a bad team this year, or not a great team. Yeah, he led the league in rushing in 2022.
The question with Josh Jacobs before he led the league in rushing is he the guy that they need to keep there long term and stick around with? Like he's had good production. He had his rookie year 1,100 yards, second year 1,000 yards. And then he had an 800-yard season. It's like, oh, are they going to keep him around, or are they going to end up franchising?
Look at the attempts all those years. And he did miss a game in that 2021 season. So
I get it.
But, like, I like the attempts. I like that if you keep him between, like, 250 and 275, that's the kind of back I want. Yeah. I don't want a 340 carry back that they had in 2022 that led the league in rushing.
No.
I don't need that.
No, I don't. That's the last thing you want them to have, especially with the way running backs are used now. You want to have some kind of committee approach. I don't know. I wouldn't hate it. I just think because they're so replaceable in the draft.
Now that I agree with overall. But if it came down to you're absolutely signing a running back, I think now, listening to him this morning, he convinced me. Josh Jacobs is the way to go. If you're going to go if you're absolutely signing somebody to that. But overall, these names that they mentioned here, are we in on, or just the overall thought, I guess, is what we're saying here?
Yeah, a little bit. It just depends on the guys that they're going for. Like one of the guys that they're going for that he puts in here, like who are the two defensive guys? L'Jarius Sneed and Daniil Hunter. We talked about Daniil Hunter. Like that's, to me, in this free agent class, that's not necessarily big game hunting. Like if you're going in, Daniil Hunter is 29.2, so he'll be 30
during the season.
Yeah, he'll turn 30 during the season.
October 29th, he'll be 30.
But do you want to pay Daniil Hunter 3 years, $65 million?
No, by any means.
I mean, those are the projections that we're talking about for a guy like him.
16 and a half sacks last year.
He's good, but he's
got 87.
But he's older and he's going to be expensive.
Yeah, I mean,
he's probably going to get franchise tag. But I'd rather go to a guy that Andrew's been talking about. If you're going to go edge, go with Brian Burns. I'd rather go with a guy that's 25. Would probably rather draft a guy in that spot too. If they're going to sign a big name free agent, I'd want it to be one of those interior defensive linemen.
Yeah, I'd do that. Well, let me give you some of the other contenders in the AFC real quick. Baltimore, they say keep Justin Banabike in town. That's their one move for them.
I think that's more and more likely to happen.
For the Bills, they say get rid of some longtime vets, and that includes Stephon Diggs, Tre'Davious White.
There were rumblings about Stephon Diggs and C.J. Stroud talking during the Pro Bowl game.
Please tag to T. Higgins, which I think we all believe is going to happen. The Browns, they say find a field-stretching wide receiver number 2, which I hope they don't do because I hope Deshaun Watson continues to have bad football. Colts, they want them to extend or tag Michael Pittman. That's a real possibility.
Yeah.
Jags, they say go ahead and lock down Josh Allen, which would, probably be a good idea. He wrecked the Texans sometimes when he played.
I think both those guys get franchise tagged.
Yeah, well, we know the Allen. Emmanuel Ogbah. Oba, is that how you say his name?
Ogbah, yeah.
And then the other contenders, I'm not worried about the Steelers. Sorry, Steelers. Not worried about the Titans. That's it.
Here's an interesting one. The Denver Broncos are on here, and the suggestion for the Denver Broncos is trade Jerry Jeudy or
together. He's been okay, but his contract's going to be coming up too, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't know what his contract looks
24
like.
years old. I would assume that he's got to be coming up on a deal here soon, and I don't know if I'd want to go and spend a bunch of money on I need to go spend wide receiver money. You know where I don't want to put it? A guy that didn't have I know that he had Russell Wilson throwing on the ball.
He's going to cost you more because of
didn't
his
have
age.
a single 100-yard game last season. Has never touched 1,000 yards in a year. Has 11 touchdowns in 4 years in the league, including 1 year where he had 0 in 10 games.
Yeah, Cortland Sutton would be cheaper too because of his age. He'd end up being cheaper than Jerry Jeudy. He's had 1,000-yard season. The last few years hadn't quite been that, but he hasn't had as many opportunities. And honestly, he hasn't.
29 of the year.
Yeah,
yeah,
he's gonna be 29 years old. He's from the area. He's from Brenham.
Solid wide receiver too.
I think he'd be the perfect outside wide receiver too for this system, and you can continue to let Nico Collins and Tank Dell be the top 2 options and be the most explosive guys. Where Cortland Sutton would be. I mean, you're talking about going from Robert Woods or whoever else, John Mechie as the 3rd option, to now Cortland Sutton. I'd feel great about that. And we already saw firsthand what he did against the Texans this year. Like, the guy can make some plays.
Yeah, he absolutely can. Hey, when we get back to Connor and Beard here in just a moment, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, there's potentially another former Houston coach on the move somewhere else after just getting a job in a different place. We'll tell you about it in mere moments.
Some say these guys get along swimmingly. I'd say, slow your roll. They're just really getting to know each other, and it takes time for animosity and dysfunction to flourish. Let's just enjoy that process together. Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Connor and Beard.
The coaching world could see a shakeup again soon. There's a bunch of reports or some reporting going on out there today. Here, welcome back.
You said it's a coach.
It's a coach, yeah.
I don't use the term stuck with Gary Kubiak either, because I thought he had some really
No,
good
I
years.
loved Gary Kubiak.
I did too.
I mean, I loved Gary Kubiak from the standpoint he was such a nice guy.
Yes.
Gary is what it was.
Yeah, so it wouldn't think they're trying to take a shot at me for being an Aggie and him being an Aggie.
He's an Aggie. It never bothered me.
It shouldn't bother me. He's a good coach.
He's a Houston guy. He was relatable to us, and the franchise needed him at that moment. He was like the most up and coming offensive coordinator name in football when he got the job.
Yeah,
it was a great hire,
and his offense was awesome.
Yeah, it was his first time being a head coach. He wasn't probably but you talked to all those people that played for him.
They loved
those guys, and that's speaks a lot about what D'Amico learned a lot of that from the Gary days, and obviously working with Shanahan, who was here as well back in this. I'm just
deal with people not being from that tree.
Did you know that
specifically
that
one guy?
Gary is look, there's a Smart Street Financial calling me again, Josh. Week 2 of the calls.
It's literally
every hour.
It's literally once an hour.
Panthers. He's a coaching advisor for the Panthers Row Claw. You know what the Panthers Row Claw is?
No.
It is a American football team in Wrocław, Poland, which has merged from the Giants Row Claw and the Devils Row Claw. They currently play in the newly formed European Football League since 2021.
Is he just going and chilling in Poland every once in a while?
I mean, of all the teams that you could consult, would you pick the Polish team?
Yeah, I think so.
Let me give you the teams in the European Football League. There's 17 teams. There's teams throughout Germany. How do you say Cologne?
Cologne, yeah.
Cologne, Frankfurt, Hamburg, Dusseldorf.
Yeah,
okay.
Dusseldorf.
Paris. You got Madrid.
Yeah.
Barcelona.
Madrid and Barcelona be sick.
Zurich, Milan,
Milan.
Have you been to Milan?
No, I want to go. Oh, really? Not great?
All the Italian cities.
Never mind.
It's fine. Just go see it once, spend a day there, and then move on. You gotta be watching everywhere you go.
See, the problem is
problem.
You're naming all these places, and we gotta Google pictures of all these places. But Poland, have you ever seen what Poland looks like?
Ice?
No, Poland's gorgeous.
There's no way.
Poland is gorgeous.
Let me give the rest of these teams here. Munich.
Yeah.
Innsbruck.
Germany's pretty.
Which is Austria. Stuttgart. Berlin. I'm gonna totally that one. I don't know how to say that one.
Oh yeah, no, I'm out on that one as well. Yeah.
Wrocław, like we said, Prague and Vienna.
Yeah,
I would pick
Wrocław would be at the top of my list.
Of all those, I would probably still pick Milan, just because, even though I just wouldn't stay in the city.
Yeah,
stay outside. We stayed. Well, you can just, you know what? It's a 30-minute train ride from Como. Just stay in Como.
Google Poland Great Outdoors and look at some of those pictures. I think that for me, Barcelona,
but isn't
and
Poland
Madrid would be up on the list.
Eastern Europe. It's pretty
but it's not like
it's so. Look at it, man. They're only like one country. Does Gary have Polish ancestry?
He might. It's very possible.
You're not picking Poland. I'm sorry.
Did you Google Poland Great Outdoors or Poland Outdoors? Google that and look at some of the pictures of that place. Poland and Switzerland are like the two places in Europe I want to go to the most.
Okay,
they're gorgeous.
Poland, take your word on
Poland looks.
I do
gorgeous.
Switzerland, but I don't know about Poland yet.
This is Poland.
Oh yeah, it's out in the middle of
northwest, or I guess it's northwest for us, but it's southwest Canada that are absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
The show Virgin River is filmed out there, by the way.
I know. Trust me, I know.
The stupid show that we have talked about watching with our wives before.
Did you watch the Christmas specials yet?
I did watch the Christmas specials.
So this is all to say
we are the Virgin River show of record.
Gary Kubiak, a coaching consultant in the European Football League, has